So, the story begins in the novel Cradle for the main character. It is a fantasy novel for young people. Our heroine is the owner of a cafe for all the inhabitants of the kingdom. They make good coffee here, just like in Twin Peaks. Our heroine's name is April, and she was a former noblewoman, but decided to open her own business. Her whole room is furnished with all kinds of cups, coffee, and herbs. It has a very nice atmosphere. But today, something went wrong in her cozy cafe, which haunts the heroine, and she is damn angry. In front of her is a tall man with short silver hair, icy eyes, dressed in some kind of Russian caftans. This is our main character, one of the 4 Dukes of the North. Hello, Jon Snow. Duke Clive of Winterville. His family preserves an ancient legend that all his descendants made a deal with a demon and received physical strength. Our hero became one of the knights and swordsmen in the kingdom at the age of 14. That's why he's a genius. The Duke is a bit strange. He scares even the Emperor. But today, he came to the cafe, and he wants something from our April. The man addresses April in a rough, low voice. Noting that her fiancé came today, April calmly asks if he means Zenon Olsen, the country's leading bachelor and the main character. Zenon Olsen is April's ex-fiancé, who broke off their engagement 4 months ago, and the heroine was besotted with his looks. But he turned out to be a real wolf in sheep's clothing, a rare bastard, a womanizer, a man with criminal connections. He always showered our heroine with numerous compliments, admired her beauty, and was quite the guy. But our heroine turned out to be a typical fool who fell for his looks and compliments and fell in love with this scoundrel. He seemed like a real prince from a fairy tale, but the fairy tale was cut short. Now our heroine is in the hands of Clive because of his antics. In the end, our heroine was killed in the past, but something went wrong, and now the story has started again. The heroine is indignant. She abruptly tells Clive that he is just a customer at the cafe and a person she cannot stand. She talks about how she would have to close if she lost a client like Zeno, and she has nothing in common with Clive. But then the novel becomes like a love story, as the Duke is too close to her, holding her by the waist. April is shocked. Why is Clive so close? What is even going on in this damn novel that she loved so much? Clive assures her that he is able to help her with the crisis, and will visit her very often. April breathes heavily, but she cannot understand what he wants from her to pay off the cafe's debts, why he wants to help her. Clive is simply charming. He immediately smugly declares that he wants to be a regular customer at our heroine's cafe. Our heroine is shocked by such a direct statement. She is amazed by what our hero decided, and in shock, she remembers her life. 3 months ago, college student Yoonmin Ah, who lived life to the fullest, was killed by a truck. So she ended up in a fantasy novel, and the heroine is April Lino A, who has a great advantage in white magic. Our heroine has great potential in white magic. She possesses serious abilities. Since her power is divine, she can cure curses and madness of people. She is able to penetrate their minds. Before Zenon did anything, our time traveler herself broke off ties with Zenon because she knows the original. Our heroine decides to take her future into her own hands, even leaving behind the family she never knew or loved. But our heroine didn't think about how she would earn a living and how she would live in this world. April decides to use her abilities to somehow feed herself and become famous in this world. While April is pondering what to do, she is brought a delicious black coffee, the aroma of which is just like in the Nescafe Gold advertisement. April decides to buy a coffee shop and asks local authorities where she can best set up shop. With the remaining money, April buys herself a coffee shop where she decides to make coffee like in Twin Peaks. April cleans the coffee shop, mopping the floors, decorating the place with lots of flowers, and taking care of the aroma. Finally, the girl finishes her work, and now the whole house is shining. She is ready to receive the first customers of black bean coffee. April decides to become a barista, something she dreamed of in her past life when she was a cheerful and perky student in Korea. This novel became a new life for our heroine. She decides to realize her unfulfilled dreams from her past life. Yoonmin Ah worked numerous part-time jobs in her past life to pay for her expensive university education. When our heroine was preparing to open a cafe, all the residents laughed at her and thought that she was wasting her life. They even told the poor girl that coffee was for rich people and that she couldn't do anything for them. April is thinking about how she can attract clients so she can earn a lot of money and live like she's in the emperor's palace. Suddenly, April's gaze stops at the window of her coffee shop, where someone is standing and watching her, greedily licking their drool. He is a cute, silver-haired, amber-eyed boy of about 8 years old, who is looking greedily at the cakes she has made. Our heroine comes out and asks him what he wanted in her coffee shop. The boy turns around and becomes very shy. April asks him, with a sly intonation, to come inside her modest establishment, and she asks again what he wants. The boy asks our heroine if he can have some cake, because he is very hungry, but he has no money at all. He annoyedly confesses to our heroine that his pockets are empty, which means he will go home very hungry. April decides to cheer the boy up. She takes his hand in hers and declares that he doesn't have to pay today. April tells the boy that he is her first client, and he can do anything today. And in the light of the neon sign, these words sounded like a password. April asks the boy if he is happy about it. He replies that he is just happy and is ready to follow her. She takes his hand, and they enter a cozy cafe, similar to that nice tavern with high wooden walls. She feeds the boy a delicious pie with ketchup and bread with milk, and then invites him to eat and tell about himself. The boy greedily eats the bread and pie. He mumbles something, but they hardly understand him since he eats too much. April asks the boy to eat and not to rush, since he clearly wants to run away somewhere and decides to leave. The boy suddenly stops drinking milk and stares at our heroine. He says the milk tastes like a sweet apple he picked from her next-door neighbor. April thinks that it was worth adding a drop of honey to the milk to make it sweet. She is glad that the boy liked it. April asks the boy his name and how he is doing. She wants to know who he is and where he is from. The boy takes a sip of milk and introduces himself as Asher, his eyes shining and his cheeks pink with warmth. April didn't know then that this sweet boy would completely change her life. She is glad that she has a new friend. But suddenly, a visitor came to her yard, demanding answers about what was wrong with the girl. The woman stood on the threshold. It was clearly an uninvited guest, a short brunette with amber eyes, and in a Bavarian dress. She stood with her hands on her hips. The woman rudely asks our heroine what she did to her nephew. She yelled at our heroine, who no longer knows. The boy looks at our heroine in horror. He tries to calm his angry aunt and protect her from April's wrath. April is furious. She is being blamed for the boy's upset stomach. Because of her and her food, her fists clenched. It all started a week ago, when our heroine invited the boy to come and eat at her coffee shop. She invites the boy to bring paper flowers to decorate her cafe, since her cafe doesn't look very good. Asher agreed to bring her flowers to make the coffee shop look much more spacious and brighter. The girl gets used to feeding Asher all sorts of goodies while he brings her flowers. His stern aunt yells at her, saying it's too much to feed the child without the guardian's permission. Asher lost his parents and was looked after by his Aunt Sarah, who had no time to take care of the baby. She left early in the morning and returned late at night, treating Asher like a dog. He patiently endured everything. At that time, the child was only 5 years old, and he was forced to grow up to help around the house. But he went hungry. Sarah wants to take Asher to the doctor and demands April pay for her travel expenses and compensation for overfeeding the baby. April realizes that the woman only wants money and doesn't care at all about her nephew, whom she cares for. April tells her everything she thinks and says that the child is not eating well and needs to be fed properly. April sternly asks Sarah if she is really the child's guardian, since she is taking such lousy care of him. Sarah turned pale. Sarah sternly asks her if she really thinks so, and that she fed the baby all sorts of goodies. She tries to convince April that she fed him goodies, and the baby even left the bread without finishing it. The woman starts making a scene when April notices that Asher is wearing worn clothes and looks unwell. Many women ask her what happened and do not understand why Sarah made such a scene at some barista. April realizes that she could be in serious trouble if she doesn't overcome all these attempts to create a scandal. In this wilderness, news about her spreads very quickly, and if there is a scandal, she will have to look for a new place to live. Sarah pretends to tell the women that her nephew was poisoned in a cafe and that it was nothing serious. The women decide to tell the villagers everything, that April is such a terrible housewife and the coffee shop is a nightmare. April is furious and yells that they don't understand anything and that everything Sarah said is complete nonsense and not true about her. Asher suddenly speaks up and yells at his aunt that she is a liar and everything she said is a vile lie. She didn't do anything wrong. Asher says that he is not sick at all, that his aunt is lying, that she needs money, and he himself is walking around hungry for the umpteenth time. The women immediately change their minds and start saying that things aren't that simple, that Sarah is a real liar. April admits that she agrees with them that Sarah is a cheater and a liar, that she doesn't care about the boy. She loudly shouts that starving a child is wrong and that he needs a normal guardian. April says that of course it is wrong to feed the child without the guardian's permission, but there is nothing she can do. April thinks that a hungry baby sounds even worse than it should, and that she just had to do it. Women begin to wonder what is more realistically right for Asher, to be hungry or to be fed. Sarah is furious. She looks at Asher so that he just remains silent. Sarah sharply shouts that he is a real scoundrel, that if he likes to eat delicious food, then let him live with April. Asher wants to stop his aunt, but she doesn't want to listen to him. Asher shouts after her, but she simply walks along the pavement, angrily cursing the child with all her might and April for taking him away. April tries to talk to Asher and explain to him everything that is happening here. She is ashamed that she quarreled between him and his aunt. Asher complains to her that he doesn't know when his aunt will stop being so mean, and she will become kind. April asks the boy if he has a place to stay for the night, but he remains shamefully silent. Asher's eyes fill with tears. He doesn't have anyone he can stay with even for one night. April realizes that she can't leave the child sitting like this in the middle of the street, where no one can pick him up. April asks him if he would agree to stay with her for a while and live at her establishment. Asher asks her in surprise if he can stay with her, but will he be able to cope without his aunt, living alone? April happily informs him that he can stay with her for as long as his soul desires. We are shown some kind of bathing place where women wash clothes and exchange their latest gossip. Sarah looks like she's been scalded, and she's standing there in a rage. The women are wondering what's wrong with her. Sarah curses the child with all her might and growls furiously at April. She will not forgive her for such humiliation that she took away her source of money. Sarah was unhappy. Her sister's husband had died before Asher was born, and she mourned his death bitterly. After that, her sister returned, but she was already pregnant, and it was unknown from whom she got pregnant with little Asher. The woman barely managed to convince everyone of her sister's innocence, that she had no connections that could tarnish her honor. But then the house was filled with Asher's laughter when he was born, and her sister had no time to sit with Sarah. Sarah often visited her sister's grave, where she mourned her together with Asher, who barely remembered his mother. Sarah cursed her sister Jane for getting pregnant by someone and having the audacity to show up here with a child and then dying. Sarah doesn't even know what to do with the child she didn't want at all. She's thinking about how to get rid of him. To earn a living, she worked like crazy, from morning until night, toiling in the laundry and in the fields of the kingdom, harvesting rye. And her feelings for the child were, of course, unknown, but she couldn't stand Asher for taking her sister Jane away from her. Suddenly, a man asks if she knows a worker named Sarah, and the woman feels completely uneasy. He sharply asks if it was she who was in the cafe, and Sarah immediately tenses up. She didn't even know what could cause this. She is informed that a certain noble gentleman is looking for her and is asked to follow him to discuss something important. Sarah is surprised that some rich man needs her, because she is just a simple servant. The man abruptly asks her if the girl has a nephew, but she is shocked. She doesn't know what they want from her, and she doesn't like any of it. But, nevertheless, she answers that she has it. But she immediately asks what made him so wary, since she didn't do anything. Sarah is surprised when his questions turn to Asher's appearance, and she tells him everything about him. The man joyfully informs her that the Duke of Venterville has finally found the child he was looking for. We are shown a gloomy villa, illuminated by bright lanterns and light inside. It is dark and full of horrors. In a dark office, our main character is listening to a report about the presence of a child. The man stares sharply into space and announces that he is happy that he has finally found his kidnapped child. We are told that Clive's elder brother was in love with a certain lady, but he had a small problem. The girl to whom he gave his heart and wanted to devote his life was a commoner, and they could not be together. The head of their family, having learned about this, was against our heroes even seeing each other in secret, forbidding them from seeing each other at all. She left Leonard alone with a letter of apology, and she herself disappeared, which broke the young lord's heart. Leonard fell ill with grief and ordered that his child be found at any cost, while he himself slowly and painfully faded away. Leonard passed away, and everything passed to Clive, who decided to fulfill his brother's late request. The only clue as to who the mysterious stranger was, who had stolen Leonard's heart, was her name. Exactly a year had passed since the death of Clive's brother, and he searched for the boy and woman all over the world, believing that he would fulfill his duty. But if the child is suddenly found, he will face a very difficult time, which will have the worst effect on his brilliant reputation. He is to tie the knot with an unknown lady so that she will become a mother for Asher and teach the boy. The man is simply furious that he will have to endure all this. He does not intend for his nephew to be harmed. Clive is informed that one of Clive's men is currently with the child and that he is in no danger, which reassures Clive. Clive orders for mana to be supplied to him for teleportation and puts on his black tailcoat, ready to travel. They show us a nice village where there is a coffee shop. Everything is nice and calm. You can sleep quietly. April doesn't leave Asher's side. He's feeling ill. He has a fever and needs the services of a normal doctor. The boy's fever is getting worse and worse, and she doesn't know how to help him. The boy's breathing is getting harder and harder. April thinks that all this is because the boy is getting worse and worse, all because of stress. Sarah is Asher's sole guardian. She abandoned the boy just like that, and he is simply stressed out by what happened. Asher asks April not to get depressed. He will definitely get better. He will cope with the fact that he will survive. April asks him to be okay, but she doesn't know how to help him. She thinks about calling a doctor. April is worried about Asher. He hasn't even eaten properly and is now lying on the bed, just like a corpse. Asher is getting worse and worse. He asks her for simple rice. But he is getting worse and worse. He is getting weaker. He is overcome by a fever. The girl decides that she will give Asher some hot chocolate and that he will feel better after drinking it. Asher asks the girl in surprise if he will feel better if he drinks hot chocolate, since he doesn't know what it is. April cheerfully tells him that everything is fine, that he will like her idea, and goes to the kitchen to make chocolate. April believes that the boy will like chocolate and will help him with his illness. All children love chocolate. There are no people or doctors in this village to cure the poor boy and help him with his illness. April turned to the villagers, hoping they could help heal the poor boy, but she ran into problems. The villagers didn't care about her and decided that they couldn't help her. They just laughed at the poor girl. April believes that he will be delighted with the hot chocolate, that it will make him feel better, because he has never had it. Asher drinks the chocolate and feels a little better, but he still has a sore throat and fever. Asher is delighted. He has never been given such a delicious drink. He becomes interested in what kind of drink it is. April is happy about it, after all. She can cure Asher, despite what happened. She is happy about it. Asher sees that she has put a marshmallow there, which the boy also sees for the first time, since he has lived in poverty up until now. April tells him it's time to get some sleep, to which he replies that he's really sleepy. Asher settles down to sleep. He closes his eyes and wishes the girl good night before plunging into the world of dreams. April spent the whole night next to Asher's bed. She wanted him to get well as soon as possible. Asher woke her up. Asher makes April happy by saying that he is feeling better and thanks April from the bottom of his heart for what happened. Asher happily tells her that everything is fine and he feels better about what happened. He wants to stay with her forever. April is surprised. She just gave him medicine and Asher already got better. How did this happen? April wonders. She checks Asher's temperature and asks what happened to him, how he managed to recover so quickly. April worries about Asher, wondering if he'll be okay, but he reassures her that he's feeling better. April can only be happy for Asher. She believes that everything will be fine for him now, and is glad that he has recovered. She tugs at his cheek and asks if he wants more hot chocolate, but he insists he doesn't. She decides to buy him some bread, but the rude baker replies that everything is over and she will not get any bread. She proudly tells our April that all the bread is reserved and she will not get any. April realizes that she is being lied to because she saw a happy child who bought bread from this mean woman. April proudly declares to Asher that they will buy bread somewhere else, or better yet, bake it themselves. Asher smiles happily. He approves of every action of the girl who has become like a sister to him and who cares for him. April returns to her cozy cafe, which is covered in sunbeams, and greets her with its cozy look. April dresses up in a pink apron and excitedly decides to make chocolate and bread for little Asher. She realizes that making bread will take a lot of her energy, so she decides to keep Asher busy. She begins to prepare the cakes, stirring the white dough with her brush. She tries to make them as delicious as possible. Asher approaches her and asks how he can help her to make her food tastier. She looks at the boy with a smile. April cheerfully asks him if he is ready to make his own bread, and the boy nods happily to her. She looked. Asher is completely immersed in cooking. He is covered in dough, but the boy works hard on the bread. April tells him that the boy has one last step before he can make the cakes. They cut out a shape from the dough and wrap it in an egg mixture, and then send it straight into the oven. As a result, hot coffee, fried eggs, bacon with a fragrant crust, and biscuits await them. Asher has never eaten so deliciously. He is ready to give his soul for such an incomparable meal and decides to eat. April tells Asher that he needs to eat, and they sit down together to enjoy their cooking. Asher is wolfing down the cakes. He looks very hungry and tired. He wants to eat more and more. Asher says the cakes are amazing, crispy and flavorful, and April can only be happy about it. April invites Asher to take a walk and eat the delicious food that is on the table in front of him. The boy has a question. April knows a great place to eat, and she's glad Asher accepts her invitation. Asher asks in surprise where he can eat, but she tells him that the place is a secret and will be a surprise for him. April smiles mysteriously and tells him that they will soon have something tasty to eat. She is glad that they are going for a walk. The woman rudely asks what the girl brought in her bag. The voice cut through the ear like a knife through glass. April is all beaming with happiness as she approaches the old woman. The old woman's wrinkled face broke into a toothless smile. April happily informs her that the girl has something to offer the mean saleswoman. April invites her to try her buns that she brought. The old woman took the bun and twirled it in her gnarled fingers. The woman claims that she won't buy anything from April, but her granddaughter, who is hungry, has a different opinion. Asher invites her to try the buns he baked, and the girl happily agrees. She doesn't mind. April notes that the girl, unlike the baker, treats Asher well and is not averse to eating delicious buns. The baker took pity and decided to eat. She wants to buy new food from April to get a profit. April happily informs her that the food is quite tasty and that anyone who eats it will enjoy it. Asher asks April why she gave the tasty buns to that mean saleswoman, and April turns around. Asher tells April that the saleswoman is quite mean, but her relative is not mean at all and treats him well. April tells him that evil will return to the saleswoman. You just need to treat everyone with kindness so that it does not touch you. Asher is surprised. Does April really treat everyone kindly? Is it really normal to forgive everyone? April says that everyone must be forgiven, while behind her 2 cats, who represent her and the citizens, are showing affection. She says that you should treat people the way you are treated, while the cat beats up her suitor. April asks him if he understood the meaning of the buns she made for the nasty saleswoman. The boy admits that he doesn't understand anything, and April can't answer his silent question. At this time, the angry saleswoman's daughter decided to eat the buns that April and Asher had treated her to. She rudely tells her daughter that she can't eat them, as if they were poisoned apples that her stepmother gave to Snow White. She thinks that April planned to poison her and Asher with disgusting buns, adding something to them. But her daughter breaks her mother's prohibition and eats the buns with pleasure. The mother closed her eyes, expecting the worst. The saleswoman is furious, but her daughter has a different opinion. She's gobbling up the bread. The saleswoman looks at the buns for a long time, as if there was some kind of poison in them. She decides to eat them and happily notes that the buns are simply amazing. She decides to eat even more. She is surprised that April decided to give her a simple gift to feed her family. She remembers the first time the girl arrived in the city. Pink hair, shiny, snow-white skin, like Snow White. April looked very much like a noblewoman. It was impossible not to be surprised by her in this village, since nobles rarely dropped by. Many townspeople were against our heroine, openly discussing her and doing nasty things to her. The woman often passed by her house and could not help but notice how she behaved with the townspeople, and also how she made coffee. April wiped tables in the cafe every morning, cleaned, cooked herself, and behaved differently from the arrogant nobles. April always smiled at the townspeople who simply ignored her and pretended that everything was perfectly fine. Also, when Aunt Sarah abandoned Asher, she began to take care of him like a mother and gave the boy true love. The woman tells her daughter that she needs to go and apologize to April because she was wrong about her. The woman invites her daughter to go with her to eat some delicious buns and at the same time take a walk around the city. The woman apologizes and treats April to some delicious baked goods that she made for the girl. April is surprised at how easily she managed to win the favor of the bakery owner, who also treated her. Soon, thanks to the bakery owner, people willing to sell their souls for a sip of fresh coffee began to flock to the coffee shop. She asks each customer what they want, and everyone recommends the drinks that the bakery owner drank. April asks them to wait a little. She is glad that so many people are ready to eat and enjoy coffee in her establishment. April is happy to have her own coffee machine, which she uses to make delicious black coffee. Although coffee arrived late in the capital, it was made possible by alchemy in the empire. April knows the steam engines were at their best, all thanks to the mages at the alchemy tower. So if the coffee runs out, April will have to look for a wizard or alchemist willing to help her with the cafe. Many customers particularly enjoyed the vanilla latte, which they had never tried before. Customers love the coffee mixed with syrup and vanilla and can't help but exclaim in delight. So, the number of visitors to the coffee shop has increased, and they all ask only for vanilla latte or other coffees, for example, black. April can't help but smile. She's happy that her cooking has been so well received by almost the entire village. All the visitors are happy. They sincerely promise that they will come again. They like the atmosphere in the coffee shop. April noticed that many of the visitors had become friends with Asher. Revenue tripled. This is how a new day begins in a coffee shop where a joyful atmosphere reigns. April's coffee shop is no longer just a coffee shop. April suddenly hears that all the cafe's patrons are behaving strangely, which begins to worry her. Many visitors say that the coffee helped them cope with headaches, and it heals. They ask for more and more. They all surround our heroine and demand as much coffee as possible for their tired nerves. They don't give the heroine a break. April urges them to calm down, saying that coffee won't solve all their life problems and it won't be able to help them. In any case, our heroine is so exhausted that she can barely stand on her feet. She worked all day in her establishment. Asher is worried about April. He can't understand what happened to her, since she looks like a corpse bride. April decides to feed Asher, and she is ready to work day and night until he is fed, and she can then rest. A sudden knock on the door breaks April out of her thoughts, and she walks up to the lovely oak door to see who it is. April opens the door with a creak and asks who came to visit her at such a late hour when the coffee shop is closed. Clive and his henchmen come through the door. They are wearing hoods, and he himself looks like a guy from a Korean drama. Clive enters the coffee shop and looks around, casting his icy gaze at Asher, who is cowering behind April. April notes that Clive clearly looks like Asher, only he is more mature and manly than little Asher. April asks Asher to go to his room, and she looks at Clive, who doesn't even want to leave, looking at her. Clive leans towards her, his breath hot on the heroine, and in a cold tone, he asks what connects them both. April notes his rudeness and asks why he doesn't want to introduce himself to her. What kind of questions are these right from the start? The young man introduces himself as Clive Winterville, Lord of Winterfell, our Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. April looks at our hero in surprise. She can't believe that one of the dukes of this cold country visited them. She is completely horrified. Could this really be the same duke who, according to the original novel, was supposed to brutally kill her? April is horrified. Why did this important person come here? Is her end really near? And is she about to die in the novel that she loved? Clive asks her to come inside, and they want to talk about something important, even blocking access to the village. Asher looks at the uninvited guests in surprise. He is ready to swear that he has seen Clive somewhere before, a long time ago. So they find themselves inside the coffee shop, and Clive begins his story, believing that April will understand his situation. April, surprised, asks them what they wanted and what she did to anger the bigwigs. Clive coldly informs her that he has come to take the child. He didn't raise his voice or make any sudden movements. There is some man next to Clive who decided to explain everything to our heroine and clarify the details. Lloyd Hanger, Clive's assistant, who knows how to win people over, unlike the cold duke, decides to talk to her. April is surprised that they were looking for Asher and tries to understand why they need him. April's voice rang with tension. She knows Clive is looking for a child, but not to make him the new Duke of Winterville. April decides that Clive is simply looking for a child so that he can also get the money that Sarah wanted so much. April asks Asher to say hello to Clive after hearing the news that he has decided to become the boy's guardian. Asher is shy, and he is ready to become a new member of Clive's family, but he still reluctantly welcomes him. He feels very uncomfortable. Lloyd informs him that a test needs to be conducted to determine whether Asher is a member of Clive's family. April advises Asher to take the test, in case he gets lucky and ends up being one of the heirs to the wealthy Winterville house. People approach Asher and take blood from his finger to see if it matches the blood of their boss, Clive. Asher is initially afraid when he has to take his brother's blood again. Because he has never done this before, he is scared. Asher resolutely agrees to the second test. He is very scared, but he fights his fears. Clive orders that all the necessary things for the test be brought. He is ready to believe that in front of him is his heir. When Clive's arm is suddenly cut, April covers Asher's eyes, who is very scared. He is afraid of the sight of blood. Then, Clive's wound is finally healed, and he feels much better. He nodded awkwardly, still not looking at April. Clive orders April to get a needle as his blood flows into the thicket. He wants Asher to be bled. April is worried that the ritual requires a lot of blood, and she is concerned for Asher's health, who is clearly not feeling well. The magician cheerfully informs her that there will be little blood and not as much as needed as she expects. April decides to bleed Asher herself. He is very afraid, but they have no choice. They are worried about Clive's test. But on the second try, the blood got into the vase, and as a result, it glowed snow white, which means that Asher is the nephew. Clive is surprised by the test results. He did not expect to find his nephew in this rural wilderness. Clive breaks the news that Asher is his lost nephew, as he had a brother, Leonardo. Asher is determined. He wants to find out about his parents and meet them, but he is given a negative answer. Asher is shocked. His father died along with his mother 3 years ago, so our baby is a Kazan orphan. April is shocked. How can one casually talk about the fact that there are no relatives, that they died? Clive tells Asher that his family is now only him. The boy must obey his formidable uncle in everything. Asher is now Clive's successor. He must obey the Duke in everything, even if he is wrong. Lloyd is shocked by Clive's decision to make Asher his successor, saying there was never even a conversation about it. Lloyd reminds him that if their master decides to choose a successor, then he will face the most terrible thing, marriage. April also realizes that the Duke is getting married and doesn't know how to react to the news of Clive's wedding. She knows that the woman is probably trying to leave everything to her child, and they will try to kill Asher. Teeth clenched to the point of grinding. Let them just try. Let them poke their noses in. April is worried that Asher will be killed, and she decides to stop Duke Clive from taking the baby away from her. But the Duke reassures the girl, telling her that he is single and is unlikely to ever marry. Lloyd asks him if it really matters that Clive doesn't have a child, and he says yes, it does matter. Clive says he needs a successor. He believes Asher will grow up to be a good man. Asher doesn't like Clive and says that his name is not a child, but Asher, and that he doesn't like Clive, just like he doesn't like him. Sarah enters with a man with a goatee and a tailcoat. He is glad that Clive has visited their village. April is surprised by what Sarah is doing here, what Asher's evil guardian is planning, what kind of nasty thing she will do this time. Asher greets him with a low bow, not at all happy to see his evil aunt. The man sharply asks Asher why he is so cruel, and does this to Sarah and him. What kind of performance is this? Everyone is now asking if Asher is now Lord of Winterville, and if he will live with Clive. Clive asks them menacingly who they are. He doesn't care at all what happens. He is very cold. Sarah introduces herself by name and is happy to welcome the Duke to their small village, where such people are rare. Sarah lies again. She is happy to see the Duke. She thinks that Asher and she care for each other. They live very well. April is outraged that this vile woman dared to say such a thing. After all, she left Asher for her money. But Clive turns out to be smarter. He tells Sarah that he will take the child with him, and she will not go with them. Sarah screams that he has no right to take the child away from her. But Clive calmly replies that the baby will adapt and get used to the new environment. Asher disagrees with him. April asks Clive if he'd like to get Asher's opinion and find out what the boy is really feeling. But Sarah stands in her way, saying that the child will definitely go with them, and she doesn't want to listen to April. April asks Asher what he really wants. The boy thought, fiddling with the edge of his apron. Asher gathers all his strength into a fist and says that he wants to live with April and not go anywhere. He doesn't want to be with Clive. Morning comes. The smell of coffee spreads throughout the village. The sun illuminates a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city. The villagers have already become accustomed to coffee and are happy to be greeted by the smell of coffee every morning. But when April makes a lot of coffee, she finds out that she's in for an unpleasant surprise. The coffee in the cups suddenly turned black. April notices that there are no customers. She is alone in the creepy cafe. There is no one. Everything is empty. Everything is dark. April thinks that it is all Clive's fault that he did this to her. Clive sits quietly in his white shirt and riding suit, reading the newspaper and waiting for his coffee. April thinks that if Clive sits here for a long time, he is simply distracting her from her worries. April tells him that if he wants to take Asher, there is another way, and he doesn't have to scare the visitors here. April feels uncomfortable being with the one who will kill her in the future. Clive asks the girl if he can stay with her in the cafe as a customer. Asher orders April to give him everything that's on the menu. She suddenly realized that this order was not a whim. It was a test or a request for help, wrapped in a rough wrapper. April doesn't know how long this will go on. She's not happy with Clive at all. She wants to send him away. April is very upset that her future killer is here, and Clive doesn't give a damn. He demands his Americano. April hates him. She thinks this whole thing is just awful. She never thought Clive would be drinking coffee at this time of day, so she pours him a hot Americano. April knows Clive is a real asshole, and she trusts that he will enjoy the coffee she made with love. She brings him honey pie and a fragrant Americano. Clive looks at the honey cake in surprise and says that he has never seen such a delicious pie. April tells him that the pie is delicious, and she has never seen a customer order so much. Clive is asked what he should do with these drinks. There are only 9 left. Clive turns his gaze to his men, who are looming outside the doors of the cozy cafe, as if they are looking out for something in the distance. The number of visitors to the cafe increases as they are invited inside the cafe. These are all Clive's people. April serves coffee to everyone and is happy to receive compliments on her work. Her coffee has become a favorite among the gloomy people. But there are only 3 cups left, and our heroine doesn't know exactly what to do with them. She feverishly went through the options in her head. Some ladies come to them, who seem to be women from the village. They are ready to drink some coffee. They are a little shocked to see Duke Asher here, but he informs them in a businesslike manner that all is well. April is already thinking about starting out by selling coffee. She was so carried away by her plans that she forgot about Clive for a moment. Clive offers them to drink coffee because it is delicious. He took a sip and suddenly smiled. Genuinely, tiredly, April is surprised by his reaction, but decides to treat the women to coffee. She decides to show friendliness to those who came to her cafe. She offers women a coffee called Americano, which is very bitter, but gives them the strength to live on. April informs them that she will add syrup to the coffee so that it will not be so bitter for the customers. She thinks that for the first time, he may seem less bitter, but the taste was strange, not bitter. Yes, but not just sweet either. Many customers were afraid of Clive and tried to run away from the cafe, as the Ice Duke frightened them. But as soon as visitors enter inside, everything disappears. A warm, homely atmosphere reigns in the air again. Soon, the entire coffee shop was filled with people's laughter, and the number of customers suddenly increased. She finishes work for the day, and the coffee shop closes at sunset, the sun illuminating the small house. Clive leaves, he says goodbye, and leaves. April follows him with a long and languid look. April angrily asks him if he should take Asher, but he replies that he won't leave until he gets what he wants. April grimly informs him that she will talk to Asher, but she doesn't believe that he will go with her so easily. The girl unexpectedly gets paid a lot, and her eyes widen at what she sees. April states that she was paid a lot. She is shocked that the Duke decided to thank her so much. Clive tells her that she couldn't work properly because of him, and that this is all compensation for the fact that he took so much from her. April realizes that this is the life of the rich. She is shocked by how generous the Duke was for some cups of coffee. She tells Clive that she will definitely take the money for my work, for spoiled food, for moral damages, and for Asher. April comes into Asher's room and tells him it's time for dinner. The boy hides under the covers. He timidly asks if the Duke has gone away from him. She glanced back at the door to check if Clive had returned. April doesn't know how to react. She wants to laugh at Asher's problems. Why should he be afraid of the Duke? April tells Asher that the Duke is his uncle. He even called Asher his nephew, and he has the right to take him. Asher doesn't believe what April is saying. He definitely can't be the Duke's nephew, whom he's never even heard of. April asks him if they don't look alike. She insists that he is very similar to his ice uncle. Asher sits. He is not sure of anything anymore. He wants to leave here as quickly as possible, his eyes filled with tears. April notes that he looks very absent-minded, that he doesn't want to see his uncle, but he will have to not ignore him. So they decide to have a little dinner and start their dinner. They sat opposite each other, and the silence rang louder than any words. April asks Asher if he enjoyed his meal, and he says, as usual, that it was delicious. April realizes that she needs to talk to Asher because she needs to talk to him. She starts the conversation awkwardly, and Asher decides to talk to her. When he agreed to talk, the air around them seemed to thicken. She asks Asher if he wants to go with Clive. Asher froze and the spoon fell from his hands, clattering onto the plate. Asher is scared. He believes that April is throwing him out of her cozy cafe, where he has found his home. April tells Asher that all she wants is for the boy to be happy. She says that if he doesn't want to, he can stay in her establishment as long as she wants. April tells him that he already pays enough for them to be fine. April reminds him that she asked for something when he moved into the cafe, so he shouldn't worry about eating for free. The boy remembers her request, and he is ready to do everything she says and surround our heroine with a bunch of rare flowers. Eventually, Asher runs away and goes off to find flowers for our heroine, leaving April alone in the establishment. But April isn't sure she can control this whole situation for long. She remembers Duke Clive and realizes that Asher doesn't have to go away with the Ice Duke. She sees that night is coming. Darkness covers the entire house, in which the only light is burning. Lloyd tells Clive that he has found a room in this village, and Clive will enjoy living there. Clive is willing to wait as long as it takes for Asher to go with him. He is willing to give all his time. Lloyd asks Clive to return to his icy kingdom. He believes that he can convince the boy himself that everything will be fine. Clive says that he can convince the boy that this is his duty, since Asher has no one left. Lately, Clive has been forced to live in the capital because Asher doesn't want to go with him to his home in the mountains. Clive often took part in campaigns against the monsters that inhabited the mountains where his house is located. Because of the raids, he knows very well that it is cold almost everywhere, and there is nowhere to stay. Everything around reminds him of monsters. Clive declares that he needs to rest and leaves, leaving Lloyd all alone. Lloyd tells Clive that he will light incense throughout the castle. Lloyd disappeared silently into the corridor. Lloyd takes out a candle with patterns carved into it and begins to light a thin candle, the smoke immediately spreading. Lloyd tells his master that he is leaving and leaves him to rest, closing the doors behind him. Many of the Winterville descendants made contracts with demons, and as a testament to their powers, they received physical strength. But in exchange for their powers, some of their mana is taken away from them. Mana is not just energy, it is a part of life force, memory, emotions. The pain became barely noticeable, and our hero almost fainted before the eyes of his faithful servant. Because his body doesn't respond to certain sounds, he hasn't been able to sleep for several years. Incense doesn't help, but it's better than nothing. Instead of calming down, the smoke began to thicken, taking on bizarre shapes. The action shifts back to the cute coffee shop where our heroes interact, and most of the story takes place. Clive wakes up to a bright light, squinting to see what has disturbed his sleep. Clive jumps up in his bed, startled, a sudden thought occurring to him. He had not eaten since leaving the capital and had slept for about 3 days. Thanks to his powers, he does not feel hunger, and he is not a man. He is a beast locked in human form. But he has a hunch that it's all because of the coffee that April made and served him. Clive decides that he will go back to the coffee shop and get the truth from April about what she put in her coffee. The action moves to the coffee shop where April and Asher live. It smelled of cinnamon, freshly ground coffee, and something else homey. April greets her guests with a ringing voice, having risen early as usual to serve coffee. The Duke is angry. He is collected and focused. His head demands answers. He didn't rush around the room, didn't scream. He stood motionless. April stands over numerous jars of coffee beans, saying she is ready to awaken Asher. Clive sharply asks her what she put in her coffee. He is eager to get answers. April has some kind of magical powers. April defends herself. She says she didn't add anything to the coffee. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. Clive demands answers. He doesn't believe the girl's words and interrogates her about what she put in there. Clive asks what kind of water is in the coffee she gave him. April replies that the water is from a local well, nothing special. Clive declares that he will check the kitchen, which causes April to become indignant. Suddenly, another figure appears. It is little Asher, who has just woken up. He screams at him not to touch April. April is surprised. She didn't expect such a reaction from a little boy. And Clive looks at him menacingly. Asher spreads his arms out to the sides, ready to defend April from the attacks of the cold Duke, who wants nothing of the sort. Clive apologizes for disturbing them. He didn't mean to hurt April. April asks him to calm down. She didn't plan for Clive to come here at all and ask her about anything. April had always encountered arrogant nobles. She had never seen nobles apologize. When Clive met her, she thought he was also an arrogant nobleman who would laugh at her. April asks why Clive asked such a question. What she did wrong to get into the Duke's good graces. Clive asks April to make coffee in front of him. Wants to make sure she's not tampering with the drink. April introduces him to coffee after some time. Her hands were shaking slightly as she placed the cup on the table. April proudly declares that she is ready to make coffee in front of him to prove that she is innocent. Lloyd doesn't understand what's going on, and Clive decides that he can handle any job and looks at her. April asks Clive in surprise why he needs all this. Clive was silent for a long time, looking into his cup, and then looked up at her. Clive is lying. He says he's never seen coffee made. He was acting too confidently. Lloyd is amazed. He didn't know that his master liked the coffee they served here. He thinks that it's all because of the hostess. April announces that she is ready to make coffee in front of him. She begins to prepare it, taking out the cooking utensils. She shows that she pours and boils water in a kettle, and then she begins to grind the beans in a coffee grinder. All she has to do is insert the filter into the coffee machine. Lloyd and Clive stared at our heroine's actions. Every movement of hers is as if enchanted. Here she takes a turk. April says she didn't mean to achieve this from her actions. April finishes making coffee. Clive stared at her, searching for any hint of witchcraft. She serves aromatic coffee that begs to be drunk. Clive asks the girl sharply what she just did. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and looked at Clive. Clive always feels like she's done something magical. He couldn't shake off this feeling. April assures him that she simply added flavor to this strange and misunderstood coffee. April assures him that she didn't add any magic. She sank tiredly into a chair, feeling squeezed like a lemon. Clive sharply questions her about the light that came from the girl's hands when she cooked. April assures him that she did nothing wrong. She took a deep breath, trying to accept the new reality. Lloyd assures her that they saw sunlight shining into the coffee. Clive glares at April with his icy eyes. He simply demands answers from this sweet girl. Clive demands answers from the girl. He will not leave her alone. He is ready to simply tear the poor thing to pieces if she does not give answers. April doesn't know what to answer him. The words are on the tip of her tongue, but she can't say anything to him. April screams in pain. Her hand is squeezed too tightly. She doesn't know what Clive wants from her. The action shifts again to a lovely little house where serious passions are raging, and sunlight illuminates it. April begins to be interrogated. She is not ready to answer the questions of Clive and his men. The magician asks April if she has magic, how long has she been using it, and how she manages to make coffee so delicious. Clive says that all this is possible. April is shocked. She did not expect this from Clive. April is afraid that once it turns out that she has the powers of a healer, she will be killed. As in the original fantasy novel, she is afraid of Clive. He is quiet and thoughtful in the morning. His mood is bad from the very morning. It is better not to touch him. Clive tells April that she needs to make coffee, but he refuses the mage when he wants to try it. The magician wants to take her fragile and tender little hand in his hands. April allows him to do so. When he takes her hand in his, her hand begins to glow. It shimmers in the sunlight, and the tonic rays illuminate the magician's hand. Clive rudely asks the magician if the girl has magical abilities. The magician assures him that the girl has a rare white attribute of magic. The white attribute is rare and therefore valuable. The magician's voice became serious. Clive asks if he means healing magic. Healing magic is just the tip of the iceberg. He thinks about learning the girl's magic. He wants to use her magic in his battles with monsters. April is scared. She doesn't want to be studied. She's worried about her magic. The magician pleases her with his positive answer. April does not expect numerous visits to the laboratory. Lloyd is surprised. He is used to the fact that magic is necessarily studied. The magician and Clive exchanged glances. April's magical attribute is quite rare. She was born with it and can unconsciously manifest it when she enjoys life. April stops the magician's speech and asks him what his strange answer means, whether she is seriously ill. He assures her that she is not sick and that everything is fine with her, that she will get better, that she can heal with a wish. April is surprised. She didn't know her desires were so strong. She recalls how a bunch of citizens asked her to make coffee. They always surrounded her and asked her to make as much coffee as possible. She even helped Asher with his back pain, although I don't understand how you can give coffee to a child. April feels uneasy. She didn't want to use magic. She looked at her hands with horror, as if they belonged to a monster. Clive didn't make a fuss for no reason. He was always sensitive to magic, and he was worried. April realized that Clive, too, had recovered from his illness as soon as he drank the coffee. We are told that Clive's insomnia was a chronic condition caused by pent-up demonic energy. If the energy gets out of control, he will be very angry, so our hero constantly visits the priest. This means that the temple can use it by keeping it on a leash. Clive wants to escape this fate, so he decides to use our girl's powers to avoid being controlled. Clive claims the magician is a charlatan and assures him that this is not the answer. He has seen many magicians who said such things. The magician tells him in surprise that he is shocked that he is considered a charlatan, and he said that April's magic is a miracle. Clive can't believe that April has magic, and he doesn't believe in her unique abilities that can work miracles. Lloyd optimistically assures him that the girl has talent. What a talent! Lloyd was practically jumping up and down. He cheerfully asks her if she has studied magic. Lloyd rubbed his hands contentedly. He realized that there was something about the girl. He tells April that she needs to practice magic. If you give her to good hands, she will surpass all the magicians in a year. April asks him not to say such things again. She does not want to associate herself with magic. Clive notices Asher and says that all these misunderstandings need to be stopped. Asher incinerates him with a look. Asher doesn't believe in the sincerity and goodness of our hero's intentions. He's ready to deal with them. Lloyd calms her down. He tells our heroine that her abilities need to be tested and wants to talk to her. Lloyd happily informs her that he wants to hire the girl. April is shocked that she now has to make coffee every day for the cold and gloomy Duke. Lloyd assures her that everything is under his control. No one will harm her, and coffee can heal our Duke. April doesn't like all this. The novel begins to unfold as she knows the original, which she read at the university in Seoul. April gathers her courage. She is afraid that she will meet Zenon, and she will die as soon as he meets the Duke of Winterville. The Duke wants to talk to April about something, and for the first time, there was no longer the usual icy arrogance in his voice. He drinks the coffee from his miniature cup in one gulp, the coffee running down his throat in a hot stream, giving him strength. The Duke assures her that coffee has the power to heal, and he wants to be convinced of the magic of coffee. He believes that it will work in the evening. The Duke informs April that he will drink nothing but her coffee. He decides to leave the coffee shop. Lloyd leaves with him. After they left, a strange silence reigned in the coffee shop. That day, Clive detonated a time bomb and left. But they didn't leave. Clive's presence seemed to remain in the air. April spends the entire evening worrying about her abilities being confirmed. April is thinking about leaving. Even Asher is worried about her. She sat in silence for a long time, staring at one point. April realizes that Clive, like a wild animal, will hunt her down. She was afraid. Afraid of her gift. Afraid of Clive. A rainy morning comes. Gray clouds cover the sky. A carriage passes by the house and stops at the coffee shop. April hadn't slept all night, as evidenced by the dark circles under her blue eyes. Clive assures her that everything is fine. He feels invigorated. He is more cheerful than ever. April realizes that this is all because she made him coffee. She doesn't know what to say. April invites the Duke inside her establishment. There is no one around, and it is starting to rain outside the window. April proudly informs him that she refuses the Duke's offer. Clive is surprised. Even if her salary consists of 300 gold, the girl does not agree to his proposal. I don't know about this fool, but I would say yes, since 300 gold pieces is $1 million in our terms. April remembers that she had insomnia medication. The medicine was old and handmade. But, according to the fantasy novel, The Duke was cured by Irene, the main character, who solved the Duke's insomnia problem. April realizes that there is exactly 1 year left until the beginning of the original. She thinks about the Duke's proposal, and she cannot agree to such a proposal because she is a fool. Clive informs her that he will pay her an additional 200 gold coins, which is 1.5 million. April is shocked by what she heard. She is amazed that she will receive so much gold. She confidently assures him that she is full of ideas about being a barista and opening her own cafe. Clive doesn't hesitate. He offers her to open a chain of cafes in the capital, which shocks the girl, since the Duke is too generous. The Duke informs her that all she needs to do is make coffee for him to help him fight his insomnia. Clive informs her that the cafe and the profits will all be hers alone. But they tell her that everything has already been decided for her, and she understands that she has no right to refuse. April furiously agrees. She has finally decided that she will accept the Ice Duke's offer. Clive smiles slyly and informs her that he has made his decision. April asks him sharply if the Duke wants anything else. She stood in front of him, crossing her arms over her chest. April insists that he put everything in the contract between them. Unexpectedly, Asher entered and answered the girl that he also wanted to go where the girl was. Asher is determined to go with the girl, even to the ends of the earth. Clive is shocked by his determination. He thinks that Aunt Sarah will be against it. But Asher reassures him, telling him that she does not love him. Asher asks if he can go with Clive. Clive froze, clearly not expecting such a question, his gaze shifting from Asher. Clive kneels down in front of Asher and tells him that he can go. He is only too happy about it. Asher rudely tells Clive that he is not a baby and pouts in an offended manner. Clive wants to laugh at his reaction. He pats the baby on the head and tells him that he will only be glad to have his help. Then, the whole house shakes from the screams that disturb the silence of the village. Sarah is absolutely furious. She can't believe that Asher is being taken away without her knowledge, and that Clive will be his guardian. Sarah screams that she took care of Asher for 3 whole years. Her voice broke into a squeal. She fed him, dressed him, treated him. Sarah makes up a story in which she says that she couldn't even get married because of Asher and caring for him. Clive and Lloyd look at her for a long time. They answer her gloomily. They were silent for a long time. Painfully, Sarah froze under their gaze. Lloyd hands the woman a purse full of gold coins. Sarah is shocked. "You can live here without working." Clive gloomily informs her that she should never appear before Asher, and then she will get this purse. Sarah silently accepts the wallet and agrees to anything to never appear before Asher again. She turns her gaze to Asher, who at this time wants to play outside, and he stares at her. Sarah reminds him that she is ready to give up Asher, as she is only interested in money. April doesn't understand how she can be so indifferent. April looked at her with genuine bewilderment. April thinks that she only feels better about what's happening. Or maybe she was wrong. Maybe Sarah wasn't feeling any better. Sarah seems very lonely, walking silently along the low streets and clean pavement overlooking the local Thames. Asher shyly cringes and asks Clive something, who is ready to answer any of his questions. Asher wants to ask our hero something. He timidly cowers behind April's back. He asks Clive if he can call him uncle. April watches our heroes argue sweetly among themselves. Asher doesn't like being called a baby. In the original, Clive lived as a cold and gloomy man, but Asher was a quiet nephew, and they were not very friendly. But looking at them now, she believes that they can become best friends. That night, our heroine takes something out of some small box. April pulls out a pack of fragrant butter, and Asher asks if they're leaving at dawn tomorrow. April tells him that she wants to do something for the village. Asher becomes curious about what exactly. His eyes sparkle with curiosity. April laughs and tells Asher that it's okay. Let him figure it out now. April orders Asher to shell the walnuts because their shells are dangerous to the locals. April offers the boy some walnuts to try. "Just don't rush." She stopped him. April asks Asher if he likes walnuts. He says they are very bitter, but cracks them. April says the nuts are very bitter, but they are good for you. She says that you need to peel them, rinse them with water, and fry them in the oven. April decides to try the nuts. She brings one of the nuts, which is well roasted, to her cute little mouth. April asks him not to eat too much. She tells him that you can overeat them if you eat so much. Then April adds butter and pours maple syrup over the nuts. She adds the eggs and begins to stir them with a crackling sound, removing their shells. She adds some baking soda and sugar and mixes everything together. It smelled of vanilla and something else, elusively homey and childish. She adds nuts to the chocolate chips. The chocolate, by the way, is Bavarian, and it is very expensive. April thinks they'll be only too happy to eat her weird food. Finally, she gives the dough shape, and in front of us are delicious oatmeal cookies. Asher happily asks her if he can have some cookies. The next day, they go around the area feeding people cookies. The baker really likes what she offers her to eat. She chewed and became gloomy, chewed and became gloomy. April tells her that she is leaving, and the baker invites her to taste her fragrant black bread. Asher greets the baker's daughter, who really likes him because she has a sweet tooth. April notices that many of the villagers are not very happy about her departure. Asher is seen off and given instructions for the long journey ahead. He is only happy about the upcoming trip. April can't help but smile. April happily announces that they are about to leave the village. She stopped short, looking at the walls of the coffee shop. Suddenly, Asher discovers that there are only 2 pieces left. April happily asks Asher if he wants to finish his cookie. Asher snaps back that he ate well and doesn't really want any more cookies. He, a little shyly, tells April that he wants to share his cookies with someone. So they walk on. They are glad that they are met by a certain man in a black tailcoat under an umbrella. It is raining. The man turns out to be Clive, dressed like a funeral attendant, and he sharply asks if they are ready for the journey. April tells us that history didn't go as she knows it. She broke off the engagement, and Asher and Clive became much closer. Fine weather arrived. The sun came out of hiding. The city began to bustle with life, and a cart drove through it. April notes to herself that she passed through the capital through the magical gates. April is perplexed. Is it possible that they are in the capital, and now adventures await them? Clive happily informs him that they now have a new home. Asher's eyes lit up with such happiness that Clive's heart sank. So, they arrive at a villa that looks like a palace with lots of windows and balconies, green alleys and a park. Our heroes walk along the polished sidewalk and are greeted by a swarm of maids who are happy to see them. Asher is picked up and pulled out of the carriage. Clive apologizes. He didn't mean to scare Asher, but he politely replies that everything is fine. April is glad that our heroes got along. She gets out of the carriage. She is happy for Asher. Suddenly, she realizes that Asher is extending his hand to her, and from the outside, it looks very romantic. She is amazed that Clive has decided to take her out of the carriage and accompany her throughout this house. Our heroine recalls that she has never held anyone's hand. April can't just take Clive's hand. She feels awkward in front of him, but Clive picks her up and gently pulls the girl out of the carriage. He tells her that everything is fine. April felt shy. She had never held anyone's hand. She pulled her hand away, blushing to the roots of her hair, and hid it behind her back. The butler is in shock. His master has brought a charming lady into the house, and the maids are trying to bring him to his senses. Clive says he doesn't understand her confusion. Clive looked at her with genuine bewilderment. The butler shows signs of life. He says that he is here, and Clive turns his attention to him. All servants greet their master with a low bow and a welcoming gesture. Clive tells them that he is glad they prepared so thoroughly. At this time, Sarah walks in the rain to a small cafe. She changed her mind about giving Asher to the Duke. Sarah thinks she shouldn't have done that. She approaches her house all wet and shivering. She notices a bag of cookies that says Asher gave them to her. Sarah starts to cry, realizing that she never apologized to him. At this time, the sunlight illuminates the capital, with its small houses and numerous alleys. The servant reports that all necessary preparations for their arrival have already been completed. The butler turns his attention to Asher, who stands in front of him. Asher is dressed in a sailor suit, and like a typical Japanese schoolboy, he is introduced to the servants and is ready for anything. The butler notes that he resembles the late Mr. Leonardo. The butler seemed to like our heroine, who was brought into his house by the icy Duke Clive. The Duke informs her that she is the owner of a coffee shop, took care of Asher, and wants to open her own cafe in this city. The butler is very kind and shows her the chambers to which he kindly sends our heroes. The Duke asks our heroine to turn to the maids when she needs help and not to distract him. April stops our hero, asking him if he could stop and listen to her. The Duke makes a questioning face and asks our heroine what she needs and what he did wrong. April decides to discuss something about her cafe. The Duke is amazed. He was stopped for such a trifle. He does not want to waste time on all sorts of nonsense. April tells him that she loves junk and needs tools for her coffee shop. Clive is surprised that he will have to make the tools himself. April explains that she is ready to create the tools, but she needs someone she can hire. She asks to hire an alchemist, a representative of a rare profession who makes medicines and has mastery of magical elements. Clive hesitated. April was shocked. She probably asked for too much. Clive assures her that there is nothing wrong with her request. He tells her that he is ready to do whatever she wishes. April thinks he wants to tell her no, but she is very much mistaken. Clive is clearly on her side and is grateful to her for Asher. Clive strikes a victorious pose and says he didn't expect her to be concerned about his family's finances. April begins to explain that he has invested too much in her cafe, that he is ready to open a coffee chain. Clive assures her that everything is a piece of cake for him, and he is ready to provide the necessary financial support. Clive turns to Lloyd and asks if he can call Hannah. He says yes. Clive tells our heroine that he will do whatever is necessary, and he is not at all worried about money. Clive tells our heroine that he has some things to do, and he will go, leaving April completely alone. Lloyd hopes April will settle in here. It will take root, Lloyd said firmly, looking at her with unshakable faith. April is surprised that the Duke is unexpectedly kind to her. Lloyd assures her that he is cold with everyone. The alchemist will come to her soon, and she will discuss the necessary things with him. Asher calls April to look around the rooms. He is very proud of the fact that he is the Lord's nephew. April is surprised by the rich decor of the room that was given to Asher. It is clean and beautiful, very richly furnished and tidy. Asher suddenly announces that he wants to spend time with his sister, April. April reminds him that she is the Duke's guest, but she will be coming to him for tea. The butler announces that he must now accompany our heroine wherever she goes. Asher is happy that our heroine will live with him in the estate. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes, but not bitter ones. April knows that she won't live with him for that long. She couldn't say it to him out loud. April takes Asher's hand, and they begin their new life at Duke Clive Winterville's estate. The next day, we are shown the Duke's estate where he lives. Everything here is tall and resembles skyscrapers from New York. Asher was dressed in a black children's suit, and he felt awkward about such outfits. April asks him if our hero is ready for new adventures. April mentions that the blood of noble heirs now flows through him. Clive approaches him and asks him what it means for someone like him to become a nobleman. His stern face is framed by fine silver strands of hair, which the Duke keeps trimmed, high cheekbones and an icy gaze. Clive sharply asks our heroine what's wrong with him. Why is she looking at him like that? April wonders why her heart is beating so fast. She pressed her hand to her chest, trying to calm the frantic rhythm. Clive kneels down in front of Asher and asks him to quickly get used to the life that awaits him. Clive asks the boy to tell him what to do if someone hurts Asher. He teaches Asher to respect himself and asks him to believe in miracles. Respecting yourself means not letting others decide for you, Clive continued. Asher vows that he will definitely believe in everything. He raised his right hand, just like an adult. Clive asks our heroine if they are finished and asks the girl to listen to him. April cheerfully replies that she and Asher are already finished. Clive is surprised that April doesn't want to go on a walk with him to look at the site for the coffee shop. April asks him again, surprised, why he needs her on this walk. Clive shocks her even more. They are going to the Emperor himself, she repeated, feeling a strange excitement inside. April wants to object to our hero, but she can't do anything. Everything has already been decided for her. The maids pick up our heroine and lead her somewhere. The maids deftly but carefully picked her up under the arms. The maids drag our heroine to bathe and tidy her up. Despite our heroine's protests, throughout the snow-white house, as majestic as the castles of Bavaria, April's cries of resistance echo. Clive and Asher have been waiting for our heroine for a very long time, and finally she appears before them. April appears before the heroes in a skimpy blue dress, with a cape like an elf and a headband. Clive notes that our heroine is simply unperturbed. Clive looked at her and didn't recognize her. He notices that Asher is nervous, but she is absolutely calm. Clive reminds her that she will definitely help Asher. He froze, and the mask of imperturbability wavered for a moment. Clive asks April to take care of Asher if anything happens to him. He says that she is going with him. April knows that she doesn't know that she won't survive in the capital. Where else can she protect Asher? She looks at Clive, who is standing in a heroic pose, and thinks that he is being too attentive. April tells him that she will definitely help. She simply nodded, at a loss for words. April asks Asher if he is ready to go to the palace. Asher smiles his Cheshire Cat smile and promises to behave well, and he is happy. They decide to set out on a journey, prepared for the fact that they will not be greeted very warmly in the capital. April turns to the window. She is about to see a stunning view of the capital. As expected, the imperial palace is simply magnificent. I remembered her small, cozy coffee shop with peeling paint. Clive mentions that the palace is incredibly huge and tells us what is happening. We follow our heroes along a high corridor with numerous candlesticks and tapestries. Clive approaches the guard, who is glad to see him. I already doubt that this is an imperial palace, but rather some kind of Catholic church with a bishop. Our heroes follow Clive. Apparently, he will take communion to avoid losing his powers. The bishop stands over some basin of water, and he greets our hero, who greets him too. Clive orders Asher to come closer. He looks at him in surprise, but follows the order. The bishop is glad to see the boy and greets him. Despite his high rank, the bishop knelt before Asher. April thinks our hero is overdoing it and doesn't understand why he has to make it so formal. Asher is asked to put his hands in a bowl of water and is amazed at how clear it is. The water turns turquoise, and the bishop loudly announces that he and Clive are blood relatives. Clive seriously tells Asher that they are blood relatives, which is what needed to be proven. He decides to register Asher, and April wants to leave the church. April confesses to Clive that her legs hurt a lot. April asks Asher to have a good time with Clive. Oshi squatted down, straightened his collar, and looked into his eyes. April walks through the bright church, her mood very determined. April can't figure out where the break room is. Then the action moves to the kitchen, where a drama unfolds. A certain maid is denied her dessert. She doesn't like it. We are introduced to Sophia Zahart, a sweet cook who worked all night preparing food for the emperor. The chef, a fat man with a large potato-like nose, tells her that she has been working in his establishment for 6 months already. Sophia's dream has come true. She must now cook for His Majesty. Sophia is told that she must cook something special, and she happily agrees. How stupid she was. Sophia worked in the cafe for 2 years. She was an apprentice, but then she received her assistant chef's license. Sophia was happy, but that doesn't mean she got what she wanted. Sophia has worked very hard and finally got the chance to show herself in all her glory. But the cooks were jealous of her, and they believed that she should be preparing to become a bride, rather than cooking for the king. Sophia decided that she would prepare a dessert for the king, or emperor, himself, and that she would succeed. Sophia is perplexed by how anyone can laugh at her food without even trying it. The cook is shocked. He is used to it. No one objects to him. The cook frowned, blushed, puffed. But then, he indignantly declares that the cake is ordinary and the king will not eat it. Sophia indignantly demands that he try the cake. Sophia stamped her foot and pointed her finger at the plate. But the chef swings at her, and the cake ends up on the floor. He yells sharply at Sophia not to touch him. Sophia recoiled as if from a slap. He orders Sophia to remove the cake from the floor. She doesn't even have a face. Sophia stood motionless, white as chalk. He looks at his assistants and orders them to get back to work. Sophia is left alone in the large kitchen, alone with her creation, which now lies on the floor. Sophia cries bitterly in the forest, where birds sing and dragonflies fly. Through her tears, she heard footsteps. Sophia realizes that she can't even throw away the cake. She looked at the dirty box she was clutching to her chest. Suddenly, a loud and gentle voice sounds from the bushes nearby. Through her tears, she tried to see who was hiding in the greenery. This is April asking for directions to the castle. April, seeing a tearful Sophia with a crushed box. April didn't even think that she would find the living room. She believes that she will get to the ill-fated castle. April got lost and found herself in a deep forest where she didn't know the way. April suddenly noticed Sophia, who was sitting sadly under a tree with her creation. April is glad she can ask this girl for directions. April's gaze moved from the girl's face to the box in her hands. But then April's delight quickly turns to shock. She looked into the girl's face, and the color drained from her cheeks. April realizes that she is no longer alone, and now our heroine is faced with a girl who is crying. April decides to introduce herself to her, and she says that her name is April. April says she's been looking for the living room for 2 hours. She's going crazy in this palace, April moaned, clutching her head. Sophia introduces herself to her, but she is very sad. Sophia feels like she's seen this chocolate cake with cherry-shaped icing somewhere. April asks her if there is apricot jam inside the cake. Sophia didn't tell anyone that there was jam inside the cake. April realizes that this cake is a reference to the famous dessert from the Z-Carts. The girl sitting there all tear-stained is the founder of the legendary cake. April asks what's wrong with the cake and why Sophia is so tearful. Sophia starts to cry even more. She is now worried. April thinks about what to do now. She didn't want to upset the girl more. We are shown the palace with its high towers disappearing into the clouds. Sophia takes the girl to the royal kitchen, where our heroine can make coffee. Sophia tells her that she is leaving the kitchen and our heroine can do whatever she wants. The girl asks our heroine why she is whipping cream. April talks about whipping cream to make Viennese coffee. The whole procedure starts with whipping the cream, and it uses the method of creating the dough. After this, the cream is mixed with ice and sweet sugar. April believes that she will stop feeling sad once she tries her whipped coffee. Sophia tries Viennese coffee for the first time, as our heroine brewed excellent coffee. But we remember that not everyone tries coffee. April invites our heroine to try coffee with cake, even if it fell. April suggests cutting off a piece of cake to mix with the coffee. April believes that she can become friends with Sophia, and she believes that someone will like the cake. April says she also makes coffee to make people happier. She remembers the reaction of the baker and her daughter when she made them aromatic coffee. She believes that Sophia will also like the coffee, and she is very happy about it. She says it may sound like fun, but for her it is very serious. She says that she will be glad if Sophia appreciates the coffee, prepared according to a special recipe. Sophia takes a sharp knife and starts cutting off a piece of the cake. The logic is that the cake is dirty, so how can you eat it? Sophia says that she believes that the cake will be available for tasting. Sophia suggests eating a fragrant cake with whipped cream and finishing a piece of it. She asks Sophia not to mix the cream with the coffee and just try it. Sophia is happy. She tried our heroine's healing coffee and felt an unprecedented surge of strength. April tries her cake and is happy that she liked the coffee and that she liked the cake. April is overjoyed when she sees the cake. This is a work of art. Dark chocolate is coated with cream, and it is also flavored with a sweet and sour filling. April says that a cake with such a filling, flavored with cream and chocolate, is simply delicious. Sophia tells our heroine that she dreamed of cooking delicious food since childhood. Sophia was very upset that she was unable to prepare the delicious dessert that touched the king. April invites Sophia to fight for women's rights and join her. She tells our heroine that she wanted to open a coffee shop that just needed a pastry chef. Sophia is shocked that they want to hire her at the coffee shop. She froze, not believing her ears, and then suddenly burst into tears. April believes that she should open her own cafe as soon as possible. She tells Sophia that if she didn't want it, she wouldn't have offered the girl such a thing. April believes that she will not refuse torture and endure this test for the sake of a common goal. April suddenly remembers that Asher is waiting for her and understands that she needs to hurry so that he doesn't worry. April says goodbye to Sophia, and she believes that she will answer her yes, and with bated breath awaits her decision. Sophia sees April off, and she believes that everything will be fine now. April walks down the small alleys and agrees to work with Sophia. Sophia is left alone in a room filled with the aroma of cakes. Sophia can't even imagine how many people will try her desserts. The whole party is to be sponsored by the Duke, and she will be able to meet a lot of people, nobles who want her desserts. And April looked very happy when she ate her desserts, prepared with such love and warmth. The local chef enters the room and demands that she return to work, but Sophia slowly takes off her apron and ignores the screams of the chef. She throws her apron in the chef's face and declares that she will no longer work there. She screams at the whole palace for him to go to hell and not order her around anymore, blaming the girl for being a girl. So a new day begins. The capital is very noisy. Numerous carts and horses are driving through the city. April is surprised that her friend Sophia turned down her offer to work at the coffee shop. It's understandable that the cafe hasn't opened yet, and the imperial cuisine is much better. But it would be good if our heroine teamed up with Sophia and they opened their own business. A few days later, there is a knock on April's room, and she asks to come in. The butler announces that a woman named Sophia has arrived. April is glad that Sophia has plucked up her courage and decided to work with our heroine. Sophia is waiting for our heroine, and she believes that she will come and work with her. April walks up to our Sophia and tells her about her decision. She greets her. Sophia sheepishly asks our heroine what decision she made. Sophia reports that she turned the entire kitchen upside down because she refused to help around the kitchen. Sophia talks about how she doesn't plan to work in the kitchen and how she was very nervous about coming here. April realizes it was very difficult to get here. She exhaled, feeling genuine relief. Sophia says she was afraid the Duke would punish her for the insolence and disobedience shown. Clive's image leaves much to be desired. After all, he made a deal with an ice demon. The girl had almost forgotten about their meeting, but she remembers the impression Clive made. Sophia agrees to work in a coffee shop. She doesn't want to put up with the chauvinist boss any longer. April waves her hands. She decides to discuss some aspects of her work with the girl. Sophia invites her to eat some cake. She has prepared a new delicacy for our heroine. April recognizes the treat as the cake she last ate. Sophia is all fired up. She tells April that it is wrong that her employer ate cake from the ground. April invites her to eat cake together, because eating cake together is much better than eating it alone. They are sitting in a coffee shop, where they are served by the best people in the capital. April asks Hans, the owner of the cafe, how he likes Sophia's desserts, and what rating Gordon Ramsay would give them. Our Gordo Ramsay blushes and says that he agrees to give a professional assessment of Sophia's creations. Asher is delighted. He is ready to eat as many cakes as he can fit. Asher sat down at the table, armed with the largest spoon. Our critics begin to evaluate Sophia's creations. Sophia, who was watching this scene, had tears running down her cheeks. Gordon Ramsay says that there is apricot jam inside the cake, that it is incredibly tasty and juicy, and that the cake is edible. Gordon feels ashamed for thinking the cake was ordinary, but Sophia thinks everything is fine. Sophia confesses to the chef that her former boss even threw out the cake. He never tried it. Gordon asks Sophia about her previous job and asks if she is Matthew's boss. They were classmates in a cooking course, and Matthew had always been very arrogant, which only got worse with age. April wonders where Sophia will live now, and whether she will be provided with a normal dormitory. Sophia plans to return to the city to live there, as she does not know whether the government will provide her with housing. She decides to go into flower production because her parents can afford it. April decides to enlist Sophia's help to ship coffee across the border. Sophia promises that she will help April in any way she can, and will find a way to get her out of this mess. Asher becomes curious about the name of the cake that Sophia baked. April suggests naming the cake Zeehart, on the occasion that only Sophia created it. Sophia is surprised. After all, the cake will be named after her. Sophia gave them a wonderful cake, and she decided to leave for her hometown. April admits she's a little sad to be leaving her new friend from the capital. Then, April's plans converge on the fact that she must find a barista who is an alchemist. April walks through the royal castle, carrying fresh and new Nescafe-flavored coffee. April knocks timidly on the ornately decorated doors, and Clive's dark voice commands her to enter. Clive is sitting at his paperwork, doing everything he can to make the kingdom prosper. But it's time to drink coffee. April pushes a coffee cart up to him and asks him what he's willing to do for a cup of aromatic Nescafe. Clive assures her that the girl's work is bearing fruit. April blushed, not knowing where to look. April notes that Clive is very sensitive towards her. She came closer and took his hand. Clive froze. He tells April that he is glad that she is making coffee better and better, and that there are also people willing to support her. April is surprised that Clive decided to help her in this difficult matter. April announces that she is ready to make him a cup of aromatic Nescafe to give Clive strength. April tells him that she will do some drip brewing. The strength of this coffee can be adjusted, and it is similar to espresso. Clive is surprised when a girl asks him what his coffee tastes like, and he doesn't know what to answer. April tells him that everyone should have their own preferences in coffee. Clive asks her to make something light and sour. She walked up to him and smiled, warmly and understandingly. April warns him that the coffee will take a very long time to brew, and twice. You need to pour water over the coffee and grind the coffee beans before brewing the coffee. When the coffee is swelled, you need to pour in the water using circular motions. April makes coffee with love. She remembers how Nescafe is prepared in her world. All she wants is for Clive to sleep peacefully with every cup of coffee. How anyone can sleep from coffee, I can't imagine. April offers him coffee. He is ready and happy about it. The cold, arrogant Duke who had burst into her life with demands and threats had disappeared. Clive rolls up his shirt, picks up his teacup, and takes a few sips of coffee. April worries about Clive's health, and he replies that Nescafe has a delightful taste. and an enticing smell. April also believes that coffee can be beneficial for health. She knows it's a bit controversial to drink coffee at night. Clive doesn't care. Clive is told a great secret. Coffee is only drunk during the day. Clive froze with the cup halfway to his mouth, and his face fell. April explains that coffee contains caffeine, which helps keep you awake at night. April is surprised that our hero knows nothing about caffeine and coffee. April tells him that she read in a book that coffee keeps her awake. Clive asks her in surprise what else she brought. After all, her previous discoveries simply took his breath away. Clive becomes curious about the cake our heroine brought, and he supports her in all her endeavors. Clive asks her why he asked her to bring dessert. He paused, then quietly added, April decided to serve him the cake right away, so that he could enjoy Sophia's cooking. Clive tastes the cake and likes it. He ate slowly, savoring every bite, and glanced at April. Clive admits to her that he doesn't really like cakes, especially sweet ones. April says he should have warned her that he doesn't like cake. Clive approaches April and tells her that she is very cute when she pouts. April is furious. How can he say such things about her? She froze, looking at him, and suddenly realized that he didn't want to offend her. Clive laughs a loud laugh like a mountain stream and tells her that everything is fine. He leaves, telling the girl that he knows so little about her, and she doesn't understand what that just meant. April is surprised why he decides to ask her about her. She was silent for a moment, looking at him, and then suddenly smiled, warmly. Clive claims he knows so little about her and wants to know more. "Tell me," he demanded, but there was no command in his voice. April says she doesn't know how to answer his question. It turned out to be so unexpected and personal. Clive stands in front of her and says he wants to know about her family. April confesses to him that she has no family, although in fact she left it. April is surprised when Clive falls silent and stands with his arms crossed over his powerful, muscular chest. But Clive is absolutely calm when it comes to her. After all, she has proven more than once that she can cope with any difficulty. April feels a certain kinship with Clive, and now she trusts him like she never trusted anyone. Clive continues his questioning. He can't understand how she started making coffee and for how long. April recalls how she became interested in barista work in the first place. Clive generally calls coffee a multiple poison to which he has become addicted. April realizes that because of his addiction, our hero is practically invulnerable. Clive suddenly tells her that he knows when a girl is lying. April decides that she can tell Clive about how Kona lived before. April remembers being neglected and living with relatives who didn't value her at all. Clive is surprised that she even started talking about her family and said that she doesn't have one. The girl decides to tell him that she was not appreciated at all and treated her like she was nothing. Clive listens to her gloomily and says that he understands everything, because real pain is always clear without unnecessary words. April tells Clive not to worry about anything and says that everything is long behind him. April, in a calm and sweet voice, tells her that her adoptive parents gave her up because she asked. Clive wonders if our heroine really had adoptive parents. Clive was surprised that April decided to open her own cafe when she disowned her parents. Clive asks her worriedly if she has run away from home because she looks so lost and scared. April smiles and tells him that she decided to run away because her family are just monsters. Clive assures her that the magic is linked to her biological parents. Of course, April didn't know this. April is surprised by what she heard. She is shocked by the information that Clive said. The magic of an attribute passes through the family tree if one of the relatives possessed it. Clive promises her that he can help her find her biological parents. April is shocked. She doesn't know anything about herself or her parents. April knows that if he wanted, he would have found her parents long ago. April thinks her parents will be no better than adoptive parents. She doesn't even know who they are, she said quietly, looking into the void. April acknowledges Clive's desire to help, but she refuses. April assures him that if she were younger, she would have been looking for her parents long ago. Clive agrees that she is no longer a little girl, and she has the right to decide for herself who she wants to live with her parents or without. April doesn't want to bother her friends. She wants to run the cafe. Clive asks if she has a question for him. He is ready to answer any questions. April wonders if she'll get an answer if she asks, because Clive's got a lot of oomph to him. In fact, our heroine knows about Clive, and she has read the entire novel. She knows about Clive's past, his parents and older brother. April knows that he won't answer her questions. He doesn't have the answer to them. Even if he is more friendly towards her, his cold side is always on guard. April asks what kind of coffee he liked. Americano, or what she brewed. She says she's the Duke's barista, and that's her job, and intends to perform her duties impeccably. Clive thought the coffee was much better today, because she knows everything there is to know about coffee. April decides to make coffee using the drip method, in which hot water is slowly passed through ground coffee. Clive looks pleased, a small smug smile touching his lips. Clive smiles and tells him that he is only too happy. He is eager to try the new coffee. April is amazed by what he said, and she is very happy. She is always ready to help him. April apologizes and says that she took up a lot of his time. She didn't mean to cause problems for Clive. April pushes a wheelbarrow with coffee and delicious desserts for the Duke through a dark corridor of the castle. April doesn't understand why her heart beats so hard when she thinks about the cold and calm Duke. April tries to put her thoughts in order, because Clive is the hero of the novel, and she is from our world. Only now, Clive looked like a living person. It felt like she was communicating with a corpse. April turns to the door, wondering if she will really remain in the world of the novel and be forced to communicate with him for a long time. Clive is left alone in the room, surrounded by moonlight, and he thinks about why April reacted so harshly and left. Clive understands that there were controversial moments in our heroine's biography that seemed dubious to him at the time. When he saw her, he immediately realized that she was a noblewoman, since she was dressed lightly and her skin was snow white. Even knowledge about snacks was not easy for the typical city girl. Clive decides that she is from a family of merchants, and he secretly begins searching for our heroine's family. Lloyd comes to the Duke of Severus's chambers and asks him for permission to conduct an investigation into her family. He thinks that she deliberately took Asher under her wing in order to get closer to the Duke. Clive turns sharply to him and tells him to shut up immediately. He reproaches Lloyd for his intentions and says that they need to find her parents. It doesn't matter to Clive whether April did it on purpose. Poisons don't work on Clive, and he easily parries attacks, as if death itself was passing him by. How can you even suspect April, such a cutie, of something so bad? Clive thinks she's quite a girl and her adoptive parents are just real bastards. He decides to stop thinking like that and eats the local Mendoza, and his face lights up with surprise at the unfamiliar taste. Clive thinks that he is very nervous and needs to rest somehow. He thought about how small and fragile April might be. Everything about her is so petite, and she barely reaches his shoulders. The most interesting thing is that she protected Asher, no matter what. Probably, at that moment, the Duke got nervous, and he decided to be kinder to April. Besides, she makes coffee so pleasantly and deliciously that he enjoys her company. From that day on, our Clive looks forward to the evening to meet April. They are informed that Asher has a slight fever, and it will take a few days for him to recover. April realizes that this is all because of stress, and she must take care of the Duke's nephew. They decide to wait until Asher gets better to visit the royal palace and promote the coffee. Clive is worried that he needs to call a priest because he might be suffering from the demon disease. April notes that Clive is very sweet, that he might be worried about Asher. She pokes her finger into the Duke's shoulder, deciding to ask him about something. April suggests to Clive not to call the priest, as she is confident in her abilities and wants to cure him. Clive is surprised that she suggests not calling the priest and helping him. April reminds him that she can heal him without any priest using her magical powers. Clive worries about April's ability to cope with stress and illness. April turns sharply and leaves, ready to heal our hero. April turns to him and asks if this is all about her trade contract between them. Clive promises her that he will provide her with the compensation she needs. April is shocked. She always helped without any use of magic. She does everything for free. April is furious. How dare the Duke think that she won't help Asher for free? But the Duke has a different opinion. Clive thinks that he would have done well to pay April, as he did his other servants. April says she's going to get some hot chocolate, which Asher loves so much. Clive tells her that he is glad that she will make hot chocolate. It gives him even more strength. April gives our hero hot chocolate with chocolate spread, saying that it is the most delicious drink. Asher takes slow sips, the coffee slowly starting to flow down his throat. As expected, chocolate is the best drink for him from his little sister. April reminds him to brush his teeth after drinking chocolate. After this, Asher collapses on his cozy bed and snores loudly. He feels better and falls asleep. Clive tests Asher's forehead. The fever slowly subsides, and he feels better. Clive is glad that his fever has finally passed, and now he is ready to hit the road. Clive is amazed that April has such golden hands, and she cured Asher with only hot cocoa. April says that he will help her if he asks for so much money for Asher's treatment. She wants to help him. April didn't expect to be met with criticism for being just a hired person, meaning she was one of the servants. Clive tells her that he is grateful that she is not only treating Asher, but him as well. That she is a doctor, she is part of his family. April is surprised. She thought it was all because he was just paying her $500,000. Asher slowly turns over in his sleep and sleeps soundly. He likes everything that is happening here. Clive takes care of Asher, covering him with a warm blanket while the boy sleeps soundly. In the novel, Clive was just a block of ice who couldn't stand the fact that Asher was clinging to him and not caring about him. But now, April is not sure of anything. She likes the old Clive, who cares so much about Asher. Clive cares for Asher and is willing to help him throughout his life. April tells Clive that she is glad that he is such a caring uncle to Asher. She wants to be cared for too. Clive scolds April, saying that she thinks they all don't exist. April assures him that there is no person she loves more. In her past life, she was an orphan, and although the caregivers took care of the children, there was still some distance. Our heroine grew up selfish. She was used to living only for herself, but when she was dying, she thought about having a family. But when she became April, she realized that it was better to be alone than to have a family. And she shouldn't do that to get so much attention. April is sharply asked if she really doesn't have such a person. Clive reminds her that she has such people, but she doesn't notice them. April is surprised that the Duke really means that she has become so dear to this family. He goes into Itachi Uchiha mode, poking her in the forehead with his finger and telling her he loves her. Clive smiles slyly and tells her he means Asher, and his gaze becomes meaningful. He reminds her that if she were to get sick, Asher would take care of her. April agrees with him because Asher has become attached to her and is ready to listen to her at any moment. April snaps that she's going to go, and she waves her hands, claiming that she's okay. April abruptly runs away, saying that there is nothing she can do. Clive is amazed and doesn't understand what he did to deserve such terrible treatment. Clive thinks it's strange that she reacts this way to being cared for. Suddenly, he realizes that he is worried about April, and his suffering will last for 90+ chapters. He thinks that April is wrong to talk like that. There are people who are worried about her. Clive realizes that at any moment she could disappear, and this thought makes his heart clench. Suddenly, he wanted to reach out to her and never let go. Clive thinks it's funny that he worries about her, and he finds himself wanting to never let her out of his sight. A few days later, April and Asher are walking in the garden and playing. They are having a carefree time in the garden. Lloyd stops them and says he has a message for April. April sharply asks him what happened and why he was looking for her. The alchemist he spoke of finally arrived at the palace. April understands that she is in for a less than pleasant experience with the alchemist. The alchemist says that she doesn't like the fact that she was called just like that. As they say, alchemists are very unpleasant individuals who are simply creatures, and Clive had to work for a long time. April says thank you for coming on time. She's glad to welcome the rude chemist. Hannah doesn't look very happy, and she's standing there angry at being called out for some coffee. April asks Asher to say hello to this vixen, who is ready to kill them. Hannah is surprised that she has to greet young Asher. April realizes that Hannah needs to meet Asher first. There was no official announcement, but Asher is supposed to be the Duke of Winterville's nephew. Hannah makes it clear that she is not happy to see him. However, she greets April and Asher, introducing herself as who she is. But Asher doesn't react to Hannah's behavior in any way. He just remains silent, and his eyes are hidden by thick bangs. Hannah understands that he doesn't know etiquette and is unlikely to be happy to see her, so she decides to take pity on Asher. She asks in an angry voice why he didn't look up, but that's the only voice she has. In fact, she's kind. There is a terrifying atmosphere that Hannah clearly doesn't like. April lightens the mood and asks Asher to say hello properly. Asher sheepishly tells her that he doesn't know how to do it, but he is so sincere that only a villain would not fall under his spell. April understands that he doesn't know much that the nobles have, but Asher has a lot to learn. April tells Asher that he can say hello the way he knows how. Asher smiles sweetly and says that he knows how to say hello. He decides to do everything in his own way. He simply says hello to Hannah, and she is surprised by the sweet feeling she is experiencing. April tells Asher that she needs to talk to Hannah and asks him to leave them alone. April explains what she wants to say and do to Hannah, who listens attentively. Hannah wonders why April didn't choose tea, but chose a drink that costs more. April thinks Hannah is wrong about the coffee being so bad. Compared to tea, coffee machines were invented, which require more costs. Our heroine believes that aristocrats don't like coffee because they don't know what it's made from. April realizes that she is not going to help our heroine. Hannah tells her that the Duke is just a sponsor, and she is not obligated to fulfill his requests. April asks her sharply if she has never tried coffee. Hannah tells her that the coffee she tried was terrible compared to the tea. April understands perfectly well that coffee cannot be gentle. April, looking at Hannah, wants her to enjoy the coffee so that she will become imbued with the drink and love it. April suddenly says that she will make coffee that Hannah will like. Hannah asks her again if she is really making her coffee that will enchant her. Hannah offers her a deal. She makes coffee, and Hannah cooperates with her. April says she wants Hannah to like her coffee. April doesn't know what to do now, whether she will be able to make great coffee. April is thinking about how to make coffee she will like. Hannah says she'll make the tools, but April needs to impress her with her coffee. April needs a whisk and a steamer to make coffee, but she doesn't have these tools, so she's wondering how to brew coffee. She decides that she needs to make a sweet coffee that will be similar to a vanilla latte. Asher asks her what kind of coffee she wants to make and what she has. Asher talks about how he spent the whole night eating sweets that he stole from the kitchen, and that's why he's so happy. Suddenly, a new idea comes to April's mind, one she had previously rejected. She asks Asher what he likes and what sweets are delicious. April asks if he wants to have some fun with her. After all, who knows how many more evenings like this they have? April comes into the kitchen, and the chef asks her what's wrong. April sharply asks him where Hans is, that sweet chef. The man asks her why she needs everything needed for coffee. April decided that she would make dalgona coffee. This coffee was popular in Korea. They mix sugar and chocolate to make it resemble dalgona. It's a sweet. April decides that she will stir the coffee until she gets good coffee. The cook asks her what dalgona is, as they don't know what it is. April explains that it is a sweet that is made by mixing water and sugar. The chef thinks that such coffee is more likely to burn a ladle or a ladle. The chef understood everything and went to prepare the ingredients. April is thinking about how Asher will like the coffee too, to at least lift his spirits a little. But when she cooks, she ends up with something nasty. The mangaka doesn't know how to draw sweets. As a result, the ladle burned, and the mass turned out to be similar to feces. Personal opinion. April promises that she will compensate the chef for the ladle, who is very upset about the ladle. April decides to focus and give it another try. When the sugar begins to thicken, you need to add drinking water. We pour the whole mixture in and let it thicken while it cools. April orders a baking sheet to be given to her so she can prepare the mixture. As a result, she gets some kind of liquid that looks like someone's diarrhea. Nevertheless, she rolls out this nasty thing with a rolling pin, believing that she will succeed. Asher says this diarrhea smells so good. How can you even eat that? When it all cools down, you can eat this diarrhea. And they try this nasty thing. The chef says this disgusting thing tastes like cream soup with a creme brulee flavor. April talks about using burnt sugar to add flavor to sweets. Asher says it turned out incredibly delicious. April declares that she will try to cook something tasty. She mixes 60 grams of espresso with sugar in proportions 11:11. April is worried about the espresso raising the berzette and restore her faith in her own abilities. The chef becomes interested in what she is cooking this time. April says that she is going to continue to dalgona, and she will not give up so easily. She's cooking up this mixture again, which looks like someone's diarrhea. I'm just laughing at how the author depicted it all. April says that she doesn't need help, and that she will cook dalgona herself. Asher asks April to make more, because he likes this disgusting stuff. April states that she is preparing dalgona, and it needs to be stirred over 400 times. In the end, April was able to do what she had planned, and she was very happy with her success. The diarrhea turned out to be liquid. I'm completely shocked at how the author drew this sweetness. April knows to freeze the milk and cream and put it on top of this nastiness. As a result, she gets some kind of lemonade or champagne with ice. April believes she made delicious coffee. How can anyone drink that? April is tasting the coffee. She really likes it. The taste is incredible. I wouldn't drink it, seriously. The chef asks if the coffee is tasty. He would like to drink this nasty stuff himself and see. April says the coffee turned out great. Let's not talk about the result. The chef thinks the coffee is so delicious it's hard to drink. April talks about how she made coffee taste like lemonade. He says there is less aromatic coffee. And apparently, I'll have to drink tea like all normal people. Dalgona and Goga. Milk is a drink for children, and decorates it with colorful sprinkles, like for a holiday. Asher is very eager to try the coffee she made. They agree that the coffee tastes like lemonade and is delicious, and this drink makes their conversation even easier and more pleasant. April tells them that she drank the drink, and it was absolutely amazing. April says she'll try the drink again to understand if she really liked him. Coffee with liquid tastes like something nasty, and it seems the milk has gone bad. There are only 3 days left before Miss Tetyer arrives, and no one knows what to expect from her. April promises herself that she will make excellent coffee and will start selecting the ideal grains today. Hannah arrives, and she is surprised by what awaits her, that she is met not by the stern Duke, but by the friendly April with a cup of coffee. April greets her with a drink, and she is glad that the alchemist has arrived. Hannah says she came for the new drink, not to see April. Hannah says she's not happy to see her at all. She's surprised by April and her attitude towards her. She places a drink with sweets next to it and some delicious lemonade, so that everyone can choose what they like. April talks about making Dalgona coffee and invites the guest to help herself. Hannah is amazed. She has never heard of such coffee at all. April explains that coffee contains espresso and sugar. Hannah says she's willing to try this new thing. She is advised to eat this droppings, then sugar and cream along with coffee, which resembles lemonade. Hannah is surprised. She didn't know that coffee could taste like lemonade. April explains that she added sugar and table water to make the coffee taste like lemonade. Hannah notes that the mud looks like a bittersweet drink. April thinks that she liked Dalgona because it is quite sweet and contains very little bitterness. Hannah takes a sip of the drink and downs it in one gulp, despite its strength. Suddenly, something is wrong, and she looks at the glass with distrust. April is surprised by this reaction and tries to understand Hannah. April asks her if she did something wrong. She understands that she will not see new tools. Hannah suddenly stands up abruptly and says something to April, but April can't hear her anymore. She's upset. April is scared. She's afraid that Hannah is angry now. Hannah looks like she's going to kill her. Hannah suddenly grabs her hands, and she asks what she did. What kind of strange drink from other countries is this? Hannah stands in front of April, appearing to be angry at April's antics. April is surprised by what happened. She wonders what is on her mind. Hannah talks about how it was the first time she tried coffee that tasted like lemonade. April is surprised that Hannah compares it all to a soft cloud. Hannah asks what magic she did and says excitedly that she will buy coffee. April says that no matter how much she wanted to, she wouldn't pay for it. Hannah asks her what she wants in exchange for such coffee. Hannah reports that the drink is not for sale, but there is something Hannah can do. April invites Hannah to go into business with her. April says they're not for sale, but if Hannah runs the business, everything will be fine. April explains that this type of coffee needs to be stirred constantly. Hannah learns that to make coffee, you have to mix it with the remaining sugar for 30 minutes. April talks about how she wants to make a lot of this coffee and needs a whisk. Hannah listens attentively and agrees to make her an automatic whisk. April sees that she suddenly looks so touched. She knows it will take time for alchemists to make the meringue, that certain tools are needed that can create coffee. April is glad that the Duke summoned an alchemist like Hannah. Hannah is surprised that it took April so long to make the coffee. Hannah was horrified by the cost of the sweet treat she drank. She had no idea that it was a very expensive coffee. April is surprised that her words make sense to Hannah. She thought that such a proud woman would not listen to her. Hannah is fired up by the idea of opening a cafe and serving coffee to everyone, and she won't forgive April if she doesn't do it. April didn't expect that she looked so happy. She was already hoping for the worst. April apologized for making coffee, but Hannah didn't pay attention. Hannah looks up at April. She's suddenly upset. She's never been like this with anyone. April says that she will cook only for her, and her coffee shop will be open for any orders. In exchange for coffee, Hannah began to create the tools needed for the process. So April got all the coffee-making tools. She became friends with Hannah, but she gets very tired of work. April can't even believe how popular her coffee is. April is taking coffee to the Duke, and she is ready to listen to him. But she will have to listen to the gloomy Clive again. The Duke is pleased to receive coffee, but not surprised, having heard positive reviews from Hannah. He notes that our heroine looks very exhausted and is worried about her health. April complains to him that her hands are shaking from the whisk because she has been stirring the coffee for so long. The young man notes that no one helped our heroine make coffee. The man thinks that all this is bad for her body and she needs to rest a little. April promises that she will quickly make coffee that he will like. Our hero takes a sip of coffee, one sip at a time, and it flows down his throat, refreshing him. The Duke declares that the coffee is too sweet, and this coffee is not for him. The Duke asks April to come to him for a minute, and he looks serious. April timidly approaches him and asks what he wants, why he started this whole game in the first place. The Duke takes her calloused hand and squeezes it tenderly in his own, strong and muscular one. He starts massaging her muscles and says that the massage will help her. April says she will use as much patience as possible to manage the cafe and its staff. April is shocked to be surrounded by a feeling that strangely tickles the girl inside. April doesn't understand why he decided to take care of her. He has changed. He now cares about her. Clive looks up at her with his violet eyes and asks her something. April is unexpectedly offered a cup of coffee, and she decides to try her creations too. April suddenly decides to leave the Duke because she is too much of an embarrassment to him. April closes the doors, and she walks further and further away, leaving the grim Duke behind in his office. April tries to calm her beating heart. She says she is very worried. She realizes that Clive might be worried about her, and the thought gives her butterflies. At this time, Clive is lying next to me on the bed, and he is thinking about something. Clive's thoughts turn to heartache for April, which we will skip a bit. He sees April's ghost everywhere. He is enchanted by her naivety, vulnerability, tenderness. He wants to see her again. He just can't believe April is standing like this. A gloomy silence falls over his chambers, and everything becomes dark. Morning comes to the Duke's estate. Everything is illuminated by bright sunlight. The roof rises above the entire house. Asher adapted to the Duke's estate, becoming a true nobleman while spending his time studying. Preparations at the cafe were going well, and April was buying all the desserts from Sophia, who had opened a business. Hannah gave April an automatic whisk, which she loved. Hannah tells her that making the whisk was as easy as pie. That's why she's a master alchemist. But Hannah is upset that they want to remove Dolgon from the cafe's menu. April says it's all just rumors, and she prepares Dalgona in advance and adds sugar cubes to her coffee. April makes Hannah happy by saying that she added sugar cubes to make Dalgona coffee taste better. April is ready to use the Dalgona coffee whisk, and she will delight Hannah and other customers as before. Hannah doesn't dare answer her question. She's ready to ask something. She asks if the coffee is ready and where the girl decides to open her cafe. Hannah suggests opening a cafe in the city center to attract a large number of visitors. April doesn't look very happy, and she almost gives up the ghost. April informs the Duke that she has a problem. April shares her concerns about wanting to open a coffee shop. April tells the Duke that she forgot about the place she had prepared for the cafe. The Duke looks at her in surprise and asks if Lloyd really didn't tell her anything. He wants to take April somewhere, to some cafe place that she will undoubtedly like. April is brought to some alley with a park, and she studies the place where she ended up with interest. She finds herself in a place where there is a restaurant with verandas and stairs, with a beautiful view of the street. April asks Clive if he really wants her to run such a place. Lloyd decides to open the doors of the establishment, which resemble the doors of a restaurant. It's very spacious inside, with a royal atmosphere. Lots of chairs and tables. Everything is patterned. Everything is glowing. Clive invites April inside, and April is amazed by the rich decor of the coffee shop. Asher happily encourages our heroine. He likes it here, and she values his support more than anything in the world. April is shocked and delighted when she finds herself inside the building. She has never seen such decor in space. Clive slyly asks her if she likes this decor, if a whole chain of cafes would suit her in the near future. April is surprised that they gave her the building. It's a whole chain of restaurants, not just some coffee shop. Clive announces that he now has a whole chain of coffee shops, which amazes our main character. April tells him that she really likes the coffee shop. Clive looks like a gangster from all those mafia romance novels. April even sobbed with happiness. She didn't expect that they would buy her such luxury. Clive looks at her, and he is glad that he was able to please her. His heart beats again when she is happy. April immediately begins studying the coffee machines, checking the equipment, and inspecting the cafe. April noticed that everything here was just top-notch. She had no questions for Clive. April has decided that she needs to hire a barista and is starting a search for new staff. She knows that she doesn't have many free weekends and needs a professional barista. April decides to start booking the cafe and post ads for baristas. They come to some wooden barn where there is an inn, and Lloyd wants to help his master. Many of the staff are happy to welcome our hero here in this modest cafe. They are seated at a nice and cozy table and offered their delicious menu. April realizes that the first drink on the menu is tea, but coffee is a poor choice. Here in the Leshan Empire, tea is a very popular drink, given as a gift by the Holy Church. There is peace between the church and the empire. But coffee is too expensive, and not such a developed drink here due to the costs involved. April realizes that there are different types of tea all around here. April still asks them about the coffee they serve here, and they are ready to give it to her. The mustachioed man informs her that the coffee will be served soon and is almost ready. In the end, she is served a latte with foam and a cherry, and also 2 cups of tea. April asks the helpful waiter about coffee, when it will be served to her, and how long she will have to wait for it. He tells her that employee Elliot Halion will pour coffee for them, but he is a little busy right now. April doubts that Halion knows how to brew coffee properly. April notes that he is a rather nice and polite guy, and that he makes coffee quickly and efficiently. Suddenly, April's gaze shifts sharply, fear and surprise reflected in her eyes. Clive sits like a stone block and glares at the young man. Clive abruptly tells her that he is simply in a bad mood. April decides that she will definitely not pay attention to what is happening here now. Clive really doesn't like the barista here, most likely. He's just jealous of April with everyone already. He thinks about why Halion is hanging around April, what he saw in her. Even Lloyd notices that Clive is ready to incinerate the young man and kill him if he touches April. April notes that he brewed the coffee well, with the true bitterness of the beans and aroma evident. She asks the fair-haired boy if he has brewed Robusta, a bitter coffee from Africa. In general, beans are divided into 3 types: Robusta, Arabica, and Liberista. Arabica is a sweeter bean, and Robusta. April shyly replies that she doesn't know much about coffee, but she's passionate about it and knows enough. The guy wants to leave, but April stops him. She asks him to bring coffee with milk. The young man asks in surprise what kind of coffee this is. He has never heard of it. April introduces him to the intricacies of coffee, saying that it is strong coffee with milk. The waiter asks her if it's espresso, but with milk and sugar, and she replies that it is. Halion happily announces that he will make coffee as soon as he can. The mustachioed waiter says he is surprised that the lady ordered coffee with milk. He suddenly remarks that sugar is usually not added to coffee. Oh, he starts to fill his ears. I always add sugar to coffee. April is of the same opinion. She heard that in the kingdom, people add sugar to coffee. This evil little mustache has a look that screams outright. What do you know about coffee? This mustachioed guy is also showing off. He refuses to add sugar to April's coffee. April knows that adding sugar to coffee is not a good idea, but she still wants to try it. April agrees with him and asks him to prepare the coffee the way he sees fit. The barista apologizes. He knows that the director of the cafe is a very strict person. April feels ashamed that she asked the barista to make such coffee. April decides to lure such a golden employee to her cafe. Clive doesn't really notice her, that satisfied expression on her face, and asks bluntly what's bothering her. April rises abruptly from her seat, slamming her fist into the table with all her might. April loudly announces that she needs to step out for a moment, and everyone present looks at each other in surprise. Her companions are surprised by what happened, but they say nothing to April. April decides that she simply has to try to lure the barista to her cafe. She sees how the mustachioed nanny is scolding Elliot Halion, and he is very rude to the young man. April sees that she caused problems for the young man when he asked for more sugar in his coffee. So, they argue about whether it is possible to add sugar to coffee, because logically, coffee is a bitter drink. April sees that Elliot disagrees with his boss and believes that the customer is always right. The mustachioed nanny sharply tells him that if he wants to teach him, then he should leave this place. April knows that with chefs like these, she has to keep her head up. She is surprised when she hears that the young man wants to leave the cafe. An argument begins between the cafe owner and Elliot. One is furious at the antics of his subordinate. The other wants to leave. Elliot looks at him with his gray eyes and declares that his mind is clear and he wants to leave here. The men decide to talk later about what is happening here. Elliot clearly doesn't like working here for such a boss. He notices April hiding around the corner, wanting to apologize for overhearing their conversation. April thinks they should add sugar to their coffee, and that she likes the barista's opinion and personality. She knows that people like lattes with syrup better than dark chocolate coffee. Elliot is glad that his opinion is shared here and says that he feels much better now. April looks at him hopefully, believing that he won't be able to resist her offer to work at the coffee shop. April asks the young man directly if he would like to collaborate with her. The young man asks her in surprise what she means by cooperation. April shares her plans. She wants to open a cafe under the patronage of the Duke of Winterville, and she needs a barista. April also says that she will conduct interviews and that she will post a job posting later. April tells him to keep an eye out for her cafe when he's looking for a job. The young man is surprised by what April said, but he agrees and decides to try himself. April leaves, leaving the young man alone to think about the cafe and his future. With Lloyd's help, April wrote a job posting. Thanks to sponsors, a huge queue of people willing to work in the cafe based on the ad formed. After a few days, the Winterville mansion sparkled with new colors. It was straight and glowing from the inside. A woman with dark hair comes into the cafe. She looks like an elementary school teacher. April notes that she is unusual and decides to begin the interview. She asks this woman what the difference is between Arabica and Robusta, but she doesn't know, as she thinks they are the same coffee. Another young man is asked if he knows how to keep a glass warm, but here too we have no answer. April asks if it is necessary to separate the beans when carbonating coffee. Surprisingly, the candidate answers correctly, which pleases April, as she has already listened to more than half of the city's residents. The young man with glasses tells her that he was doing a little research in the form of coffee. April asks what to do if a customer asks for sugar in their coffee. The young man replies that coffee should initially be bitter. April is tired after the interview. She interviewed half the city, but did not find a worthy candidate for the role of barista. April says that she asked everyone. The last one seemed to be okay, but their tastes didn't match. April wants to innovate in coffee because you can't tell customers to drink bitter coffee because that's what it is. It's very important to April that people share her views on coffee. Lloyd gets up from his chair and tells April that this man was the last one, and no one else will come. April also thinks it's time to call it a day, and she says it's time to go. Suddenly, Halion knocks on the door. He is dressed in a dark coat, and it was a very long way for him to walk here. He cheerfully asks them to wait, and he will answer all the interview questions. He is allowed to sit down and begin the interview, and the young man is very happy about this. April starts by asking what types of espresso he knows. She believes that Elliot will tell her a lot of interesting things. Elliot explains that there is a ristretto and a lunga. These are types of espresso, where a ristretto has more water, while a lunga has less. April asks him what he would do if he found the coffee to be very bitter. He replies that it would be a good idea to add sugar to reduce the bitterness of the coffee. April sternly asks him if he knows that coffee should always be bitter. Elliot answers that isn't the customer right. If he so wishes, the barista will do everything. April is pleased with his answer. She has finally found the perfect candidate for the role of barista. April happily tells him that she will be working with him in the future, and he passes the interview. The young man was very happy. He would now work in April's cafe and would have a good owner. April happily informs him that he has been hired for a new job and that he doesn't have to look for work in the city. April brings coffee to our grumpy Duke, who has become even grumpier without coffee and without April. April feels calmer as the cafe opens, and she shares her impressions with the Duke. April now has employees for the cafe, and it itself is open in the most famous place. Clive understands everything. He realized that our heroine opened her own cafe, and he will get a cup of coffee. April happily informs him that she has finally hired a barista. She talks about how Elliot shares her ideas about coffee. Clive's mood darkens. He definitely doesn't want to see Halion. He starts to be jealous of April towards him. April doesn't see his reaction and tells him about how Elliot makes excellent coffee. April is puzzled when he asks if she doesn't realize he's a young man. April darkens. Does the Duke really judge everyone by gender? Is he really a terrible racist and chauvinist? He gloomily replies that it doesn't seem so, but April is already wound up. She wants to know why the Duke is behaving so disgustingly. Clive tells her that the girl will be more comfortable with him than with some Elliot. April doesn't understand that our charming Duke is simply jealous, and attributes everything to the master-servant relationship. She also realizes that she does not find the Duke's company repulsive and enjoys talking to him. The Duke turned out to be kinder than everyone expected. He takes such good care of little Asher. In addition, he was very attentive to April's problems and her life. April thinks that Clive is too soft with her, and she is too rude to him. She asks him if he is going to punish her for being rude, but he replies that he has no time for nonsense. April asks the Duke not to refer to people by their gender, to which he replies that he will try. April asks, confused, if everything is okay. She is worried about Clive. Clive doesn't want to answer this question. He doesn't want to tell her about his feelings either. Clive asks her when she decided to open a cafe, to which the girl replies that the cafe will open in a month and a half. Clive's expression suddenly changes, and he wishes the girl luck. Clive tells her that her birthday is coming up soon, and if the cafe opens on the same day, it would be a good present. April is in a panic. She completely forgot about Asher's birthday and grabs his head, not knowing what to do now. All the Wintervilles will gather for Asher's birthday, which means our heroine will also meet her ex-fiancé. Zenon will use April to gain power over the Wintervilles and kill them. If it is revealed that she is connected with such a dangerous type, everything will end. Clive asks the girl why she is so surprised, and in his voice, you can hear a slight smile and warmth. April lies about having to get ready for Asher's birthday. Clive stands up and says that Asher will be the Winterville heir for the first time. Clive slowly approaches the girl, and they freeze opposite each other. April is afraid to go to the meeting, because Zeno will probably be there. April abruptly tells them that she is not feeling well that day, and would rather spend it in bed. She states that she has an appointment for that day, and does not want to see Zeno under any circumstances. April lies. She says she wants to learn Mr. Hallion's recipes, but she only makes things worse. Clive immediately tenses up as he looks at her, not very happy with what he heard. He looks gloomy, an aura of darkness forms around him, which frightens and confuses April. He replies grimly that it would be a good idea, but his tone does not bode well. April is glad that Clive understood her situation, but the cunning Clive unexpectedly informs her that the party will take place this Sunday. He tells April that he feels like our heroine misunderstood him, and he repeats it again. April is in shock. He can't do this if she could tell him that she is a time traveler and will die in the near future. Clive proudly announces that he wants to present her cafe and desserts at Asher's birthday party. He tells her that many aristocrats will come to the party and try her desserts and coffee. Clive asks her menacingly if she wants to miss out on this opportunity. April doesn't realize that the Duke is simply jealous and clinging to any publicity opportunity. Her life is like walking a tightrope with Zeno and Clive. She is afraid that she will end up like the heroine of the novel. April is thinking about how not to die when she meets this bastard. So, April loudly announces her agreement. She doesn't want to meet Zeno, but she doesn't want to leave Asher either. Clive asks her if she has any plans for the day. April vows that she will come since it is Asher's birthday. He gently straightens her hair and is glad that she will come. The tiger has calmed down. Clive is clearly jealous. He still can't forgive April for Elliot. April leaves Clive's place exhausted. She didn't expect his jealousy. He is worried about running into Zeno if he comes to the party. She's worried that Zeno will show up at the party and reveal that he's April's ex-fiancé. Clive may get very angry and say that everything is over in his cooperation with April. April knows she can't miss Asher's party, but she doesn't know how to break the news to Asher. Asher sits at the table, and his soft palm touches April's hands. He worries about what happened to her. April doesn't want to let him in on it, so she tells him about his birthday, which is coming up soon. Asher happily informs her that his birthday is May 16th. April is very worried that Asher didn't tell her, but he didn't think that she was the last one to find out about everything. Asher says he didn't think of it as a special day. April realizes that no one has ever celebrated his birthday. His mother and father were dead. His aunt didn't care, so Asher practically never celebrated birthdays. April knows what it's like to have no one to celebrate your birthday with you. She cheerfully talks about how a birthday is a special day, the day he was born. Asher listens to her carefully, and he takes in every word April says. He asks her if she will come to his birthday. He has become very attached to her, and she is like a mother to him. April lies to him and says that of course she will come to his birthday. Asher happily tells her that he is happy that she will come to his birthday party. Asher tells her that he wants to eat chocolate cake as a gift. In the evening, Sophia arrived to visit them. having decided to stay at the Winterville residence since she could not find a home. She was immediately shown the automatic whisk that Hannah liked so much. Sophia is happy about this because she will be able to whip cream for the cake, and she has developed a new menu. April is amazed by what Sophia has invented, and she can't wait to see it all. Sophia smiles at her happily and promises that she will prepare everything for our heroine. They start making savoiardi sweets, which are dipped in coffee. Savoiardi is also baked. In short, it's a type of soufflé. April is very surprised. She has only seen this in flashy restaurants. Hans tries the cake and licks the spoon with the soufflé. He really liked the aromatic taste of the soufflé. He believes that coffee and soufflé will go well together in their cafe, since children also come there. April says she especially likes the smell of espresso. The chef happily asks Sophia what kind of cake she made is. It needs to be sold at the market immediately. Sophia decides to ask April what to name the cake. Last time the cake was named Zahart. April knows the answer to what to name the cake and decides to name it. This is how the dessert got its name, tiramisu. For those who don't know, it's a chocolate dessert that includes eggs, milk, espresso, and chocolate. After some time, upon request, Hannah made a coffee machine, a coffee maker, which began to help Elliot. Now they have cappuccino with foam hearts on their menu. And you love them, dear reader. Naturally, local residents and cafe staff immediately rated the innovation on a 10-point scale. Everyone was also quickly preparing for the opening of the cafe. Everyone was busy. A month later, Asher's birthday arrived, and the entire mansion was ready to celebrate the boy's birthday. April snaps that she didn't realize this before. She's never been to a birthday party. She doesn't understand why she should have to put so much effort into changing her clothes. The maids seem to be obsessed with numerous outfits and are ready to dress up the girl. April doesn't know what they want and asks them to do her makeover. Asher enters. He is very bored on the eve of his birthday. He does not see a single familiar face. Asher, who is sleek and well-groomed, looks at April in shock. He likes her outfits, but the mangaka doesn't know how to draw outfits. On April, everything looks like a pillowcase or some kind of nightgown. April is happy that Asher liked her outfit. How can he like that? The manga artist has some crazy hands. April also notes that Asher has a mafia-style haircut and looks like a little gangster. April thinks that it is immediately obvious that they are related, that he and Clive are very similar. They look very much alike. Asher, it seems to me, is Clive's child, not Leonardo's. He looks too much like him than his uncle. Maybe he's hiding something. Suddenly, Asher feels ill. April asks what hurts him. Asher is very nervous. He doesn't know how he will cope with everything, and he doesn't know anyone at the birthday party. April supports him, saying that everything will be fine. He will just be congratulated on his birthday. April cheerfully congratulates Asher on his birthday. She believes that everything will be fine. Asher is just beaming with happiness. He can't believe what's happening. Asher happily says that he is glad that he was congratulated on his birthday. We are shown a party. Many guests have arrived, socialites and so on. Pleasant music is playing. Many nobles are dressed very brightly and drinking champagne. They are happy about what is happening. April says she's amazed that Winterville's name has attracted so many people. April hides from Zeno, but Sophia and Elliot run up to her, wanting to pull her out of the shadows. Sophia asks April to come with her. Something serious has happened. April is scared that some problems have arisen that require her intervention. But suddenly, Elliot and Sophia decided to please April, which comes as a surprise to her. April comes up with Sophia and Elliot, trying to find out what's going on. It turns out that dalgona and tiramisu are very popular. Women immediately say that they don't mind eating delicious cakes. April is amazed. She sees how everyone loves Sophia's desserts, how the nobles devour them greedily, how they take them home from the holiday. April didn't expect the desserts to be so popular. She didn't even know about their wild popularity. Many heroes are inspired. They are truly at the center of success. This is their triumph and a small victory. April tells a noblewoman about dalgona coffee, which is popular among the nobles. Other nobles are interested in Sophia's desserts. They like tiramisu. April sees that the sweet shop advert is actually working well among the snobby aristocrats. The young butler announces that the Wintervilles have arrived. Clive is walking down the stairs in his black poncho and Asher with his mafia hairdo. Women immediately turn their attention to Clive and his nephew. April knew he was handsome, but she had no idea how handsome he was, and she felt the ground slipping away from under her feet. Clive looks majestic with his chain over his massive shoulders and his cape embroidered with gold patterns. Of all the girls, he unexpectedly singles out our heroine, who was lost in the crowd of girls. His gentle smile, touching his thin lips, is meant only for April. April is confused why the Duke only smiles at her and catches himself thinking that he is waiting for this smile with bated breath. April doesn't understand why her heart starts beating so wildly. Clive introduces Asher as the only son of his brother, Leonardo, and he welcomes everyone who attended the boy's birthday party. Many are asking the Duke to reconsider when he chooses his nephew as his successor. Everyone is asking him to wait for his children. Suddenly, April hears someone's snake-like voice coming from very close to her. Zenon Olsen appears before them in a velvet caftan, who is simply furious that the Duke decided this way with Asher. Clive reminds them that he is the one making the decisions, and he alone. Clive roughly grabs Zeno and pins him against the wall, reminding him to come see him later. Their fight attracts the attention of the nobles, who become curious about what is actually going on. Zeno leaves in frustration and swears revenge on the Duke. He will destroy our hero before the eyes of the nobles. April is scared, as is Sophia. They certainly didn't sign up for fights. Clive proposes a toast and drinks to his nephew, who will be congratulated on his birthday. Many strangers immediately congratulate our hero on his birthday. Asher is treated to a large chocolate-colored cake, covered in icing and tied with a red ribbon. At this time, Zeno bangs his fist against the wall and is furious at the Duke's decision. Zeno so believed that he would become the Duke's successor, and not some brat. He was always beaten at home and reproached for being worse than Clive. He grew up with an inferiority complex in front of the Duke. Zeno could only rub his cheeks, which were red from his father's blows. Zeno was always under pressure to be better at everything, and compared to Clive. Zeno was instilled with the idea that he would become the head of the Wintervilles, that Clive was a non-entity, and that Zeno himself should be ideal in everything. Many noblewomen ask April how she manages to brew such delicious coffee. April didn't know what to call the coffee she was making. She hadn't come up with a name yet. The noblewomen stand before her, and they are very approachable. They just want to talk about everything with April. April calls her cafe April Lily and invites many people to come there. However, she gets very tired after another holiday. It exhausts her. She thinks that the name of the cafe is too childish and no one will go there. But at that moment, April couldn't think of anything better than such a childish name. Suddenly, the Duke comes up to her and asks what happened to her. Clive tells her that if she is into self-torture, she should stop. April tells him about her mistake. She doesn't know what to answer. April complains to the Duke about her stupid name for the Owl Cafe and explains how. She is shy and tells the Duke that her nickname is Lily. Clive is surprised. He says the nickname as if he likes it. April felt even more shy. Clive was saying this nickname too tenderly. Clive, so handsome and richly dressed, pronounces her name with tenderness and simplicity. April didn't know she would react like this, because it wasn't even her name. Her heart was beating in her chest. Clive gently reminds her that it's time for them to go, that Asher is waiting for them. April is happily ready to go with the Duke, even to the ends of the earth. She is ready for him to steal her heart. At this time, a scandal is brewing. Zeno incites a bunch of other nobles to hate Asher. Suddenly, Zeno freezes and champagne pours from his glass. He notices someone. He is very surprised that his ex-fiancée is walking with the Duke and smiling at him. He is furious that she became so easily carried away by Clive. He will never forgive her for leaving him. He doesn't remember his first meeting with April very well, as she was a gray mouse. The whole family could barely take care of April and provide her with some kind of dowry. April's father wanted to throw her out of the house, and she was like cattle being sold at the market. Therefore, Zeno wanted April to love him and become his timid and quiet wife. During one of these meetings, April developed an extraordinary gift. Zeno couldn't believe that April was a rare white attribute mage. He decided to get closer to April so that she would learn white magic in order to use our heroine for his own purposes. He imagined her as Clive's killer, that she would kill him, that she was a formidable assassin, that she would grind the Duke into dust. But April, having learned of his plans, renounced her family and abandoned Zeno. Zeno believed that April, who could do nothing but blink her eyes, would return to their family. However, Asher has clearly gotten close to her, and Zeno wants to use all this to his advantage. Zeno knows that April is no longer in his power, but he wants to use her feelings. He doesn't know that there is a time traveler in her body. He believes that she still loves him. At this time, the ball begins, and many nobles get into the swing of things, sipping champagne and showing off their expensive outfits. April feels uneasy about meeting Zeno, and here at that. April is wary as usual. She can't forgive Zeno for wanting to use her in the past. Zeno actually recognized our heroine, and it seems that he is unhappy about it. April knows that her signature feature is her pink hair, which makes her stand out from the crowd. April understands that the Duke will not only help her, but Zeno does not touch her because of the Duke. Clive is worried about April's well-being and is concerned about whether she is okay. April tells him that her legs are just tired and that everything is fine. Clive invites April to go to his quarters and rest there, and from surprise he blushes, not knowing what to answer. He notices that April is trying to hide something from him, that something serious has happened. April assures him that Asher will be worried if the Duke leaves his party. April assures the Duke that she will find her way back on her own, and there is no need to see her off. Clive is more determined than ever and decides to take a short break from the festivities. April decides to go away and rest. She is already uneasy about where the Duke went. But suddenly, April is caught by Zeno, who, like a snake, crept up on April. Zeno froze, watching her. She did not turn to him and did not say anything. April looks at him warily. She doesn't believe what's happening. Zeno smiles sweetly. He is confident that he can use her, but he doesn't even suspect that he is already being watched. April knows that Zeno is a snake in sheep's clothing, a real creature, and she would rather trust a stray dog than this man. In the original, April had a crush on Zeno because he was kind and considerate. April had no idea that he actually wanted to kill her, but the fact that she cried was because April's feelings remained within her. Zeno doesn't understand why she left him if she loves him, if there are still feelings between them. Our heroine abruptly tells him that she doesn't love him, that he's made up all sorts of things for himself. April is afraid that he knows why she left him. She doesn't want him to know that she is a time traveler. Zeno begins that he loves only her, and all his love belongs to her. April is surprised by what he says. She doesn't believe his words. She suddenly realizes that she has been cheated on when she is accidentally called Amelia. Zeno grabs her hands and looks straight into her eyes. He waits for an answer from her. He looks Lily seriously in the eyes and asks why she looks like that, and stopped at the Duke of Winterville. April knows she has a special relationship with Clive, but she doesn't talk about it. Zeno tells her that he heard her run away from home, which left him in shock. April says in surprise that he suddenly became kinder. He couldn't stand her. Zeno tells her that he doesn't think it's a good idea for them to break off their engagement. He tells her that if something happens, she can turn to him. She is his property. April sharply tells him that she will never come back, and especially not to him. He is a disgusting guy. Zeno tells her to never say never, that he is glad to see her at any time. April declares that she will leave and will not want to listen to him. She does not believe a single word he says. Suddenly, the voice she least wanted to hear was heard. Clive appears in front of her, catching them alone and amazed by what is happening here. Zeno starts to say something, but Clive abruptly interrupts him. He needs to know if this is serious. April yells at Zeno. She reminds him that they are no longer in a relationship. April has accidentally revealed her secret, and she looks at Clive in horror. Clive abruptly says that he doesn't care about Zeno, but about the relationship between them. April suddenly realizes that she has said too much, and she tries to justify herself. April doesn't want to be stalked and get into trouble with Zeno. April tells Clive that she has no relationship with Zeno. He takes her face, trembling with tears, in his hands, and she no longer cries. He sharply asks April if she really cried. What Zeno did to her, he is ready to protect her. April doesn't know what to say. She freezes and looks at Clive. April says that everything is fine. He shouldn't worry. Zeno spoils everything by saying that the girl is glad to see him. Clive tells him that she is no longer his fiancée, but he remains stubborn. Clive responds with a very gloomy expression on his face. He is again jealous of our heroine towards Zeno. April realizes that she must not let the situation get worse, and decides to say something. She reassures Clive that they had an engagement without papers. Clive is surprised that April and Zeno had a verbal relationship. Clive calms down and tells Zeno that he is a louse, so that he does not stand in his way. Zenon shouts after them that how dare he interfere in their relationship. Who is he anyway? April. Zeno is frightened by the menacing look Clive gives him. Clive tells him that he is terrible in anger, and he will grind Zeno into dust. Asher's birthday was a success, but the boy himself was very tired. But many note that he has an excellent character and is not like the previous duke. Many people believe that the young man will cope with the role of the heir to a wealthy family. April believes that the whole family will stand up for Asher and that he will become the heir to the family. April notices Clive's gaze, which he gives her with concern. April doesn't understand the look Clive gives her. Why he's so upset with her. Clive led her through the dark corridors without saying a word. He became even gloomier than before. April thinks about what's going on in Clive's head. What thoughts are going through his head? Clive leads her by the hand and talks to her about something, but mostly he is silent. It's like he's become a ghost and doesn't want to talk to April about anything. April believes they have something to talk about, but he remains silent, as if the words were stuck in his throat. Clive seems to have distanced himself from her and is very cold towards her, and she gives herself her word that she will not impose herself, no matter how painful it may be. Clive tells her that he will talk to her later, and there is a hint of something serious in his voice. April thinks she's being forced to just guess what's going on in his head. April realizes that he is simply in a bad mood and does not want to talk to her. April suddenly feels sad for Clive and doesn't look so good herself. Clive suddenly decides to talk to her, but she doesn't really want to talk to him. April becomes uneasy when he suddenly decides to talk to her. Clive decides to start with a straightforward conversation, saying that she wanted to marry his cousin. Clive suddenly begins to interrogate her about whether she knew that Zeno was his relative. Clive becomes curious why she didn't say anything about her relationship. April says they just made promises to each other, and there is nothing special about it, just a word. Clive sighs happily that the girl has no feelings for the hero. Clive and April begin to argue about whether she has feelings for Zeno. April proudly states that it is Zeno's problem that he said she does not belong to him. April is asked why she cried when she looked at Zeno, and she looks away, muttering that it was just a speck of dust in her eye. April doesn't know how to tell Clive that there is another April, and that these were her feelings. April tells him that she doesn't have to report because she was hired as a barista. Clive sternly asks her why she doesn't have to answer, and although she tries to act brave, her voice trembles slightly. April decides to be honest with the Duke, and she decides to tell everything. She reminds Clive that he is not her lover, and he has no right to ask her such questions. April asks him not to ask her any more questions, as she will not answer them. April is determined to talk to the Duke, and she will no longer be afraid of him. Clive agrees with her. He can't tell her anything. He's gloomier than ever. Clive grimly tells her she can go, and he and April part ways. Clive jerks his hand away from her when April tries to grab his arm. He tells April that she can go and he doesn't want to see her. April knows that she should only make coffee, and that's all, that nothing will ever happen between them. But April's heart is still breaking with pain, and she just wants to throw herself into Clive's arms. Clive sips his tea or coffee. He gloomily doesn't listen to April. He doesn't want to see her at all. Clive drank all the coffee or tea. He calmed down a little. He even became a little kinder. April was always straightforward. She always told him everything she thought, and Clive did not feel like a duke. Clive always loved the feeling he got when April was around, but he can't forgive Zeno for making April cry, and he's afraid that April doesn't understand him. Clive is confused as to why it drives him crazy that April cried over Zeno. When Clive's secret feelings for April began, he himself did not know the answer to his question. Her smile seemed to be able to melt any heart that was frozen into ice. Even when she was offended and grumbled, it all seemed like a whim to him. Clive was indifferent to her antics, smiling every time he saw her grumpy face, but he simply couldn't come to terms with it, because she had sunk into his soul. Clive realizes that he is jealous of the main character's relationship with his cousin. Clive realizes that he has feelings for our heroine, and there is nothing he can do about it. Clive envies Zeno. He understands that he feels a burning jealousy towards his cousin. He wants to get rid of Zeno and get his hands on April, who is not indifferent to him. Clive believes that April will choose him, and she will not stay with Zeno if he kills him. But at the time, Clive believes that he will sow hatred in her heart if he kills her first love. Clive thinks that he went too far, since it was unnecessary for him to brush off our heroine. Clive's mental anguish continues, and he is not feeling well. April learns that our Clive couldn't sleep the previous night. Lloyd tells her that Clive can't sleep. He drank coffee but didn't fall asleep. April says that she will get everything ready and go to Clive. April enters Clive's chambers and asks him how he is feeling. Clive, however, brushes it off, saying that everything is fine. But April doesn't believe him. Clive asks her if the girl used any magic. April tells him that she didn't use any magic. Clive thinks that she was thinking only about Zeno and completely forgot to use magic. April convinces him to stop being jealous and not to say stupid things. April states that she is not so stupid as to lose her power and think only about Zeno. Clive, however, remains jealous and does not believe April's words. April asks Clive to accept her apology. She is very ashamed of the way she behaved. April takes Clive's temperature and asks him how he's feeling. Clive looks too good to be ill. His cheeks are flushed, his hair is shiny, his eyes are shining. April asks Clive to try the drink again so she can fall asleep again. April promises that she will use magic on the other drinks to make Clive fall asleep again. Clive turns away from her, his face red as a poppy, hearing that April cares about him. April comes to the chef and asks him to let her use his kitchen. Hans is surprised when our heroine asks him if he is ill. He wonders if she really doesn't know what's wrong with the Duke. He is surprised that April is concerned about his well-being and notes that they look like a couple. April casts a spell on a cup of coffee to help Hans heal. April gives him coffee. He can't believe that April decided to treat him to coffee. He drinks cups of coffee, one after another, and he manages to get his emotions under control. April asks him if his shoulder hurts and if the coffee was able to cure it. He says the pain is still strong, but not as much as it was in recent days. April realizes something terrible. Her magic no longer works, which means our hero will no longer need it. She understands that her magic no longer works and cannot even heal Hans. She approaches two maids who look unwell, and she offers them some healing coffee. One of them hurt her finger, and the other one caught a cold, and they're complaining about it, and April's listening. April offers them coffee to heal, but is met with nothing but laughter. April believes that they will feel better after they drink coffee. The maids laugh at her. They cannot believe that they can heal from their wounds. They leave April and tell her that the coffee is simply delicious and doesn't cost anything. April is in a panic, losing the magic that kept her with the Duke. So it starts to rain, and the weather gets gloomy in the estate. Everything becomes gloomy and cold. April doesn't know what to do now. Having lost her magic, she will become useless to the Duke. April worries about what will happen to the staff if she loses her magic. Besides, this incident will make Clive doubt her abilities. April doesn't know what she'll do now. She'll have to go back to her family. April decides to confess everything to Clive. She is embarrassed, but decides to do it. April tells him that her magic isn't working, and she can't make magic coffee anymore. Clive listens to her carefully. He knows what to do in this case. He asks April why she is so upset. Does she really think he will kick her out? Clive tells her that her face looks like she's going to cry. He gently takes April's face in his hands, who is already sobbing because she will have to leave here. He stands next to her, holding her face in his hands, whispering that she will shed many tears because of magic. Clive encourages her, saying that the magic will return to her, and she needs to start searching. April is wondering where she will find her magic. She wants to know what happened to her that she lost her magic. Clive says he'll deal with it later and offers April a cup of coffee. April thinks that drinking coffee would be helpful in their case to calm them both down. Clive asks her if she will do her job even without magic, while he searches for a way to restore her magic. April vows to him that she will do her job. Clive is excited to try her coffee again. He's so used to its aroma, and it's also a chance to keep April close. April worries that her coffee won't be able to make him sleep soundly anymore. April worries about whether he will be able to sleep soundly without her magical coffee. Clive decides to ask April directly if she is worried about him. April realizes that she trembles all over when she sees Clive, that she shudders just looking at him. She says that she can't help Clive in any way, but he will have to fire her if things continue like this. April reminds her that she won't be able to go home. She doesn't know if she can come to an agreement with Edmund and Sophia, because she is practically betraying them. She's afraid that Clive will simply throw her away like a useless toy. She fears him not because he is the Duke of Winterville, but because he has learned of her relationship with Zeno and will leave. April is plagued by nightmares that the Duke will simply leave, that she will have to return to a place where she shouldn't. April was expecting the main character to appear and the plot to change, but that doesn't happen. Perhaps April became more attached to Clive than she expected. Clive tells her that he will not let our heroine go, even if she loses her power. He's worried about April getting what he got, so that she would feel on an equal footing with him. April is shocked by what is happening. She doesn't know whether to be happy or not. She is worried. Clive just said it so she wouldn't leave and keep making coffee. April doesn't believe what's happening. She believes that everything is a lie, because it will hurt her more to leave Clive. The magician asks April how long ago she stopped using magic and what happened to her. The magician asks her to show her hand and examines April. He must understand the root cause of the loss of magic. Clive sharply asks the magician what is wrong with April, what happened. The magician informs him that the mana is blocked and the girl is no better now. The mage tells April that her mana flow is blocked. It seems like someone has blocked it. April tries to remember who she was in contact with and why her magic is blocked. She remembers that Zeno warned her that she would have problems. April is sure that everything that happened was Zenon Olsen's torture. The mage advises her to clear the blocked mana flow, but warns that this must be done before the full moon. Clive listens to the story that the mage won't be able to do this and clear the mana flow. Clive is furious. He realizes that Zeno is behind everything, and his fists clench until his knuckles crack. April says she's not sure if this is Zeno's doing. Clive immediately orders Zeno to be brought, which happens immediately. April sharply tells him that this is impossible. She asks Clive to stop. Clive asks her if she's sure she doesn't want her magic back. The mage tells April that he is grateful for her concern, but he has done his job and will leave. April decides to have a serious talk with Clive. Oh my God, are we really ready for this? April decides to tell him why Zeno is obsessed with her, and she's afraid that she'll tell the truth. April tells him that she knew she was a white mage. She tells Clive that she didn't think her abilities were special, and she didn't study white magic. She reveals that Zeno wanted to use her to kill Clive. She reports that Zeno has always wanted the position of Duke, and he is ready to do anything to kill him. Clive is shocked that April never loved Zeno. April doesn't know how to tell him that she is not the April to whom all the events of the novel belong. She lies to him, saying that these were her true feelings, because he will not believe that she is a traveler. April reveals that she was adopted by the Alino family. Zeno was the only person who treated our heroine normally. Zeno was attentive and kind, and soon our heroine fell in love with him. April talks about how things have changed between her and Clive. Clive finally stops being jealous and is ready to be friends with April again. April reminds him that Zeno is trying to harm him. Clive says that Zeno is no exception to the people who tried to kill him. As a child, Zeno was one of the children who visited the ducal house with a sense of pride. As he grew older, he became dissatisfied with his situation and did not hide his dislike for Clive and Leonard. Leonard and Clive's titles were a burden to both of them, but they couldn't just give them up. There were many greedy people around who were ready to use the title for their own insidious and vile purposes. Among them, Zeno stood out, distinguished by the fact that he was a talented sorcerer. But he did not achieve any efforts, so he failed to get the position of a sorcerer. Zeno, upset by his successes, became more dissolute and indulged in numerous debaucheries. After Leonard's death, the title of Duke passed to Clive, and he thought he had left everything behind. But he couldn't even imagine that the insidious Zeno decided to use April. Clive asks her if she can calmly watch what Zeno does. April decides to act like she usually does in order to fool Zeno into getting her magic back. Clive says that since it has taken time, he will not interfere. He promises to call a magician to find out about the side effects. He notices that April's face has turned very red and wants to know what he said wrong. The mage informs them that the side effects of unlocking mana are difficult to determine. He says that someone suffers from fever, someone from headaches. Clive decides that everything will be fine, and he tells her that she will just have some body aches. He asks if anything hurts her, and the girl says that not yet. The magician warns her that side effects may not appear immediately. April, meanwhile, is worried that Clive won't be helped by her coffee, and that she will be useless. Clive rudely forbids the use of the church's power in this, so as not to damage his reputation. The mage suggests that she learn a way to control mana in order to release her magic. The magician offers her to learn how to use magic, which she can use to heal herself. April believes that magic can help her, even if it might change her forever. April agrees to learn healing magic, to heal Clive if he gets hurt again. April is worried that she won't be able to use magic, and that Clive will only get worse. The magician tells her that they have a way out, so the girl is very worried. Clive looks at the magician seriously. Everything now depends on the sorcerer, and now their fate is in the hands of one man. The magician suggests that physical contact is necessary, which shocks Clive and April. Physical contact is the touch that is written about in every romance novel. This is a special touch that can heal the protagonist. The stronger it is, the better the effect. April is worried about having to kiss and hug the Duke, but the touch is enough for the Duke to laugh at what she has in mind. April makes excuses about how she thought physical contact was something inappropriate. Clive reassures her that it's not all she thinks, that he thinks better of her. April asks what she needs to do, and the mage says that she needs to learn mana, and then convey it to the Duke. The magician says that April should give him her hand, but things don't work out the way he wants. Clive abruptly declares that he is ready to do this, and not the magician. He is jealous of April again. Clive says that he can control mana too, and he will do everything to cure April. The magician is worried that Clive is ready to grind him into dust. Clive cheerfully asks April if she's ready, and he's amused by her reaction to him. April is very shy. She can't believe that Clive wants to help her personally. Clive takes her hand and tells her that he is ready to give her his mana. April feels the mana coursing through her veins, filling her, spreading through her like a stream, ready to burst out. April is shocked by what she felt. He can't control all this power. April becomes ill and asks Clive what happened. Clive tells April that she is rejecting magic with herself. April claims that she did nothing to make Clive feel better. Clive tells her that mana enters her like a foreign object, and he suggests that she continue training. Clive promises her that he will help her, even at the cost of his own life. April is advised that she better prepare herself for what is going to happen between her and Clive. So the day goes by, and in the castle, she has to concentrate more and more. That same night, April walks through the castle, very worried about what is happening. April tries to reassure herself that everything will be okay, that she will get her white and healing magic back. She noticed that Clive was calmer today, probably because he was no longer jealous, and April was next to him. Clive asks our heroine to come to him at night, and they can continue training. April is very worried that she won't be able to do everything with her mana. April feels like she needs to calm down and collect her thoughts. April enters the Duke's chambers. She is terribly worried that she will not succeed. Clive stands half naked, showing us his luxurious body. He is ready to train further. April immediately asks him to get dressed, her whole life standing before her eyes. Clive dresses in a nightgown embroidered with braid, but he is still naked. April desperately asks him to get dressed, because it's impossible to watch. April sits down next to Clive and asks where they should start. Clive closes his eyes. He lies down next to her, and April sees his beautiful face next to hers. April believes that she can do it. She believes that everything will be fine. April feels dizzy as the mana begins to flow into her, and she asks the Duke what he feels. Clive remains silent, and our heroine continues to touch his powerful hand. It would be better if they got down to business right away. April says that she is trying to get the magic to penetrate the Duke and heal him. Clive suddenly speaks up and tells her to take her time. April is surprised by his tone. She waits for what he will say, greedily absorbing every word of the Duke. Clive tells her that he enjoys being around her, and that what is happening between them is understood ambiguously. April is embarrassed. She realizes what an awkward situation she is in. Clive tells her that he enjoys holding her hands, that he can't help himself because she's just super. April doesn't know how she should react to what's happening between the Duke and her. April thinks she enjoys being around the Duke. The Duke falls asleep, and he doesn't let go of April's hand. It looks very sweet on her part. Clive falls asleep, and April calms down. What the magician suggested worked. Several days pass at the Duke's estate, and it is in turmoil again. Sophia runs up to our heroine and offers her the following thing that might interest the girl. April finds out that the article was written about her and her cafe. April is happy with the success that is happening. Sophia tells her that she would like to see more employees in their small cafe. April happily says that it's time to open the cafe. Everyone is already waiting for them. Numerous nobles are delighted with the opening of the cafe. They really liked the sweets that April prepares. There's a huge line growing outside, and Ethan and May, the waiters at the cafe, are shocked by the crowd of people. The waiters from her cafe approach April, and April gives them instructions. April looks out the window and is amazed at how many people have come to see her cafe. The courtyard is full of various guests, aristocrats, who want to drink her coffee. April asks them if they are willing to take over her cafe and open it with her. Sophia and Elion are also ready to work full-time here. The new waiters are also ready to greet customers and be asked for coffee. So, they all open the doors to the April Lily Cafe, which offers the heroes delicious coffee and new desserts. So a new day begins in the cafe, and many of them are ready to place an order in the cafe. Many visitors order dalgona and sweets from Z-Cart. The waiters can barely keep up with the orders that are so popular among ordinary nobles. The waiters are working hard, taking orders that have simply piled up. Sophia works on her cake with special diligence. She tries very hard for the sake of the customers and April. Many of the courtiers were simply delighted with the cake she made. Many visitors whisper among themselves, they like the desserts and cakes. Halion tells her that the cake turned out incredibly delicious. Sophia is glad that people like her cakes and eat them willingly. Many noblemen are told about cappuccino, coffee with milk and milk foam. Many people are interested in whether what was served at the celebration is on the menu. Our heroine is called by the visitors. She is happy that her cafe is very popular. April suddenly wanted only people from other parts of the population to come. April wants to feed other people with her food, so she comes up with an amazing idea. All the waiters carry coffee. Its popularity is growing and growing every minute, which attracts more and more people. All waiters are ready to serve coffee and fulfill the people's will. They are ready to take new orders. Ethan is very nervous, but he is ready to show people his coffee, as he is confident that people will appreciate it. Ethan and May begin to advertise Dalgona and Sophia's cake to the common people. Many farmers are shocked. Will they really have to go to a cafe and see how delicious the food is? April notes that people are finally starting to pay attention. The peasants didn't spend time drinking coffee before, but now they enjoy it. Many farmers are simply shocked. They have never tried coffee. Many farmers come in to enjoy the coziness of the cafe and the new drink. Elliot says it's not bad for her. She managed to attract people to her cafe. April is happy with what's happening and wants it to continue. And so the whole cafe soon fills up with new people who keep coming and coming. The peasants come out very happy and are glad that they drank excellent coffee. Sophia can finally relax, and the rest of the people are no less happy. Sophia tells April that she has come up with something. April decides to add new coffee and sweet recipes to the menu. Sophia says that Dalgona is still enough, but we need to think of something else. Sophia says that her chef has arrived, and he doesn't like anything. April sees that the chef has arrived, a chef who is very much disliked. They recognize the chef as the person who ruined Sophia's cake. When Sophia approaches the chef, he immediately tenses up. He remembers Sophia very well. He starts laughing at Sophia, saying that she only works here as a waiter. Sophia abruptly tells him that she is not a waitress and wishes him a delicious meal. He says that he has seen this chocolate cake somewhere before. Sophia says that she made this cake. She is shocked that the chef is so cruel to her again. The chef suddenly changes his tune and says he wouldn't mind eating. Sophia says that the cake in this case is the highlight of the cafe, and it is incredibly delicious. The chef notes that the cake is simply unrealistically wonderful and begins to flatter. The chef is surprised by everything and says that it is impossible to consider such a cake luxurious. He shouts that the employees and customers have lousy taste if they love such a cake. Many nobles and villagers simply cannot listen to all this. They look at the chief with distrust. Many people like this cake, and they eat it, and they just can't listen to insults towards Sophia. April understands that her cafe customers like cake, and it's unpleasant to hear this. Sophia is hinting that he is too rude, and she will not allow him to be rude. The chef says that eating cake is too much, and that she will make him one. Suddenly, Clive appears and says that the chef himself is quite a man. All the people stand and look at this scene. They don't know whether to interfere or not. Many nobles and peasants were wary. After all, their duke had invested in the cafe. The chef is in shock. He didn't know that this disgusting cafe was the work of the Duke of Winterville. Clive asks if he really thinks that all the customers in this cafe have no taste. Clive asks him sharply if he likes it here and what complaints he has. He runs away abruptly, seeing Clive's serious intentions to kill him. He becomes scared and does not want problems with Clive. Ethan and April watch as he runs away, leaving him to his fate. Clive thinks that he is a coward. He does not believe him. He is ready to protect April and Sophia. Sophia is glad that Clive stood up for her. She sees him in a different light, that he is now kind. Sophia apologizes for making such a noise in the cafe. She didn't mean to cause such problems. Sophia hears Clive's soothing voice telling her that everything is okay. Clive says that it's all the chef's fault, not Sophia's. It's not her fault that he's such a jerk. Clive believes that insulting customers is the worst thing, and insulting employees is no less. Clive asks the girl what is bothering her, and what is she so scared of. Clive says he saw the chef insult them all. The cafe patrons stand up for Sophia, saying that the chef is a snob and that he would be better off trying the dessert. Sophia is glad that Clive thinks that it's all because she's not to blame. Sophia says she is glad that they want to protect her and the chef. Everyone hates the cook. Ethan tells April that he is glad that the visitors were not upset. April thinks things have gotten worse, and she's worried about how this will affect the cafe's reputation. Clive doesn't know if he can cope with what happened. The trouble with the chef reached the ears of the nobility. Sophia decided to give away free desserts to keep customers happy. Many customers come because they are happy with the cafe, and they decide to come. And Sophia apologized for the commotion that arose because of her. She does not want to create problems. April decides to take measures to ensure that this does not happen to Sophia again. After this, Sophia felt better and didn't cry anymore. She was glad that April showed kindness to her. April comforted Sophia, who burst into tears in her arms because she didn't know what to say. In the evening, Clive orders her in, and she asks what's going on. April apologizes for visiting so late and enters Clive's room. Clive asks April what's going on, and she says everything is fine at the cafe. April reveals that she practiced mana creation to cure Clive's insomnia. Clive calls April by name in a gentle voice, asking her not to leave him. Clive asks April what happened and why she is so sad. April says everything is fine, and she doesn't understand what you're talking about. Clive brings his face close to hers and says that she keeps looking away. April says that she is completely embarrassed by all of this. She doesn't know how to feel about Clive now. Clive asks her why she is embarrassed and acting like that. They are just friends, not lovers. April says that she doesn't know how to run a cafe, that she's talentless, and that she won't succeed. April thanks Clive for getting her through everything and for being there for her the whole time. April and Clive are chatting carefree. They feel very good. April says that she feels so pathetic, that she can't do anything without him and the guys. Clive suddenly hugs April and talks about different things. He admires her, and he values her very much. Clive asks April to tell him everything. She is not alone anymore. He says that April has been a great help to him, and now it's his time to help her. April looks into his eyes, and she is surprised by what he says. She does not recognize the cold Duke in this nice man. Clive says that April helps him a lot, that he appreciates her support, that she will always be there for him. So they freeze opposite each other. They look into each other's eyes. April smiles sweetly at him. She believes that everything is fine. She feels that with the Duke, she is protected. April thanks the Duke with all her heart. She swears her allegiance to him and that she will always be there. Clive received a report on what was going on with the chef, and he was not happy about anything. Lloyd asks him directly what it means and what is happening. Clive decides to report everything to his superiors. He decides that the king will be interested in hearing everything. Clive believes that the king will listen to him, since he is his loyal vassal. A few days later, unpleasant news about the chef began to spread. The chef was accused of treason and was arrested for all his debts. He also faced accusations from a lot of people and customers of his cafe who were unhappy with him. The emperor issued a decree on his death, which they immediately decided to put into effect. Sophia heard this news. Her reaction shocked our heroine. She did not cry at all and did not care about the future. April is surprised that she is too calm when her former chef is about to be killed. April is amazed that the chef finally got his punishment. Sophia says that she actually feels sorry for the chef, since it so happened that she became imbued with him. April is surprised by what she hears from Sophia. She is shocked by her reaction. Sophia says she feels very well, and April is happy with what's happening. April, on the contrary, is glad that Sophia has been avenged, and the chef will be punished accordingly. Sophia says that she will also be creating desserts. She is happy with what happened and is in a good mood. April suddenly sees Duke and Asher entering their cafe. Asher and Clive approach her, dressed even richer today than before. Clive is glad that she opened her cafe, that the problems are now settled, and they think that everything is fine. April happily decides to support Clive and Asher. She is happy with what happened. Many notice the Duke of Winterville, and Asher asks for dalgona with milk, as it is his favorite drink. Many nobles are whispering that Clive and April have a relationship that goes beyond what is permitted. Many of them note that April, Clive, and Asher look like a typical noble family. Clive and Asher drink coffee. Asher really likes Dalgona coffee, but Clive just likes lattes. But many nobles are wary of what is happening between our heroes. However, many have not recovered from the fact that such things are happening in cafes, so they watch with caution. Clive decided that he had to show that his connection with April was more or less special. April gives him coffee. She thinks that Clive will like the coffee she made especially for him. Clive won't let any negative emotions show on April's face. The cafe decided to add a new tea that our people will like. April believes that she will create a new drink that customers will love. May asks her if she likes the black tea she wants to add. April says she wants to add tea and coffee, which are not on the cafe's menu, as more customers have come to the cafe. Ethan notes that aristocrats love black tea, and if they introduce it for commoners as well, that would be great. April wants to add a drink that will be concentrated with coffee and will be liked by others. Ethan asks what she developed and how it will affect their cafe. April says it's time to put the showdown to bed and get back to work at the cafe. Hans decides to try the lemonade that April made. He knows that the girl cooks very well. April asks to pretend that everything is fine and just try her new drink. Hans makes a scene that this is the first time he's tried something delicious and such. Cold tea was added to coffee, so it is now medicinal and can cure any disease. Many cafe workers are surprised by such a bold decision regarding coffee. They didn't expect that coffee is now also tea. They are amazed at the result. It tastes like tea, but smells like coffee and looks like coffee. April asks everyone else to try this coffee as soon as possible. Ethan asks May if he can try the coffee. He is worried that the customers will not like it. April says she has prepared something edible that the cafe's customers might enjoy. Elliot decides that he will be the first to try the coffee, which is a new type on the menu. Elliot believes that the coffee is simply excellent and will appeal to those who want to heal. April is happy with the result. She didn't expect customers to like the coffee so much. Many people think it's very tasty, and they ask Elliot to be precise and tell the truth. Elliot talks about how much he likes coffee, and he's not lying when he tells her it's amazing. April is glad that they liked the coffee, and she wants to treat them to more coffee. April asks if they are ready to include this coffee on the menu, but then April's expression changes to one of frustration and confusion in the face of difficulties. She doesn't understand why the nobles don't order her new drink. Elliot explains that coffee is just like tea, and the new coffee is very strange. April decides to use a new method of attracting coffee, which she quietly informs her employees about. May uses coffee to attract new customers. She begins advertising it. Many nobles note with surprise that black tea with espresso is something unusual. April realizes that pushing the new coffee was a bad idea. Unexpectedly, the nobles decide to try the coffee and they like it. Many nobles begin to try coffee. They drink it in ever greater conditions. April says she's paying attention and decides to help with the coffee advertising. Suddenly, a certain girl, a blonde, a noblewoman it seems, wants to go to a cafe. Her name is Isabella. She comes to a cafe, and many people offer her a new coffee recipe to drink. The noblewomen offer to drink a new coffee, which seems very interesting. Isabella thinks that she might like this new type of coffee, that it is a new and interesting type. Isabella looks at the menu and chooses what to drink. She doesn't know what to decide. Many noblewomen decide to try a shicha, that coffee with tea, an unusual coffee that is very tasty. May tells them that a shachu is coffee with lemon tea added to it. The nobles are told that the coffee is very tasty and everyone will like it. Isabel decides to try the ashacha coffee, which looks very tasty. She is delighted with the new coffee, which she really likes. The nobles say that the coffee is simply incredible. They order more and more of it. Her skeptical nobles also want to try ashacha. The nobles note that the taste matches the aroma of coffee, and it is simply amazing. Now everyone wants to order ashacha, and the waiters run wherever they need to. May is asked to bring more ashacha, and the girl cannot refuse them. May tells April that a client wants to talk to her, which really stresses her out. April is confused about what the client needed. She must have done something wrong. May happily reports that the drink seems to be a hit with customers. April approaches Isabella and asks what she wanted to ask her. The woman introduces herself as Isabella Hudson and explains what is happening. April asks her if she likes the ashachu drink and if there's anything she can add to the menu. Isabella tells her that everything here is very tasty and she is amazing, that Isabella will come to the cafe again with her friends. April is invited on a business trip, which is already progress at her work. Isabella invites her to drink a shacha at the celebration she will organize. April was a little surprised to approach such a noble lady on a holiday. Isabella says that the event will take place at the holiday, that everyone is invited. She suggests decorating everything in the cafe to your taste. April is delighted that such a distinguished lady has invited her and the cafe to tea. April stands in the setting sun in her cafe, and someone calls out to her. Elliot, now called Edmund, asks our heroine why Mrs. Hudson left. He is surprised. Does our barista really know Isabella? And for how long? What does he know about her? Interests April. She has not read the whole novel. The barista is shocked that April has been invited to the cafe's opening party. He kept blabbering about how Isabella was the daughter of an influential family, and that getting an appointment with her would be amazing. April thinks she needs to get ready quickly to avoid getting hit in the face. Night falls and the mansion is shrouded in fog. Everything becomes gloomy and calm. Clive asks our heroine with interest how the preparations for the holiday are going. April talks about how things are going as usual, and she's thinking about what desserts to serve. April says this is the first time she has received such a request to make so much coffee. Clive tells April not to worry, and he tells her that she will be fine. April was very happy with our Clive's support. It means a lot to him. April thanks the Duke for supporting her, for being there for her, and always ready to support her. April notes that the Duke has become more attentive and sensitive to her lately. But then, our heroine believes that she is mistaken in thinking that Clive will enjoy her presence. April believes that Clive's heart already belongs to someone else. April doesn't want to let her feelings for the Duke consume her. Clive says that his feelings for April are growing, and he is very worried about her. He thinks that he has confused April even more, and his feelings for our heroine are growing. He believes that his feelings are mutual and falls asleep believing that April loves him. At this time, April is preparing dalgona. She boils it with sugar, and we are waiting for liquid diarrhea again. The day comes when April is finished with the cafe. She is ready to do everything to make the cafe's customers happy. The cafe becomes fashionable and looks like a living room for a noble family. April meets Mrs. Hudson and is pleased that she arrived in a good mood. April and Mrs. Hudson exchange pleasantries and become curious about what is going on. She introduces her to Howard, a local official, a pleasant man with the appearance of an antique dealer. He is glad to meet April and shakes her hand. He is ready to spend time in her cafe. Isabella tells April that he will just spend time with her and leave. He will not stay in the cafe. Howard and Isabella seem like a typical couple who are happy for each other and head over heels in love. April, looking at them, is a little envious of these two because she herself does not have a loved one. April imagines herself in her and Clive's place and thinks about what it would be like to spend time with the person she loves. Its employees take people to a cozy cafe where a pleasant, happy atmosphere reigns. April encourages her employees by saying it's time to brew coffee that everyone will enjoy. April suggests making dalgona and tiramisu, and then serving cookies and a shacha. Edmund is making a shacha, and Sophia is making cakes and cookies, which look very delicious. April suggests that her people submit everything now that everything is ready. The guests are already waiting. They have reserved a table and are ready to enjoy delicious coffee and cookies. One of the ladies notes that Isabella surprised everyone by becoming interested in coffee. Many girls discuss with interest and fervor what kind of coffee they will be served. Isabella tells her friends that coffee changed her mind when she tried it at this cafe. April and her people bring drinks to Isabella and the other tea guests. Many guests note that the coffee tastes more like black tea, and they can't wait to try it all. Isabella invites her friends to try a shacha, which is a mixture of black tea and espresso. They also get cookies with lots of marmalade and delicious muffins. Sophia advertises her product as a unique icing cookie made for tea time. April, dressed in Scottish style, asks all the girls to have a great time. Sophia believes that her cookies will be a success among other things. May suggests that they go and see what is happening now. April explains that they can't interrupt the tea party because then the customers will say bad things about them. So on the table we have a shacha with chocolate biscuits that are just begging to be eaten by our diners. A few days later, Isabella comes down to see April and asks if her coffee is ready. Isabella tells April that she had a really good time. Isabella says her friends are happy with what happened and want more coffee. Many girls want to have more tea parties. They are ready to visit the coffee shop many times. April says she would be honored if they visited her coffee shop. After this, the girls go to escort April to her house, and, Hugging each other goodbye, they go home. Isabella says goodbye to April and tells her that she will stop by again. Isabella takes out the letter and tells April that she has something for her. April is invited to Isabella's next birthday party, and deep down, he hopes that Clive will be there too. April is amazed that she is being invited to the party, and the first thing she thinks about is that Clive will be there. April says she is amazed that she is being invited by nobles. Isabella tells her that she doesn't see anything surprising in this, and asks her not to worry and just enjoy herself. Isabella tells her that she wants to be friends with our April. April says that she is glad to be friends with Isabella and is happy that she was invited to the birthday party. Isabella is glad that she met April. In a world where everyone around is playing a role, she is real. Isabella and April have become friends and are ready to continue communicating. After Isabella's tea party, the popularity of ashacha and tiramisu grew. Many nobles spend huge sums of money to buy a few cookies. But then something happens, and April gets sick and gets worse. April asks Asher to go outside. She is afraid that he will get sick. Asher tells her that Clive has entrusted him to take care of her while she is ill. April is glad that they take care of her. When she is sick, she cannot express her feelings properly. Since the cafe opened, April had been working non-stop and fell ill. Clive comes into her room and asks him how she is feeling. April says she is feeling well and is on the mend, thanks to Asher's care. Clive asks her not to get up and tells her that she needs to get better. Asher tells him that he wants to play with April so that she doesn't get bored at home alone. Clive tells him that he will babysit April while she is sick. April jumps out of bed in fear and asks what he was planning to do by deciding to treat her. April worries that Clive is completely supportive and wants to take care of her while she is sick. Asher decides to leave and Clive takes over, which frightens April. April says that he will be misunderstood when he is seen. She doesn't want to cause problems for Clive. The Duke is surprised, and April tries to explain what is going on. Clive approaches her, and April doesn't try to be happy about anything because she's shy. Clive tells her that he cares about her, that she is important to him, and that she is no longer a barista. He asks her to lie down and says that he will sit next to her while she recovers. April sits and looks at him. She simply fell onto the bed from exhaustion and lies there with a compress. This is the first time someone has sat with her while she is sick. Clive is worried about her. In her past life, no one cared about our heroine, and she felt very bad. April says that she is getting better and better. She is worried that Clive is being too protective of her. She tells Clive that at first she thought he was scary, but he turned out to be a kind-hearted man. April tells him that she feels very worried about the situation. Clive tells her that he is worried about her, but he cannot say a word. April says she can't believe Clive cares about her and Asher. Clive tells her that he hasn't been sick since he was 8 years old. And when he fell ill, Leonardo took care of him, reading to him every day. Leonardo took care of him, supported him, and read books. He was always ready to support him. Clive asks her not to hold back, and if she is sick, to tell him everything. April is amazed by what Clive has done for her, and she can trust him. She speaks weakly to Clive, who seems surprised. April asks him in a weakening voice to hold her hand. She wants him to be next to her, to support her. April says that she will be willful and asks the Duke to support her by the hand. Clive smirks at her reaction, but he has no choice. He can't refuse a cutie like April. Clive holds her hand, believing that feelings have blossomed between them. Clive asks her not to give her hand to strangers, but only to him. He is jealous of everyone she meets. April asks him if Clive is a stranger to her, and who she is to him now. Clive tells her that he holds her hand every day when she suffers from insomnia. Clive tells her it's time to go to bed and goes to his quarters, leaving April alone with her thoughts. But April brings him back and asks him to stay with her while she sleeps. She wants him to be with her always. She tells him that she likes having him around, that she can't believe that he is ready to leave her. Clive is shocked that she asks him not to leave her. She hated him as much as he hated her. So they spend the night together, and Clive holds her hand the whole time, not leaving. Clive held her hand until she fell asleep, and now it was time for him to go. He thought caring for those who were sick was exhausting, but with April, he discovers a whole range of emotions. Clive holds her hand. He is getting better and better. He believes that she will recover. He gently touches her fingers and continues to squeeze her hand as he sits next to her. Day breaks at the Duke's estate, sunlight streaming through the small windows. April wakes up, worried about what's going on around her. She doesn't want to get up because she knows what she did yesterday. She's afraid that Clive will see her so vulnerable. April feels like she just can't look Clive in the eye. The voice asks April for permission to enter. She wakes up, she allows him to enter. Clive tells her that he brought her something to eat since she is so hungry. He genuinely cares about her. April is perplexed. Why did he bring her food personally? Why didn't he ask the servants? April is in shock, and Clive is ready to feed her fresh pancakes that he baked himself in the kitchen. He states that if she continues to resist, he will have to spoon-feed her. April is shy. She doesn't know what to do in her situation. She is alone for the first time with the guy who has prepared everything for her. They begin to eat breakfast. Clive reading the newspaper and she eating what is in front of her. Clive mentions seeing the invitation on her desk and asks if everything is okay. He remembers that it was given to her by Isabella, one of the noblewomen. April shares with Clive that she has never taken part in tea parties. She says that since she has to go, she will go even if she is sick. Clive looks at April for a long time, as if he is studying her with his long gaze. April asks him not to look like that and not to worry. She knows everything will be fine. Unexpectedly, Clive invites April to go to tea with him. April feels awkward in front of the Duke. This is the last thing she needs. Clive smiles slyly and tells her that he knows everything. April is embarrassed. She can't believe that she will have to go with the Duke. April is worried that she won't be able to go with him because it will cause a lot of resentment. Clive is shocked when he learns that our heroine says there is nothing special between them. He gets angry at her, saying that he is actually investing in her cafe, and there is something between them. April, the fool that she is, remembers this as if she had forgotten everything. Clive stops being angry as soon as he hears April's gentle voice. Suddenly, Asher runs up to them, and the evil atmosphere instantly disappears. Looking at Asher and April chatting carefree, our Clive worries about what April thinks of him. He thinks about what feelings he actually evokes in the girl. But because of Zeno, they moved further apart. They can no longer be together. Asher is upset that he is the only one who cannot go to the party, as he has become very attached to April. He cheerfully tells April that he will definitely go to the party tomorrow. Clive asks her if April knows how to dance for the event. April suddenly realizes that she can't dance, so as not to look like a black sheep among the nobles. April remembers that she can't dance. Unlike the owner of this body, April is shy and asks him if he can teach her to dance. Clive abruptly tells her that he will teach her to dance since she is so worried. So, they find themselves in a spacious office, reminiscent of a throne room. April asks him, embarrassed, if she really has to learn to dance. Clive encourages her, telling her that she needs to practice or she won't learn to dance. April asks him if she needs to learn to dance for the party. Clive is like a sly fox who was caught stealing chickens. He is shy and says that he just wants to dance with her and believes that she will teach him. Clive is glad that she agreed to teach him to dance, that she did not push him away, that she accepted him. They begin to move to the rhythm of the dance, where Clive leads the couple. He will not abandon April and will teach her to dance. April is forced to look him in the eyes. She is very shy. At first glance, this is just a kind attitude towards her, and she learns to appreciate these little signs of attention. But even if he has feelings for her, how should she react? What if April accepts her new friend's feelings? And how can she choose between duty and heart? April is confused. She doesn't know what to do now. Everything has changed so much between her and Clive. Suddenly, she steps on Clive's foot, and he tells her that he understands her awkwardness. He tells April not to worry about it and pulls her close. He asks April not to think about anything else and to focus on the dance. He doesn't want to see her sad, not now. But the next time April gets to dance with the Duke, she manages not to step on his foot. She happily cuddles up to the Duke and says that she was able to dance. She happily informs the Duke that she was able to dance. Their faces are frozen opposite each other, their noses almost touching. Clive seems very handsome up close. He is so close to her, his breath, his hair, his face. She likes it all. Clive asks her slyly if it's hard for her to take her eyes off him. He tells April that her eyes are straight. They look into the soul, that she is so insightful, like an open book. April is simply adorable. She looks like a dog who has sinned against her owner. Asher suddenly appears at the door and announces that his lessons are over. April runs up to Asher and asks him where he was. She was so worried about him. He is part of her family. Asher asks to dance with him too, and April simply can't refuse both of them. Clive is shocked. He is shy, looking at April, as she looks at him. Asher is saying something to April, but the Duke has a hard time making out what they're saying. The Duke comes closer to hear what they are talking about. He becomes curious about what is happening now. The day begins in some nice house. We go to a tavern. Clive came to Isabella's party, accompanied by April. Everyone knows that the Duke argues with April, and they look like husband and wife. Many remember that young lady who was always by his side, our cafe owner, Lady April. Many noblewomen recognize her as the owner of the April Lily Cafe. The girls whisper to each other. They noticed how close our heroes are. Many are still surprised that Clive chose April as his partner. Many nobles decide to ask April and Clive what kind of relationship they have. Many of the nobles assume, looking at their happy faces, that they are dating. The sweet noblewoman accompanies them to their destination, where Isabella is waiting. April still can't believe that she's sitting here just like that with the Duke. April gets uneasy when talking about choosing a dress. She thinks about how dresses hang on her like a sack of potatoes. She remembers Clive asking her about the dress she was wearing. Clive looked skeptical that she wore an old dress to the party. He asked the girl to give him some time, and they went to buy a new dress. April is surprised by what he asked. She follows him, simply obediently following her destiny. Clive looks at her slyly. He clearly wants to do something for her to see her smile. April realizes that he wants her to buy herself a new dress, but she doesn't understand one thing, why Clive came with her, why this cold Duke has thawed out towards her lately. In the store, everyone is looking in their direction, and the nobles' glances make her feel uneasy. April realizes that Clive is not the type to ignore her request. April is thinking about doing this to her. When Clive calls out to her, Clive asks her if everything is okay, as April has noticeably turned pale. April smiles sweetly at him and tells him everything is fine, but she is actually lying. So they arrive at Clive's sunlit mansion, and the sun's rays play on the marble floors and crystal chandeliers. Asher tells April that she has a beautiful dress with ruffles, which makes her very happy. Asher thinks that if his uncle sees this, he will say how beautiful she is. Clive is waiting for her outside, looking at the fountain, at the blue water spreading over the marble. Clive proudly asks April if she is ready for the party. April asks him how long he waited for her. The manga artist has very poor taste in dresses. I don't know how Clive can consider an outfit like this beautiful. Clive tells April that she is beautiful, but he has bad taste. April is shy, but she accepts his compliments about her appearance. All the servants were so happy that April was going to the party that they began to fuss over her. Clive tells April that she looks great, although it's more likely that he looks handsome than she does. April believes they will have a good time, and this thought warms her heart. So they arrive at Isabella's tea party, where the nobles are drinking and celebrating. April is happy to get out of the carriage, and her presence with Clive causes a stir among the nobles. Many are amazed that Clive has chosen a partner for his future life together. Many noblewomen are discussing April and Clive. They believe in their happiness. April notes that Isabella's birthday party is no less luxurious. She is called by Isabella, who is wearing a yellow dress and talking to her fiancé, Howard. Isabella approaches them and asks how they got here, to her party. April makes excuses, saying that she and Clive just arrived together. Isabella bows to Clive and says that she is happy to welcome anyone to her birthday party. Isabella asks her about her relationship with Clive. She sees, like the other nobles, how he treats her. April is shocked by the rumors that the nobles are spreading about her. April thinks that Clive and she are just friends, and nothing more. Isabella asks April what her relationship with Clive is like then. April gives Isabella the gift she and Sophia gave her. It's dessert. Isabella leads April to her guests, who are animatedly discussing something. Isabella happily tells them that she wants to introduce April to them. The noblewomen instantly recognize April as the owner of the April Lily. Many of them welcome April warmly. Although this is a snake-like group, since all women are evil, April happily asks them about everything, not knowing what awaits her. Many noblewomen are delighted with Isabella and her new gift, a delicious cake. Someone recognizes April as Lino A., the heiress of a noble family. This is some young lady with a chestnut mane of hair, decorated with green ribbons. The girl happily greets April. She tells her that she is glad to see her. April recognizes her as Vanessa. Vanessa asks our heroine if everything is okay with her. She hasn't seen her for many years. She was the daughter of the count who lived next door to them. She had known April since childhood, but not our heroine. And that Vanessa clearly didn't like our heroine. She did nasty things to her every single day. At some point, Vanessa stopped communicating with April. She began to consider her an empty shell, a mediocrity. Isabella asks April what happened, and if she is from Lino A. Isabella asks April that if she is uncomfortable, she asks her not to answer. April tells them that everything is fine, and Isabella can ask anything. April didn't even plan to hide her origins from others. She tells Isabella that she has renounced her kind. Vanessa is shocked by what she heard. He asks her if it is true. April explains that she has decided to stay away from noble society. Maybe this is all because she has a shy and timid character. April has always kept to herself, hearing various gossip about herself and the Duke. She doesn't like the nobles meddling in her personal life. April's loneliness among the nobles grew more and more. April tells them that she has decided to be independent from her family, that she does not want to be with the nobles. Besides, she always dreamed of opening a cafe, although not as big as it turned out to be. Vanessa is shocked by what she heard. She is happy for April's success, but it is all a snake's trick. April apologizes to Isabella, saying that this is her story. Vanessa thinks that whoever raised April must be upset. April proudly tells her that the Count is unlikely to be very upset. She knows that the Duke will not be upset by such a trifle. She believes that everyone, on the contrary, is happy about her independence, and getting rid of her is the greatest joy for them. April talks about how she has discovered the Duke's support, that he is her angel, her protector. Vanessa believes that April has fallen in love with the Duke of Winterville. She spends too much time with him. April tells the annoying girl that even if such rumors are circulating, she has nothing to do with them. There is an awkward pause between the girls. Vanessa realizes that she was treated rudely. She tells April that everything is fine and the rumors are unfounded. April points out that she doesn't have to satisfy her curiosity. Isabella is shocked by what is happening and how angry everyone is around her. Many nobles are whispering about what is happening to them. We are shown a peaceful stop that gradually escalates. Isabella and Vanessa are not very nice to April. Vanessa is amazed at how April has become. She is surprised that she has become like this. April is terrified of having to justify herself, especially to a nasty woman like Vanessa. She can't believe that Clive could fall in love with her. What he even saw in her, such a simpleton. April feels like she just needs to suppress her feelings for Clive. They can't be together. She has nothing. She is completely perplexed by the fact that she became April and fell in love with Clive. April suddenly hears that she is being asked where she is running away to. Zeno approaches her and asks if she was the one looking for him. He hangs over her like a snake, an innocent rabbit. A familiar face with a beard and gray eyes also appears. The face of Count Alino, the one she didn't want to see. April is shocked that she is worried about Clive. She does not want to involve the Duke in her showdown. She realizes that her former guardian has come, and she is not happy to see him. April is worried that this meeting will not turn out well. Zeno tells her with a snake-like smile that he did not expect how his bride would greet him. April screams at the top of her lungs that she is not his fiancée and never was. He asks her if she knows that he was always waiting for her, that he was worried about her, that he could not live without her. April tells him that she has no reason to feel bad. Zeno bristles angrily. He is not happy that our April has been healed. Count Lino A wants to see her and know what happened with their engagement. He grabs her hands and shouts in a loud voice that everything that is happening is his fault. He begs April to come home, and he is ready to forgive her everything. Zeno also asks April to forget everything and return to her father's house, and also to marry him. April knows the truth about the whole affair, so she just smirks. She remembers that the Count needed her inheritance, and therefore he adopted the girl and took care of her. But he and his wife never recognized our heroine as part of the family. They left scars on her heart. April dreamed only of a happy family, and not of an orphan's lot. April decides to speak out everything that is on her mind. She is ready to talk to them openly. April declares that she has no intention of returning home, and that she has broken off the engagement, and that is her final decision. The Count begins yelling at April that he will not scold her for her actions, and asks her to come back. This snake reminds our heroine that she cannot do anything without the permission of the head of the family. A week ago, this snake talked to Zeno, and they decided that they wouldn't leave April alone. The Count asks Zeno why he doesn't give up his engagement to April. Zeno hints that the Count needs to look far into the future, that he is thinking too narrowly. He tells him about Clive, who, having lost his brother, made Asher, his brother's son, his successor. The elders are against Clive's decision, as the child is too young to rule the kingdom. Zeno reminds him that they are looking for an heir and have found one. From a side branch, Zeno Olsen. The Count is perplexed as to what this has to do with April. After all, he is her guardian and does care what happens to her. They decide not to tell the Count that April is a mage with a white attribute. Otherwise, his greed will get the better of him. Zeno played on the fact that he supposedly loved April. He would become the Duke of Winterville, and April would give birth to his heir to Winterville. The Count therefore shows attention to April that she did not have. April sharply tells him that he is acting very cowardly. April says that the Count wants to make her unhappy by watching and caring for her all her life. She reproaches the Count and asks him whether he can be called a father after this. The Count tries to calm April down by telling her that all this is not true. He insists that April come home and put an end to her ridiculous coffee business. Clive approaches them, clearly unhappy with what is happening. April isn't happy that Clive heard everything, that he got involved in her squabbles when it didn't concern him. Clive begins to be reproached for what a scoundrel he is, for not having done anything for their family. Clive reproaches the Earl for being such a father if he insists on the engagement. Clive asks April to go with him away from the Earl. He doesn't want to see anyone near her. April is amazed at how calmly he says all this, how worried he is about her, how close the horses have become in such a short time. Clive insults the Count and Zeno, calling them dogs who bark at people in vain. He reminds Zeno that if he approaches April, he will be banned from entering the capital. Clive says that it's time for Zeno to stop doing stupid things. The Earl tries to stop Clive, saying that everything that happens is his family business. He asks Clive what she told him, since he is defending her, why he sided with this piece of trash. Clive turns to him and says that he clearly got it wrong. He claims that April is his person, and she has her own feelings. Clive reminds them that any attack on April is an attack on him. April is shocked that her people cannot be insulted, that she cannot be insulted in front of the Duke and everyone associated with her. April asks Clive when they are alone why he said that. Clive turns to her and asks her what happened and what she is unhappy about. April is waiting for answers from him. She believes that he will answer her questions. April says she's worried his words will be misunderstood. April reminds him that the gossips will now give her no peace. Clive asks her sharply if it is really such a big problem, if thoughts of Zeno and Count Alino are really bothering her. Clive asks her not to worry about the opinions of these people. They mean nothing to her anymore. April reminds him that his prestige is at stake, that his reputation as the Duke of Winterville is at stake. Clive tells her that it doesn't matter to him whether he is understood or not. April is amazed by his words. She has never seen Clive so determined. Clive tells her that he watches her very often. He talks about how he cares about what April and Asher think of him. Clive finally says the cherished words of love. A question for the mangaka. Could the manhwa have been shortened somehow? April was simply stunned. Not every guy confesses his love to her. Clive doesn't believe that his words will reach her heart, and that she loves him at all. He tells April that he loves her for who she is, that he likes her sincerity, that he likes her carefree nature. He notes that he is a very boring person, and is unlikely to interest someone like April. He asks April if she will let him get close to her, if she will let him become her mate. Clive promises her that even though he is clumsy, he will work on himself. April asks him to give her a minute to think. April is shocked that Clive likes her. She doesn't believe it's real. April tells herself to stay calm so that she doesn't fall under Clive's spell. April knows that if she gives an answer, it will continue like this. She is perfectly aware that she is not the real April, but from our world, and all of this is the action of a novel. She is not sure that she can accept his feelings. She understands perfectly well that they are from different worlds. April is still silent, and Clive is eager to hear her answer. He wants them to be together, not apart. April thinks that this whole situation is foggy, and that none of this will help her. She thinks about what will happen if the main character appears, because she steals everything from her. She doesn't even know why she came into this world, and suddenly Clive leaves her. She was brought into this world when she was hit by a truck. She is not sure that everything will work out. Clive grabs her by the shoulders and asks why she is crying, what he did wrong, how he offended the one who became the lady of his heart. April is crying, and she can't tell Clive anything, that she is a traveler, that she loves him very much. She confesses to Clive that she wants to let him in, but she's not sure about anything. Clive and April stand there facing each other, not knowing what to say. Clive finally breaks the silence, and April listens to him. He is worried about April, about her condition. Clive was prepared for April to reject him, for her to say that her heart was given to Zeno. He takes her hand and tells her that he will wait until she makes a choice. Clive tells April that everything will be okay, that now he will always protect her. Meanwhile, Vanessa overhears the nobles discussing Clive, discussing April and their relationship. Vanessa is surprised by rumors that he is protecting some cafe owner. Vanessa asks the gossipy girls to come to her and tell her everything they know. She asks them to tell her what they discussed about April. She really wants to do something nasty to April. The girls tell her everything that happened to April, how Zeno and the Count threatened her, and Clive told them to get away. They all come to the conclusion that our heroine is special to Clive. Vanessa sees something that is causing the nobles to crowd around and asks them to disperse. She sees April and Clive standing in the center of the building, hugging each other, basking in each other's arms. Vanessa wants to call out to April, but something stops her, asking her not to do it. Clive hugs April, and they both look at each other with loving eyes. We are shown the gloomy estate of Count Lino A, surrounded by the sunset light. Zeno is simply furious. He slowly takes off his clothes and trembles with anger. His face is simply distorted with rage. He cannot forgive himself for such humiliation from Clive in front of the nobles. Count Lino A discusses with everyone how he was disgraced by Clive. He will never forgive Clive for this humiliation. Zeno asks him to calm down, but he simply cannot pull himself together. The Count mentions that he is calm, but his face speaks for itself. He remembers what happened in front of all the nobles when Clive declared that he loved April. Zeno tells him that everything that happened to April is his fault. The Count understands that he cannot trust Zeno. Now he is in an unpleasant situation. He remembers the determination with which Clive declared to everyone that April was his alone. He immediately realizes that Clive and April do not have a business relationship, and this is beneficial to him. He understands that if everything works out, he will make April and Clive's child his heir and rise to power. Zeno tells him that he will take care of April and asks to give him a second chance. But unexpectedly, the Count decides to break off his daughter's engagement. He believes that this will teach the obstinate April some sense. He tells Zeno that his daughter has long wanted an engagement, but he has found a bigger fish to fry than Zeno. He asks Zeno to stop and tells him that the engagement was just an agreement. Zeno thinks he can change Clive's mind about April. Zeno is in despair. He is thinking about what to do since the Count has changed his mind. Zeno is approached by his angry father, who is simply trembling with rage. He starts yelling at his son, saying that he is a worthless creature, since even the Duke turned away from him. Zeno justifies himself. He says that April was the one who started it all. A newspaper piece flies at Zeno, and he dodges it. A new one flies at him, and it hurts him. His father says that he was looking for other white magicians to marry his son, and asks to kidnap Asher. He reminds his son that he relies on him too much. Zeno is furious with Clive, and wonders how he dared to disgrace him like that. He finds some bright girl, and thinks that April will regret leaving him. During this time, April spends time with a magician, and he teaches her to control her power. He pleases April by telling her that her mana will soon be purified, that her suffering is over, and that she will once again be useful to Clive. April was worried that her magic would never return, and that she would have to close her coffee shop. April says that she is currently going through a very difficult time because of the rumors that numerous nobles are spreading about her. But April has a reason that makes everything difficult, and it's the reason she can't even concentrate on coffee. After Isabella's birthday celebration, rumors about April and Clive spread throughout the world. Many nobles took an interest in their romance and began to whisper behind their backs. There were many rumors about the cafe and April, but due to fear of Clive, they never grew. But many employees welcomed the news with joy and warmth. April realizes that her relationship with Clive is the main problem. April can't look him in the eye properly after they confessed their love to each other. She still remembers his confession and plays it all over in her head. Suddenly, Clive comes in and asks if they have finished inspecting the cafe. The magician rises from his seat and greets Clive. He is glad to see the Duke of Winterville. The magician talks about Clive taking part in fencing. Clive talks about how he can show a different side of himself. April asks him who the old raccoons are, and Clive tells him not to worry. April is told that she must decide whether she is for Zeno or Clive. Clive asks her in surprise if there is something she didn't know. He is amazed that she knows so little about the world. Last year, April's half-brother won the tournament. We are shown Lino A's bright mansion, where the heroine's brother has arrived. He is greeted by his mother, who scolds her son for not even sending a message. His father is glad that his son visited them, reminding him that he just graduated from the academy. The young man remained as straightforward as he was. He never changed to the sadness of his parents. The blonde directly asks his parents where his sister, April, is, and he calls her this child. The count clears his throat and tells him that the girl is not here now. The boy becomes curious about where she is and why her parents don't care. His father tells him that she now lives in the house of the Duke of Winterville. April is learning to sew, but she's pricked her finger more than once and can't seem to get the hang of the needle. She doesn't understand at all why she decided to sew a scarf for the Duke, why she is now wasting her time on embroidery. A few days ago, Clive asks her if she can sew. The tournament is approaching, and he wants to get a gift from April. April is surprised when he asks her to learn embroidery. Clive reminds her that there is a fencing tournament coming up soon, and that he is eager to receive a gift from his lady love. She understands that the tradition of giving handkerchiefs at the tournament is still in effect. For lovers, giving a scarf is very important. It is a sign of attention. Clive tells April that he wants a handkerchief from her. April is taken aback by his reaction, but she agrees to it. She understands that she shouldn't fall into the trap of Clive's beauty. She promises that she will definitely give him a handkerchief so that he does not forget her at the tournament and wins in her honor. Clive laughs at her. He and she are so cute in this manhwa. However, April later realizes that she was wrong to agree to sew a handkerchief for the Duke. Isabella tells April that embroidery is very difficult and that she is a great girl. Isabella asks her if she wants to continue practicing. April is grateful to Isabella for teaching her to sew, for whom it is a piece of cake. Isabella tells her that she thought she would never contact her. Isabella reminds her that she was rude to April, that she felt the same way the nobles felt about April. She remembers what April said to Vanessa. She believes that April told her the right thing. Isabella also asked what kind of relationship April and Clive had. Isabella shouldn't have asked that, and she continued to worry. Isabella decides to apologize to April officially. She decides not to quarrel with April anymore. April says that there is no need for this, and everything is fine, that all the grievances are behind us. April tells her that it was Vanessa who irritated her, because she was meddling in other people's business. April is glad that Isabella apologized so profusely, and that their relationship is now stronger and better. Isabella tells her that she should be grateful that she apologized to her, and that the Duke has fallen in love with her. April heard that Isabella's fiancé was also participating in the tournament. April believes that her stepbrother is to blame for everything, taking away victories for himself. Isabella asks her about her half-brother. She is interested in what kind of person he is. April tells her that she wasn't close enough to him to know everything about him. Isabella understands, but she's still curious about what kind of person he is. She's curious about April's cold and calm brother. April has very unpleasant memories of Carter Alino just standing there and looking at her. And even living together, they couldn't really talk. They simply avoided each other. Carter simply remained silent and walked away, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Carter was initially a quiet and reserved child, which worried everyone who knew him. Many in A. Lino's family had a hard time with such a boy, not easy with such a silent child. Carter was only supported by fencing. No one understood him. He liked to swing a sword. That's why Carter entered the academy, where they taught both magic and the basics of fencing. His mother worried about Carter, begged him to write to her more often. For her, only he existed. But Carter was deaf to her pleas and was too calm and strict with everyone else. He always showed a strange affection for April, which frightened the little girl. Carter always tried to calm April down, even with a poker face. He clearly liked April, and in his eyes, she was a pretty girl, incapable of any nastiness. April is suddenly called out by Isabella, and our heroine returns from her memories. Isabella asks April if her cafe will be open during the tournament. At this time, Carter learns the news that his sister is in love with Clive, and he is furious. The Count at that time boasts that they will soon become related to the Wintervilles. Carter is horrified by her father's plans to marry her off to someone richer. Carter no longer listens to his father and leaves without even having lunch with him. Carter walks down the hallways and talks about how his parents never changed. When he entered the academy, he firmly believed that something would change in his life. Since childhood, Carter felt nothing but Spanish shame for his parents. They adopted children one after another, made donations, and lived the life of aristocrats. Carter couldn't believe that another girl who had lost her parents had been adopted. And now he had a sister. April tries to get to know a cold boy. She doesn't want problems. She wants to be friends with him. She gives him sunflowers and asks the boy to take care of her. Carter immediately found her a sweet little sister and couldn't get her out of his head. But the boy had one problem. He was very shy when she was around. He immediately became a cold statue as soon as she appeared. Things were getting more and more awkward between Carter and April. Carter always seemed like a nerdy kid. Too calm, too quiet compared to other people. All this time, his only friend was the sword and fencing. He was not interested in anything else in this world. On the day he left for the academy, he promised himself something. He swore a blood oath for himself. He promised himself that he would talk to April first, that he would not let anyone hurt her and would protect her. Carter is perplexed. Why April left this house? What did her family do to her? What did she do? He can't trust his parents for what they said about April, and he's worried about what's going on around him. Carter is asked what he is thinking about right now. What is bothering him so much? April and Asher appear in front of him and greet him in a friendly manner. April asks Carter what's going on now and what brought him here. April timidly asks him how he is doing, what he has been through, what is worrying him so much. Carter tells her that they haven't seen each other for a very long time, that a lot of time has passed, and they were kids the last time they saw each other. Asher asks her what's going on and who this guy is. He doesn't like Carter with his cold face. April decides to introduce Asher and Carter to each other and prays that the acquaintance goes smoothly. Carter greets Asher and says it's nice to meet him. Clive sharply reminds Carter that April has abandoned her family and is no longer his sister. Carter tells him that she is part of his family, and he is obliged to take care of her as if she were his own. Hostility immediately flares up between the young people. At first sight, at the first spoken word, Clive rudely reminds Carter that he abandoned his family and April too. April realizes that Clive is protecting her and believes that he is supporting the Earl's plot. April reminds him that the tournament is coming soon, and his eyes light up with a passionate fire. April wishes Carter and Clive luck at the tournament and hopes that the strongest will win. But then Clive moves further and further away from April, and this path into the distance becomes for them a path to each other. Carter realizes that an affair has begun between them, which worries him more and more. Clive sternly asks April where this guy is from and if he is her brother. April admits that he is simply a wonderful brother who is always ready to protect her. Clive chides April for treating people like Carter like family. Clive listens carefully to what April tells him about her brother. She talks about how they grew up together and suffered from abusive parents. April asks Clive to be gentler with him and say hello, not to be jealous of her, at least towards her brother. April asks Clive if he is jealous of her brother, if he sees all men as rivals. April playfully tells Clive that she worked on the scarf, but maybe she should give it to someone else. Clive is amazed that April embroidered a scarf, and for him at that. April shows him her wounded fingers, saying that she even got hurt. Clive takes the handkerchief and asks her if it hurts, pointing to her mangled fingers. Clive tells April that she is very hurt and is worried about her. April tells Clive that she worked very hard to make it. Clive asks her if she will take 500 gold pieces for the handkerchief, but he is of course joking. He accepts the handkerchief, and April can only laugh at his strange humor. April realizes that everything that was done was a joke on Clive's part, that he had no serious intentions. Clive accepts her handkerchief and tells her that it will give her victory. April asks him to make sure he wins the tournament so that her efforts are not in vain. Meanwhile, Asher is eating a sandwich, and he believes that everything will be fine. April and Asher enjoy delicious sandwiches. They eat them with anticipation. They come to the Colosseum, where sword fights are to take place. Asher recognizes one of the fencers as April's brother. Carter enters the arena dressed as an officer, ready to win. Carter is confident that he will win, and he fully expects his victory. April knows he's been serious about fencing since he was a kid. Carter is faced with his first opponent, who is ready to fight him. His opponent attacks him. He swings his saber, ready to strike. He lunges and their swords touch, clanging against each other with a loud thud. Carter gets up and rushes into battle. He is ready to do anything to fight. With a precise effort, he knocks the sword out of his opponent's hands, and he grabs his hand in horror. The young man wants to challenge Carter's actions by fighting him. April is shocked that her brother unexpectedly won in the first rounds of the tournament. She heard that Carter's opponent was a member of the Royal Guard, but he won easily. After that, some fights began, but Carter always won. He is not one step behind Clive, and is also close to victory. Also, our Clive Winterville distinguished himself in some fights, and he will not easily give the victory to Carter. As a result, a fight begins between the two, and Asher is in anticipation. Carter and Clive stood frozen opposite each other, ready to fight. April doesn't know who to root for and which one of them will win, but she cares about both of them. Carter takes a stance and is ready to fight Clive. He will not give him April. Clive is also bristling and ready to fight Carter. They decide to fight for April. Carter rushed into battle, ready to fight and crush Clive. Carter deftly parries his sword strikes and blocks them. They clash their swords with all their might, ready to knock each other's swords away. The opponents suddenly pulled away from each other and were ready to continue fighting. Carter leaps onto Clive, swinging his sword and letting out a victory cry. Clive realizes that this is his only chance to knock the sword out of his hands. They clash with their swords, glaring at each other in rage, like a tiger and a dragon. But in the end, Clive wins the fight, and the audience gives him a standing ovation. April and Asher are happy for Clive and encourage him with war cries. Suddenly, April stops clapping and screaming like crazy. Clive smiles slyly and shows her the scarf she made. April realizes that she helped him win the fight, and this makes her heart overflow with pride. Clive is declared the winner of the tournament and is happy with his victory. But Carter can't just leave Clive and Carter's fight alone. April runs after Asher, who is running as fast as he can to get to his uncle. Clive is shocked when Asher runs up to him, worried about him and believing that his uncle is okay. Asher hugs him and says it's an amazing day that he won. Clive is shocked that Asher believed in him and supported him, that he did not support Carter, April's brother. Clive promises Asher that he will be the same when he grows up, that he is already a strong child. He has been through a lot. Clive asks April if she enjoyed the competition, who she was rooting for, and if she believed in him. April congratulates him on his victory and says that she is glad to see him. Clive leans towards her and slyly asks if she didn't believe in his victory. April stared at him in surprise. What else could she expect from him? Clive asks April if she wants to go on a date with him. In such a peaceful environment, they go home to their mansion. Clive sharply asks April why she is so upset. Isn't she happy that he won? April asks him if he weren't a duke, he would ask her out on a date. April says that she agrees to go on a date with him, but she doesn't even know where. Clive informs her that everything has already been prepared, that everything has been decided without her. April reproaches him for wanting as much attention as possible. Clive asks her what she wanted to take care of, but she doesn't say anything. April is confused. She doesn't know where to begin her story. She so wants to tell him that she is a time traveler. She tells Clive that she wants to be more beautiful for him, and he responds by saying that for him, she becomes more beautiful every day. April thinks it's nothing to Clive, and only time will tell what is truly valuable. They get out of the carriage, and Clive announces that they have arrived. April's breath caught in her throat with excitement and curiosity. They find themselves at a night market where life is in full swing, and her eyes are dazzled by the abundance of colors, goods, and smiling faces. Lovely music is playing. People are walking here and there, and this simple picture, music, people, lights, is forever etched into her memory. April says that if she had known she was going to the market, she would have taken Asher with her. Clive was saying something to her, and April thought he was saying that he didn't like something. Clive tells her that he wants to go on a date only with her. April is surprised by what Clive said and can't believe her luck. Clive invites April to come with him and plunge into the abyss of pleasure. So they choose sweets at the festival together, and Clive likes everything. They eat delicious dango, Japanese sweets on sticks, and enjoy each other. Together, they watch local residents compete in shooting and archery. Clive eventually broke the residents' records by shooting multiple times on target. They pass by musicians who like to perform on the street. April and Clive are thrilled with local music performers, and they feel that music unites people more than any words. April is absolutely delighted by the performance of music. Everything delights her. Clive is happy that he was able to please April, and she is happy with their date. They walk down a dark alley and climb up a wide street staircase. April asks Clive where they are going, and he believes that April will like it. April still doesn't understand why they have to climb the damn hill. She gets very tired when they get to the top and sits down on the bench. She asks Clive questioningly what he wanted to show her. She asks him why he asked her to come in the first place. Suddenly, a bright light illuminates everything, and April looks at it, her eyes wide. They witness fireworks that light up the night sky with their splashes. April is shocked by the sight that meets her eyes. Clive looks at her, and it's clear from his gaze that he's never been on a date. April says she just saw one of the lights explode very close by. Clive notes sheepishly that he finds everything around him fabulously beautiful. April suddenly doesn't know what she should do in this situation and feels embarrassed. So they return to the Duke of Winterville's estate, where the moonlight casts shadows and the house itself glows from within. Lloyd walks into his office and asks Clive how his date went. Clive is amazed that the servants are already asking what happened to him. Everyone knew that Clive had gone on a date with April, and they were worried about him. Clive loudly informs him that if they have nothing else to do, he will give them more work to do. Clive barely brushed off Lloyd's questions about his date. He looks very tired. Clive doesn't even understand what the big deal is about dating. He just held our heroine's hand. He knows that April looked absolutely happy when he met her. Clive wants only one thing, for our heroine to open her heart to him as soon as possible. Clive is shy, but all his thoughts are about April. April wants to see him even more at this moment. April is distracted from her thoughts about Clive at work, where she is happy and in the clouds. Her waitress, May, notices that something is wrong with April and worries about her. April realizes that she needs to focus on work and not think about Clive. April realizes that while she was on the date, she decided that she wanted to stay with Clive for life. April didn't really care about returning to her world. But now, April thinks about what will happen to her and Clive in the future. She cannot imagine her life without this man in the future. April thinks about giving her heart to Clive, which belongs to her. May runs up to her and shouts that a client is looking for the girl. April asks in surprise who could need her. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appears in the doorway. Short blonde hair, black coat. This client turns out to be Carter, who pierces our heroine with his icy gaze. April serves coffee and asks Carter what he's doing here, and they both laugh at this joke. Carter looks into his coffee cup and mumbles that it's nothing special. He insists that April return to her clan and not abandon the A-Lino family. He tells April that she is causing problems for Clive, and it would be better if she left him. Carter says he wishes she were home. April rudely asks him why he wants her to be an A-Lino personally. Carter tells her that it's all because they are family. That's why he's always there. That's why he worries about her. April can't believe it. She knows it's all a lie. She wanted to hear it from her family in person, not from Carter, from a mother who never said warm words to her. She asks him to pretend that she didn't hear and leaves, leaving him alone with an unfinished cup of coffee and a heavy heart. Carter asks her to listen to him because he made a mistake, and he looks more lost than she's ever seen him. April tells him that she thought about the future, knowing Carter wouldn't be in it. Carter is confused about what is happening and asks her to stop. But April doesn't seem to hear him, continuing to pace around the room. Carter hears that our heroine is like this and is thinking about something. Carter realizes that April's reaction is simply unambiguous, and in this silence, there was a death sentence for their relationship. He remembers that people loved her, especially her parents, and this thought breaks my heart even more. Clive believes it's time for him to escape his family's vices and become the person she can be proud of. So, he arrives at his parents' estate and immediately calls the old servants. An elderly butler and an old maid come to him. He asks them what April's personality was like when she lived with them. The servants begin to talk about what is happening, what happened in the absence of the young master. The butler says that April was a very smart child. They shock Carter by telling him that she grew up cruel and left her parents' home. The woman says that she only understood the count, that she offended her parents and did not obey them. Carter sternly asks the servants how they dare lie to him. Let them tell him the truth. Carter orders them to tell only the truth, otherwise he will throw them out of the house. The Countess and Count neglected our heroine when Carter left. Unlike before, they stopped eating together, walking together, and generally forgot about her. And gradually, they became completely distant from April. Sometimes the Count and Countess took the girl with them to receptions, and then only for beauty and to show how good they were. That's why April tried to get closer to them, but all her attempts were in vain. There came a time when she became very ill, and no one could cure her, not even the court physician. Unfortunately, her parents were busy, but her condition was noticed by the maid. At the time, the doctor said there was a risk of high fever, and that she might not survive the nightmare night. April was getting worse and worse. She became completely ill, felt terrible, and couldn't get out of bed. But the Count and Countess did not come to her aid. They were too absorbed in each other. They said that she only caused them trouble, and that with their second child there were no such problems. Then, her adoptive parents left altogether, leaving their daughter, sick and unwanted, in the care of servants. April cried alone. She felt so bad. She felt so lonely. Years later, she grew up into a beautiful girl living without her parents. April remembers with horror what is happening. She does not want to return to her parents' house. April remembers how her parents lived without her, that they were good together until she came along. However, April is considering whether to return to her family. The Duke's mansion is covered in darkness, and everything becomes dark and gloomy. Lloyd tells the Duke what happened, and that our heroine was being pursued by Carter. Clive thinks about what Carter told her, and why she's acting like this. April enters the new room with refreshing coffee for the Duke. She says that she brought cold coffee because it is warm outside. Clive looks up and asks our heroine what happened. He wonders why April looks like she's about to cry. April talks about how she thinks her brother is the only one who thinks she belongs in the Alino family. Clive understands that she is being deceived, and they just want to bring her home. April cries and says that she always wanted to hear why she was hated in her own family, that she was something. Clive reassures April, telling her that everything is fine, that she is not stupid and pathetic. He hugs April and tells her that everything is fine, that the situation is turning out for the best. He gently tells April that her family is already here. In short, he proposes to her. April doesn't understand what he means by we. There is no we, there is only her, and that's it. Clive hints to her that he and Asher are already her family, that he will not leave her alone again. They eat every day, share their worries, and take care of each other. Moreover, in a family they take care when someone is sick. Isn't that so important? Isn't that a family? Clive looks tenderly at April, and it seems like he is about to kiss her. April smiles and says that she is glad that she now has a family. Clive asks April not to cry anymore because of ungrateful people. The next day, the Duke's estate is all sparkling and gleaming after the night's rain. April invites everyone to her cafe. She is very happy that there are so many customers at one time. Sophia and May are whispering to each other. They look like everything is fine. April asks customers to hurry and order new coffee. She will not wait for them forever. April feels calm. She looks at what is happening and believes that everything is fine. All she can think about is Clive, who seems to love her very much and invites her into his family. Ethan tells her that the customer is looking for something on the menu when it is not there. April is surprised that he is looking for something in the cafe that is not actually there. We are shown a young guy sitting by the window, looking for something from the menu. April introduces herself as the owner of the cafe and is happy to see anyone here. The man tells her that he is looking for a drink that is clearly not on the menu. Then his gaze falls on April, on her slender figure, on that charming pink hair. He suddenly stands up from his seat and calls our heroine Abigail. Tears stream down the man's cheeks. He can't believe his luck. He has met his beloved, whom he lost many years ago. April is surprised why the man is suddenly crying here, what she did wrong, how she offended him. He cries and says that he hasn't seen Abigail in person for a long time. April has no idea who Abigail is. April addresses the client with the words, "Dear client," and insists that he explain everything to her. She asks him to wipe away his tears and calm down, giving him a handkerchief, thus showing him kindness. He then calms down and tells April that he is looking for a drink that is not on the menu. He remembers that there was cream in the coffee and remembers that the drink tasted like coffee. April says that she understands that he was making dessert coffee. April cheerfully tells him that she will prepare everything now. Let him wait a minute or two. The man was shocked by how April behaved. She didn't throw a tantrum or ask him to leave the cafe. They give him a panna coffee with crispy whipped foam, a type of coffee reminiscent of espresso. The man is given a panna coffee, a type of espresso with whipped cream. The man tells April that thanks to her, he will be able to indulge in memories. April tells him to enjoy his drink while she goes to make another one. Sophia asks her if this is the drink, and April says yes. The man happily tells her that this is what he was looking for. However, the strange guest does not leave April's thoughts. She cannot understand where she has seen or heard him before. He just sits in his place and looks at his cup of coffee as if there is no one here but her. April becomes curious about who Abigail is and decides to find out everything. She feels that there is some kind of secret hidden here. April approaches him and asks who Abigail is, deciding that she would rather hear the truth than live in ignorance. April excitedly asks him if he liked the coffee and if she can make him some more. April asks him to tell her who Abigail is. It will be payment for coffee. The man says that he was turned down everywhere and that April's cafe was the first one to prepare what he needed. He tells the girl that his name is Count Odwin, that he is Clive Winterville's teacher. April remembers that she heard something about him, but she can't remember where exactly. This is Count Odwin, one of the Winterville's supporters, a master of the sword. Clive listens to April in the evening, and he cannot believe his ears that his teacher came. Clive tells her that Count Odwin raised him, and that he is a strict but good man. Clive becomes curious about what Odwin wanted. He rarely looks into this part of the kingdom. He asks April about what happened, whether anyone offended her and Sophia too. She asks Clive if he knows Abigail, and he falls silent. April tells him that Count Odwin named her Abigail. Clive's face changes, and he doesn't know how to tell her the truth. He tells April that Abigail is Odwin's wife, and that she died many years ago. He tells April that she really does look a lot like the late Countess. April decides to ask Clive about what he was like during the war. We are shown the gloomy county of Odwin, with high and long roofs, with barely burning light in the windows. Count Odwin sits in the middle of his office, where there is no one, only books. He remembers the cheerful April who met him in the cafe. A few days later, he crosses the threshold of the cafe again. He pays a visit to his favorite place. The Count meets April and decides to tell her everything, both about Abigail and about Clive. April again makes him panna coffee, which the Count loves so much. She believes that he likes the cafe. Odwin is shocked when April comes and tells her that he couldn't get in touch. April says that she doesn't need anything new from him. His presence is enough for her. He talks about how Clive often turned to him, that without him, he couldn't even move his legs. April tells him that she is glad that he is worried about Clive, because the gloomy Duke still has no friends. Odwin is happy with what April has now experienced, and is glad that she supports the Duke. After that, Odwin visited the cafe every day and came to chat with April. Odwin comes into the cafe and asks if everything is okay. As usual, April greets him joyfully, and he is also happy to see her. He didn't stay long, and April learned a lot of new things. She gradually became aware of what was going on in the world. He talked about life, about books, about studying and everything that was happening. April also discovered that they had a lot in common: tastes, books, and clothes. April chats with him carefree about what's going on and what she likes. He promises to bring her a new book that just came out, as he believes it is April's favorite novel. April feels at ease when talking to the Count. She suddenly greets a new customer at the coffee shop, but her smile instantly disappears. It turns out to be Carter, who arrived at the wrong time, gloomy as always. April wonders to herself why he even came here to ruin her mood. April introduces her brother, Carter, to Odwin, who is also not happy to see him. April learns what Carter really wants, his true purpose for visiting her modest cafe. April asks what's going on, why Carter appeared so suddenly after the tournament. April learns that the servants told Carter everything about how she was treated. April asks him to leave and says that she will never forgive her family. Carter suddenly apologizes for hurting her and leaving her alone. Many nobles look at what is happening to them in shock, but they do not dare to intervene. April hears that he is apologizing for hurting her. As Carter leaves, someone approaches to upset April. Odwin hands her something and asks her to put it on. He hopes that this will support the girl. Odwin says that he doesn't know how to support people, but he believes that now he will succeed. April finds it funny that he is encouraging her. She feels his concern and smiles at him. Odwin asks April what happened and why she is so upset. April decides to trust the Count and tell him everything about her family, about her meeting with Clive, and about what happened before that. April talks about how she left home and has no contact with her family. Odwin listens attentively to April's sad story. He simply remains silent and does not take his gaze off her. April talks about how she knows her family is using her and won't just give her up. April says that she believes that her brother is innocent. Odwin suddenly stops April's monologues about the family she hates so much. Odwin wants to invite her to this evening. He wants her to come to his house. April is surprised by what is happening. She is glad that the Count invites her to his place. Clive is surprised that April was invited to his teacher, who is the same unsociable type as the Duke. April tells him that she agreed to meet him. Despite Clive's obvious objection, Clive is amazed that April has so easily won his teacher's trust. Clive tells her that he also wants to greet the teacher and will go with her. Clive tells her that he doesn't want to let her go alone. He is jealous of her again, now towards Odwin. April happily agrees to go with him, and she invites Clive to come with her and visit Odwin. We are shown the county seat of Odwin, which rises above the other houses. April and Clive go to visit Odwin and are amazed by the splendor of the county. Odwin greets them, telling them what is happening at his estate. He is very surprised that Clive, who is as wary as always, came with her. Clive greets him unexpectedly, and they are not very happy to see each other. April asks the Duke why he treats Odwin like this, why he is so cold and arrogant with him. April hands him the flowers she found and bought at the florist. Odwin looks at the flowers with pleasure. These are his favorite flowers, peonies. They enter luxurious chambers with high walls and red carpets and are escorted to the throne room. Clive sharply asks Odwin what he's up to, why he's visiting the cafe, and what he wants from April. Clive finds it strange that Odwin invited the woman who treated him to coffee. Odwin is surprised by what is happening. He does not see anything bad in it. Clive begins to question him about why he is so interested in April, and he admits that this child is important. April looks at them in surprise. She doesn't understand what's happening. It's immediately obvious that they are not on very good terms. Later, the heroes sit down at a luxurious table to dine, and Count Odwin begins the meal. Odwin asks a question. He's interested in how Clive and April met. Clive doesn't hide anything from the teacher and tells him how he met April. He talks about how he never thought he would like April. Odwin decides to show them the mansion after they have finished eating. He takes our heroes around the mansion and shows them everything: the lush columns, the bright tapestries, and the furniture. April, despite Clive's objections, wants to see everything. Odwin invites our heroine to look at the mansion, despite Clive's mood. Odwin shows her the library, furnished with a pile of books, and gives her a newly published novel. April is very happy. She looks at Odwin and listens to him. She feels like she has found a new friend. Odwin is glad that April is happy and shows her the library. They enter a room where family portraits are collected. Gloomy and unsociable people. Odwin's ancestors. April notices a certain portrait that looks so much like her. She can't take her eyes off it. Odwin says that the portrait bears a striking resemblance to her. Odwin says that he knows the girl in this portrait. This portrait depicts Abigail, who gave birth to his child 20 years ago, and it feels like this is her mother. Odwin feels like he looks at April like his own daughter. Odwin asks for the request to become April's godfather. April is shocked that she might find the father she never had. April can't even imagine such happiness as finding a godfather. He claims that he will become her godfather and take care of the girl. April says that she is very embarrassed by such a request. Clive reports that April is putting him and Odwin in a difficult position. Odwin apologizes and says that he wants April to be his goddaughter. He hopes that our heroine will consider the offer and respond positively. April and Clive can't even believe this happiness, because now April will have a new guardian. Odwin understands that his request is very strange, but he can't help himself. In his youth, Odwin was always causing trouble for the servants, for which they did not tolerate him. He was a real outlaw who was incapable of repentance. Count Odwin's son, Ian Odwin, is quite the character. Probably the old count wanted to change his son's character and exiled him to the fortress. Here, Ian often reflected on his actions, surrounded by the endless hills and quiet nature. He always experienced the same boring routine, that he always wanted to die. But one day, Ian's life changed dramatically. Ian met Abigail, April's future mother. At least that's what the mangaka hints at. He fell in love with her at first sight, and they started dating. Abigail was a bastard princess in the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Empire could not allow such a marriage between two lovers. Ian returned to his father's estate and received his father's title, the title of Earl. He married Abigail, passing her off as a peasant, as this would not attract attention from the kingdom. But at that moment, he was confronted by Patricia, his aunt, a woman of strict morals and traditions. However, Abigail tries to save the relationship between Patricia and her nephew. The aunt nevertheless approved of their marriage. She was able to solve problems and settle conflicts between them. Abigail and Odwin got married as soon as they received their marriage license. As a result, Abigail gave birth to the long-awaited baby she had been waiting for. But it was too cold a day in the capital, and the baby was born prematurely. Abigail was dying from pregnancy and unexpected contractions. She understood that she did not have much time left. Odwin hurried home from the council as quickly as possible, but he couldn't. Odwin was horrified when he saw that Abigail and the child were gone. Aunt Patricia told him that she had buried the child and that she understood her nephew's grief. Odwin can't believe that she didn't even let him say goodbye to his child. His aunt reminds him that she, too, had lost a child, and she wanted to do the best for Odwin. Odwin can't believe that he lost his child and his wife, that he lost everything overnight. Odwin blamed himself for not being able to keep the baby and Abigail alive. After this, he lived alone on his estate, did not make acquaintances with anyone, and avoided women. Patricia asked him if he didn't want to marry another, since it was his duty. She reminds him that he must think about a successor, otherwise his family will die out. Odwin decides to find a child from the sideline and pass the inheritance on to him. Patricia is horrified. She can't believe what's happening, how her nephew could do this. But Odwin's relatives continued to insist on the marriage. So, Odwin fled to the capital, away from his family, because he was tired of listening to them. Who would have thought that Odwin would meet a child like Abigail? Apparently, April is the same dead child who is the daughter of Odwin and Abigail. At this time, a carriage with April is driving through the dark forest. She is galloping over bumps and stones. April and Clive look at each other and think about what Count Odwin offered them. Clive asks April not to think about what is happening, and he will refuse Odwin's offer. April says that the offer is good and she will accept it. April decides to return to her family. She wants to stay with Odwin and Clive. Clive is amazed that April would say that, because he couldn't even imagine how she felt. April tells him that she and Odwin don't know each other very well. However, April feels that Odwin can replace her biological father. Clive agrees to our heroine's strange request. He will approve of any decision she makes. April is shocked that Clive approves of her decision. The Duke usually disagreed with anyone. Clive suggests that April step out of the carriage carefully. He is afraid that she will stumble. April asks him what he wanted to say, and she silently looks into his eyes. She innocently asks if he objects to Odwin being her godfather. Clive tells her that his opinion doesn't matter, that this is her life, and it's up to her to decide. Asher runs up to them, running at full speed. He really misses April and the Duke. They are like parents to him. Clive tells her that April has him and Asher, and she doesn't need anyone else to be completely happy. April agrees to stay in their family forever, because Alino's family is nothing to her. A few days later, everything is calm and quiet in our heroine's cafe, with crowds of customers coming in to drink coffee. Odwin comes to April with an armful of flowers. He wants to please our heroine. Odwin tells April that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He immediately asks her what decision she made. They ask each other how they are doing, and everything is going great. April is unexpectedly presented with blue flowers, the beauty of which is astounding. April accepts flowers from the Count, and she is simply happy to receive them. She couldn't even imagine that the Count could be a good godfather. April asks if the Count will become her godfather. It would be better to say that he will become her biological father. The Count thanks April for her willingness to fulfill his request. Odwin asks April to take care of him in the future. He believes that she will become a good daughter to him. April asks him to also support her in the future, because she has so much to do in these lands. Suddenly, someone who heard their conversation approaches them. April is surprised by who approached them. She didn't expect to see him here. Carter, who has been annoying everyone, comes to their cafe again. April is calmly ready to listen to him again and is brainwashing about going back home. Carter apologizes to April for wasting her time, for making her cry, and for being such a selfish person. Odwin promises that he will wait for April as long as she needs. Carter asks April not to do anything else that might arouse suspicion. April tells him that she has indeed become the Count's goddaughter. April tells him that she knows the Count and that he is a good man. Carter asks April not to misunderstand him. He tells her that this is her life, and he will not insist. He says he knows little about Count Odwin, but he does know a few things. Odwin treats April like a daughter, and even a real one. Perhaps they are relatives who lost each other. He tells April that at least he can hardly upset her. April is happy that he accepted her decision. She can't believe that everything is working out like a fairy tale. April asks him why he came here. Does Carter really have some good reason to look into the cafe? Carter talks about being offered a position as a professor at the fencing academy. April remembers that he had excellent grades in fencing. Carter explains that he came to the academy for a reason. Carter announces that he wants to leave and return to his family so as not to cause problems for April. Carter talks about wanting to look at her face and then walk away, leaving her alone. He tells April that he no longer cares about what happened. He believes that the best thing he can give April is to leave, to live her own life, and not at the expense of others. April decides to stop Carter. She wants to tell him what is happening. Carter looks at April in surprise and stops. He clearly wants to tell her something. April yells at Carter to come see her next time. Carter finally smiles and promises that he will come to see her. He is not so annoying when he smiles. April watches him go and looks after him. She believes that now a new life is beginning for her. Odwin asks April if Carter has left. He wouldn't want to see that boy near her. April apologizes to Odwin for waiting for her for so long. Odwin gives her a slight smile and tells her that everything is fine. But he wants to tell our April something that shocks the heroine. He asks April to attend a baptism at the temple next week. So they find themselves at the Count's estate again, and everything happens quickly. Odwin is waiting for April and is glad that she has arrived. He looks closely at her face, noting how she has changed. April approaches him, wearing another tasteless outfit, and shyly pulls down her dress, which is clearly from someone else's shoulder. He says that he needs to take care of how she is, because she is like the daughter he never had. Clive is also dressed up, and he follows April, keeping pace. And now they both look like two mummers who have escaped from a masquerade. April tells them both to calm down when they argue. They only cause her problems. But in the end, they both accompany April. As they couldn't decide who would accompany her, they start arguing about who will take April to the gym, but nothing can be resolved with Anna's help. April asks them both to accompany her so that they can both be happy and not fight. The men are very surprised by what is happening. They did not expect that both are dear to April. April says that they will not quarrel anymore, as it is very rude on their part. In the end, April is accompanied by Odwin, while Clive is defeated. Odwin asks our heroine if she is ready to go, maybe to wait with her debut and appearance in public. April tells him that she is ready, and they go to church, believing that they will soon become a family. So they move forward towards the church, which rises above numerous houses. A certain priest, similar to Odwin, says that he is glad to welcome them to the abode of God. The priest asks Count Odwin to rise and invites April to come with him. He baptizes April, saying that she is now a child of God. After her baptism, the Count finally becomes her godfather, although it would have been better if he had become her father. Odwin asks our heroine to take care of him, since he has no one left. April asks him to call her Lily and addresses him as her godfather. After the baptism they leave. Nothing happens that could change such a drawn-out and boring plot. The priest says that our hero has not been attending church lately. He notes that our hero has been gone for a long time and asks why he stopped going to church. Ever since April met Clive, they have been in love, and her magic coffee helps him cope with his insomnia. The high priest's concern is understandable, as he had not seen Clive for a long time. Clive talks about how good he is with April and how happy he is with her. Odwin yells at Clive and April, demanding that they get into the carriage. Odwin can't allow Clive's feelings for April to blossom. Odwin notes that Clive has stopped going to church. He is no longer needed here. April asks Clive to stop and not go further. She is afraid for his life, for his future. April asks him why he even said that, why he thought he could handle everything with her. Clive tells April that he no longer needs the church's help as long as April is by his side. April is shy, but nevertheless accepts Clive and wants to spend the rest of her life with him. Clive doesn't know how he can tease April. She's so sweet. April cuddles up to Clive and tells him that he is the only one she needs. April can't imagine life without him, even though they've known each other for 72 chapters. April pulls away from Clive abruptly, looking at him, wanting a kiss from him. April says that Clive has to go with him, that she will not leave Odwin. She informs Clive that she will soon tell him her decision. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout high society that April was Odwin's goddaughter. But since it was difficult to find her, rumors of various kinds began to spread. April knows that soon all the secrets will come out. Soon patience will snap like an overstretched string, and all secrets will scatter around in sharp fragments. Hannah tells April that it's time for them to go to the cafe, that the customers are already waiting for April's coffee. Hannah shows them the blender she made, happy to have pleased April. April happily tells her that she wants to use the device to make a frap. Odwin arrives and says that he is now her godfather. April is interested in what Odwin, who came to visit her, is doing here. April asks him if it's okay that he came to visit her. Maybe his servants at home need him. April says she has released a new drink, frappa, which has already seen a surge in popularity. Odwin asks her to give him a frap drink, which he has never tried. Frap is a drink made from syrup and sugar. With the addition of espresso, April decides to use frap to impress Odwin. April reports that she can still make such cool drinks. April hopes things can be done better, and this hope warms her in the darkest moments. April serves the drink that Odwin already likes so much. She savors every sip as if it were not coffee, but an elixir of youth. Odwin notes that it is an amazing drink that he already loves. April is glad that Odwin liked the drink, and this warmth spreads across her chest, warming her better than any fireplace. April promises Odwin that they will go far, far away, so that he wouldn't worry about her anymore. Odwin looks surprised by her answer. He doesn't know where they're going. Odwin notes that April looks very cute. His words fall into her tired soul like drops of rain on parched earth. Odwin believes that he drinks too much coffee, which has affected his health. Oddly enough, he feels an unprecedented boost of energy from the strange drink. April asks Odwin if she kept him waiting. April asks him what he wanted to say. Odwin had already forgotten what he wanted to say when he saw April. He presents her with a necklace and earrings made of pearls that shimmer in the sun. Odwin asks our heroine if she is ready to make her debut, as it is important for nobles to appear at the ball. April asks him, surprised, what he's talking about debuting. Odwin tells her that he cannot hide for long who his goddaughter is. He couldn't let the rumors spread any further. He decided it would be better to show his goddaughter. April looks at the necklace in front of her for a long time. She can't believe how expensive it is. Odwin informs her that she can refuse if she doesn't want to. Odwin knows that April's opinion is important to him since this is her debut. April claims that she can debut, which interests him. Odwin informs her that he will help her debut, whether the nobles like it or not. April asks him in surprise if she can accept such an expensive piece of jewelry. He informs her that Abigail would like the necklace to be hers. April doesn't know if she can accept such an expensive necklace. Odwin tells her that he will be glad if she accepts the decoration. April is very similar to Abigail and says she is happy with the offer. Odwin thanks our heroine for accepting the necklace. Then, the action moves to the mansion of Duke Clive, where he misses our heroine. April is delighted to be given a crystal ball that reveals the truth about her magic. It reflects that she can use her magic however she wants. April is absolutely over the moon. She can use magic like she used to and put Clive to bed. April decides to make him coffee that will definitely put him to sleep, so that dark magic doesn't take hold of him. April believes that she will succeed, just like last time. April decides to take the first step in her and Clive's relationship, since nothing has been moving forward for a bunch of chapters. Clive is pleased to hear the news that April's mana pathways have been cleared. April decides to go into Clive's bedroom and give him some coffee to help him fall asleep, or vice versa. April asks the Duke what's wrong and why he's looking at her like that. Clive suddenly turned pale, and our heroine wants to know the reason, because she has never seen Clive like this. Clive notices that our heroine looks agitated and nervous. He asks what is the reason. April happily informs him that she can put him to sleep with coffee, as her magic has finally returned. Clive takes this as a challenge and drinks a liter of the coffee she made for him. Clive puts his glass down on the table with a loud bang, demanding more, as he misses the magical coffee. April realizes that Clive won't need her anymore if she loses her magic again, that he was just tolerating her. Clive remains seated and gives April a long look, unable to understand the reason for her sadness. April thought that Clive would be, on the contrary, happy with this turn of events. At this time, Clive accuses April of meanness and the insincerity of her feelings for him, and it seems Clive is the only one who can tell the difference. The next morning, April learns that Clive has not slept all night. Clive tells her that he didn't sleep all night, that her coffee doesn't work anymore, and it's not about magic. Clive believes that given time, she will be able to use mana. April is surprised by what happened. She clearly remembers adding a little magic to the coffee. She doesn't understand why Clive avoids her gaze, why he is so prickly and angry today. April decides to pick up Clive and look at him. She looks straight into his eyes. April asks Clive to look her in the eyes and tell her the truth. Clive looks at her, and he is calm as she touches his face, as her gentle hands glide over his smooth skin. Clive tells her that he lied because he doesn't want to let April go. April sits on his lap and tells him that this is his chance to tell her everything. April asks him if they can hold hands because she wants to be closer to him so much. So April and Clive are sitting together and hugging. They can't fight anymore and lose each other. After the incident with Clive, April's godfather sent out an envelope with invitations to all the nobles. Before anyone knew it, April's debut day had arrived. Her day to go out into the world had arrived. The maid cheerfully asks April if she feels uncomfortable. Then, April is dressed up, her hair is styled, made up, and she is made into a Barbie doll. The maids tell April that she is very beautiful, that she looks very much like the late Abigail. April greets Odwin at the door. Happy to see him and welcome him to Clive's halls, April shyly asks if she looks like Abigail. She so wants to look like this beautiful woman in the portrait. April looks like a farm girl as usual, but she looks like Abigail. The godfather looks at April for a long time. With this hairstyle and dress, she looks like Abigail. Odwin tells her that she looks like Abigail, even too much like her. Odwin compliments April, saying that she looks amazing. Clive appears at the door in a blue waistcoat, dissatisfied with something. Clive and Odwin exchange pleasantries and argue over who will lead April. April now looks like Abigail, in a pearl dress, with her hair up and makeup on. Clive tells her that he wants to be with her and her escort. April promises Clive that if he is a good boy, he will receive a reward. Clive cheerfully informs her that he will be looking forward to it. April looks at him with hope in her violet eyes. Odwin asks Clive and April to leave because he thinks he's bothering them. Odwin invites April to go with him. April happily announces that she is ready to debut. So they go out into the world. They are in a room with red carpets and a bunch of guests. Many nobles are talking about April. Many men consider her beautiful. The nobles think that Clive is lucky, and they envy him for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Zeno recalls that most people turned away from him and turned to Clive. Zeno is unlucky. His father hates him. Everyone despises him. No one wants to talk to him anymore. He plans to hire a magician to seduce Clive, but he ignores her. April and Clive decide that they will cope with all problems together. Zenon thinks that somehow the mana has not returned to him. He understands that April has magic again. Zeno hears about the announcement that Clive, Odwin, and April are here. Zeno doesn't like what's happening here, and he doesn't believe it. April appears in the doorway, wearing a pearl dress and with her hair slicked back. Zeno is amazed at how April has changed. He thinks that she is Count Odwin's late wife, Abigail. He is shocked that April has become Count Odwin's goddaughter, and is also happy with Clive and Asher. He decides that he will bring April back to him no matter what, even if he has to walk through a sea of corpses. Many nobles are shocked that April has become Count Odwin's goddaughter. Odwin tells everyone that April made her debut thanks to him and became his successor. April greets everyone in the audience. She is glad that so many people attended her debut. April happily announces that she is glad that she became his goddaughter. Odwin announces that the ball is about to begin and asks all guests to come to April. Many nobles welcome April as an equal. She is no longer alone among them. Isabella is upset that April didn't tell her anything. She was so confident that she would tell her everything. The nobles say she bears a striking resemblance to Abigail, the late wife of Count Odwin. Perhaps April has met her real family, as everything fits together. Abigail and Odwin are her parents. April is happy with what is happening. She believes that everything is fine. April becomes curious about her connection to Abigail and why she looks so much like her. Isabella suddenly looks at April. She doesn't believe what's happening. A fight breaks out, and Zeno's involved in it. He fights with Odwin and Count Alino. April recognizes some of these people, but she is afraid to come closer, so as not to get hurt. It turns out that a fight is taking place between Count Alino and Odwin. April remembers that she arranged her debut, that she is to blame for this quarrel. Count Alino was most interested in what was happening. He, as usual, builds his ambitions regarding April, because he wants only one thing: money. He is delighted when Count Odwin greets him. This is his chance to move up the career ladder. Odwin tells the Count that he needs to ask him something. Odwin asks him if he remembers the house where April was taken as a child. The Count tells him where the house was, where he got April from. He tells Odwin that she is lucky that he became her godfather. Odwin is shocked by what the Count says next, that April needs to be protected. He tells Odwin that April has become a very pretty girl. The Count calls April a worthless child and says he is glad to be rid of her. Odwin suddenly grabs him by the chest and tells the Count that he is mistaken. He tells April that the Count is a real bastard, since he treated April like that. Odwin demands that the Count never appear in April's life again. He threatens the Count, saying that he will tear him to pieces if he appears before April. Odwin orders the Count to leave here far away and never appear here again. Odwin mentions that it would be better for him to get excommunicated from the church now. So they part as enemies and are not happy to see each other anymore. Odwin stops in front of April and looks into her eyes. He did this for her. April asks him worriedly if everything is okay. She heard their argument, and she is worried about what is going on. Odwin tells her to enjoy the holiday and be nice to everyone. April happily tells him that everything will be fine, that he only looks back and does not understand what is happening. The commotion that occurred allowed us to realize the following. No one has the right to touch April. No one has the right to even insult April or say nasty things about her. April breathes a sigh of relief as she steps out into the yard. This day already behind her. April says she's glad there are people who care about her. April suddenly hears that there is someone on the balcony. She turns around, and her face distorts with horror. Zenon Olsen approaches her in his splendor and says he is glad to see her. April orders him to leave and not come near her. Didn't he see what happened to Count Alino? Zeno tells her that she is truly amazing, that such a woman is worth fighting for. He says that he is glad that April has become Odwin's goddaughter, congratulates her on her victory, but there is only poison in his words. Zeno suddenly kneels and asks April to return to him. April is furious. She tells him to leave immediately. She doesn't want him to ruin everything for her. Zeno cries about what a jerk he was, that he's sorry, but it's all a game to get April to come back to him. Zeno begs our heroine to give him a chance, but his train has already left. She doesn't love him. April tells him that she is happy with Clive and will not let him ruin anything. She informs him that Zeno blocked her mana so that it would return to him. Zeno kneels before April and asks her to return to him. April tells him that she won't take revenge on him, so he should just leave and stay away. April walks past him, leaving this creature behind her. She doesn't want to see him at all anymore. She tells Zeno to stop, at least for his own sake, so that he doesn't continue to ruin his life. Zeno stands still. He doesn't trust anyone. He can't believe that April has become so brave. Zeno swears that he will never forgive her, and she will pay for everything. We are shown a house in which everything is gloomy and dark. April is glad that she can handle it on her own, that she has left all her fears behind. April knows she's caused trouble for Odwin, but she can't help herself anymore. Zeno doesn't look as confident as he used to. Now he's broken by April. April hears a knock and allows entry into her chambers. Odwin asks permission to enter the room. He wants to talk about what happened. They sit in the middle of the room at a table and look into each other's eyes. Odwin clearly wants to tell her something, and it concerns her. He keeps thinking about how similar she is to him. Odwin believes the child he lost is April. Really, we have brains. Odwin came to ask her if she liked the room. He had prepared everything for April. April says that she really likes the room and that she will stay here longer. Odwin tells April that she is like a daughter to him, whom he lost and never held in his arms. April feels like their relationship is just a game. She wants to dot the I's and cross the T's. Odwin feels like he has to tell her the truth about her being his possible daughter. Odwin, who can't understand why he has such an attachment to April when they first met. April bears a suspicious resemblance to the child he lost and his late wife. Odwin increasingly thinks that April is his daughter. Everyone is hinting at this, but the heroes are unreally stupid. April realizes that he is thinking about his dead daughter, who died. She decides to ask Odwin a question that has been bothering her since she lost everything. April offers him a cup of coffee, as it will calm them down. It's normal in general, yes. April says that she also wanted to buy him coffee instead of discussing who she is to him. April makes a fragrant cappuccino, which he likes. He generally likes it when she cooks. She is so similar to Abigail. Odwin suddenly witnesses her magic manifesting in coffee and asks her about it. April says she's worried that her godfather isn't sleeping. Odwin is surprised that she is a magician. He didn't know about it. He always thought that April was an ordinary person. April is amazed by what Odwin tells her. How he has changed now, looking at her. April tells him that she is a white magician. She decides to entrust her godfather with her great secret. Odwin understands everything. He will find out why Clive stopped visiting the temple and took her away. April doesn't understand what's so special about being a white mage. April doesn't understand what's so special about what she did. Odwin tells her that he will try the coffee. He really wants to know what it tastes like. April is worried about his well-being. She doesn't want this to happen more than anything. April lies down on her bed and doesn't feel happy after such a hard day. April is worried that her godfather won't fall asleep, that her magic won't work on him either. She thinks what is hidden behind Odwin's strange expression. April felt awkward asking this and decided to remain silent. April feels uneasy. She thinks that she is alone in that world. April goes to the window, where someone is desperately knocking. She hears a desperate knock coming from there. April is amazed by who is standing outside the window and knocking on it. She did not expect to see someone in the Count's chambers. Clive asks her if she is asleep and smiles mysteriously. He is so attractive now that her heart stops. Clive came to visit her. He is glad to meet her. He asks her to see him at least once. April asks him if he shouldn't have gone home. Clive tells her that he wanted to see her face before he left. April is surprised by his decision to leave the estate. She thinks that Clive has gone crazy or insane. Clive tells her that they managed to spend some time together. He tells April that he wanted to spend some time with her. April decides to no longer hold back her feelings and confess her love to Clive. April confesses her love to the Duke and asks him out. Clive is confused and doesn't know how to react. His heart is pounding loudly, and his face is covered with a telltale blush. Clive can't believe that April likes him so much, that she's willing to do anything for him. April comes up to him. Her scent tickles his nose, and she kisses Clive. April tells him that this is not a lie or a dream, that everything that is happening is real. Clive is happy with what is happening between them. He believes that they have a wonderful future ahead of them. He picks up the girl in his arms as if she were a feather, and he spins her around in the air in his powerful arms. Clive tells her that he has liked April for a long time, and he doesn't mind dating her. After this comes the long-awaited kiss, which we have been waiting for God knows how many chapters. Clive lies down next to April and tells her that he doesn't see anything wrong with this being his teacher's house. April asks Clive to return to his place, as she knows that this is her godfather's house, and he will soon find out everything. April tells him that she wants him to stay with her a little longer. She tells him that she wants to stay with the Duke longer. She does not want to return to her boring world. Clive asks April to address him by his first name, rather than so formally. He asks April to call him by his first name, not Duke. He wants to be her boyfriend, not her employer. April asks him if she can call the Duke by his first name. Clive tells her that he likes it when she calls him by his first name. So they fall asleep hugging each other, resting after a hard day's work. They are so cute in their sleep. At this time, Odwin sits in his gloomy office and thinks about something. Odwin understands that April is a mage with white experience, and that a real hunt will begin for her magic. He knows that white magic is concentrated in the hands of magicians and the royal family. But Abigail, surprisingly, is not a white mage. She was born an empty shell. But April, surprisingly, turned out to be a white mage and looked like Abigail. Odwin says that April's skills are impressive, that she is a true member of the royal family. That day, the following happens. A maid walks along the corridors of the estate. A curious maid enters April's room and asks if she is awake. She informs the girl that she is inviting her to breakfast with the Count. She finds the Duke of Winterville in bed with April. They cuddle and sleep together. The maid runs away in horror and tells the Count everything. She cannot believe what she just saw. Odwin looks at her. He is shocked by what is happening. He demands answers from the young people. Clive is unperturbed, and April is sitting with him, as if on pins and needles. He does not believe what is happening. Odwin is shocked by what he heard from Clive and April. He can't believe that these two are a couple. Clive decides to repeat it again, sighing heavily. Clive informs him that he and April have decided to date, and even the Count will not stop them anymore. Odwin is angry. He certainly didn't expect this from Clive. He didn't expect him to fall in love with April. The entire castle is lit up by his screams about what is happening, and no one can calm him down. Odwin devours them with his eyes, and he cannot believe that they are meeting. Odwin says that he cannot accept all this just like that. Odwin tells her that they should break up right now if they don't like each other. Clive sharply tells him that he only sees her as a child, and not as a girl with her own goals. Odwin has no idea what's going on in April's head. He just doesn't want to see her for a while. He realizes that April and Clive look good together, but he feels sad about it. He has become attached to the girl. April is all happy and glowing with happiness when she sees Clive. She becomes so much like Abigail in her youth. Odwin asks April to eat quickly and behave well. Odwin tells her that he asked her to cook something that she had not tried. April is shocked by what is happening and cannot believe that she is being banned from seeing Clive. Odwin decides to ask April something, and he gets very nervous. He decides to have a serious talk with April about what's going on. A few days later, Count Alino relinquished custody of April. Count Alino himself could not believe what had happened. How dare Ian disgrace him? April finally separated from her guardian and began communicating with Odwin. For some time, the cafe was filled with people and colorful nobles. One busy day, Howard came to her and asked for help. April asks Howard to explain to him what's going on. Howard informs her that he is to marry Isabella this fall. April tells him that she completely agrees with him. Howard tells her that he can't decide what to propose. Howard says he wants to make Isabella a special offer. He believes that Isabella will be happy and will be glad of his gift. Howard wants to propose to her in a way she will never forget. April is touched by what is happening in Isabella's family and decides to help her. He asks April to make special coffee for the proposal. April tells Howard that she knows the perfect coffee to melt her icy heart. April says that only Elliot can make coffee like this. She reminds Howard that it's the feelings that matter, not the cup of coffee. Howard says that he looks forward to her coffee because it will help him to collect his thoughts better. Howard asks April if she's developing a new menu. He's very interested in the new coffee. April tells him that she will make special coffee for the occasion. April makes cappuccino with her right hand and whips cream with her other. She makes coffee, and then she says that she will leave a small piece of coffee. The end result is an espresso with whipped cream in the shape of a heart. Howard asks April, surprised, what she did to the heart. April tells him that you can draw latte art on coffee. As a result, Howard's training in making latte art begins in the cafe. Clive is gloomy as usual. He likes April, but she's late. April talks about how much time she sacrificed and asks where she was. Clive asks her what happened that made her miss their dinner together. April tells him what she has prepared for Isabella. April asks Clive not to worry about her and her employment. Clive asks April for only one apology. A kiss. He wants to be with her, despite the obstacles. April reciprocates Clive's feelings and kisses him right on the lips, and he believes that everything will work out for her. April gently pulls away from him and looks him straight in the eyes. She believes that everything will work out between them. April says that she will quickly make him coffee so that he won't be upset. Clive remarks that April's kiss wasn't enough for him. He wants more than a kiss. April knows she feels very awkward kissing Clive first, but she kisses him first anyway. Clive says he's glad April decided to teach Howard how to make latte art. Clive is aware that April will be late at work. He doesn't like it. He wants to see her with him more. April talks about how she stays late at work to help clients. April tries her latte and invites Clive to try it too. Clive turns sharply to face her and lowers his face next to hers. He sticks out his little tongue to lick April and carefully licks the foam off her lips. He tells April that she has some foam left on her lips. April blushes with embarrassment. She is shocked that Clive allowed himself to do such a thing. Clive clearly wasn't satisfied with this, and he began to kiss April passionately. He and April have a French kiss that makes her go crazy. The kiss becomes more and more intense. His tongue penetrates deeply and firmly into her mouth. But Clive doesn't think that's enough, and he hugs April tighter and tighter. April is amazed by what Clive did. She has never had such a hot kiss. She is shocked and embarrassed by what just happened. She feels like a slut and shameless. Clive tells April that it's not enough for him to just touch her. He wants them to become husband and wife. He asks April if she thinks the same about him, if she wants passion in their relationship. April had no idea Clive could be so passionate. The estate is covered in night darkness. The windows glow with an unearthly light, and everything else is illuminated by the moon. A few days later, April's cafe is bustling with life, and everyone welcomes Isabella. Isabella asks April why she decorated the entire cafe. April smiles mysteriously and tells Isabella that she will find out for herself. April seats Isabella at a nice table with 2 chairs, and she becomes curious about who else will be coming to her place. A sweet voice asks if Isabella has arrived and whether she should take her order. She is surprised. She hasn't ordered anything yet. Howard shows up without his glasses, wearing a cafe uniform, and brings her a latte. Isabella looks surprised and asks him what he is doing in the cafe. Howard brings Isabella her order, which he made himself, he believes will melt her heart. Isabella looks in amazement at what Howard has done. She knows he has never been able to cook. In front of her is a latte with latte art in the shape of a heart. Our heroine decides to leave the 2 lovers alone because they have so much to discuss in private. Isabella is left alone with Howard and decides to talk to him. Isabella realizes that Howard wanted to please her and make her coffee. Howard kneels down in front of her and proposes to his girlfriend. Isabella is happy. She puts the ring on her finger. She does not want to deny Howard what he said. April believes that everything will be fine between these 2 now, that they will make a wonderful husband and wife couple. April hears someone calling her name, and she looks up. Isabella is happy, and she cuddles up to Howard like a cat. She kisses him and doesn't let go. Isabella thanks April for teaching Howard how to make latte art, and he proposes to her. Isabella says she is glad that Howard decided to propose to her. April is happy that Howard and Isabella are engaged and that they will no longer live apart. April sees Howard and Isabella's carriage off on its happy journey. April knows that they will get married next month and become a couple. Suddenly, someone approaches April and asks if she is finished for the day. April is confused about who came to pick her up at the cafe. She didn't expect who exactly would be there. The carriage drives slowly towards Clive's house. Our heroes are silent as they pass through the town. Clive and April don't say anything, but this is the first time they've sat so close to each other. April realizes that she is very uncomfortable with what is happening. She believes that everything will be fine. April has been avoiding Clive since the day they kissed. She can't forget that embarrassing kiss. For a while, she simply left Clive coffee and went to work. Even when they collided, they would simply run away afterwards. They would become lost, like bashful schoolchildren who had confessed to each other. Although Clive doesn't say anything about what's going on between them, Asher, who is worried that his family is falling apart, started asking questions. April says she hasn't had a fight with Clive, but she feels awkward seeing him. Asher tells her that his uncle is feeling very depressed. April tells Asher not to worry and to get back to his business. But April understands perfectly well that they can't hide from each other forever. She understands that if she avoids Clive for too long, they will break up. April thanks Clive for taking her, and he is happy that she spoke to him. Clive asks April not to avoid him anymore. Otherwise, he will be offended. April asks him to forgive her, because she didn't want to offend him. She didn't want to rush their relationship so much. Clive cuddles up to April, believing their relationship will work out. So, they arrive at Clive's mansion, where everyone is waiting for them to show up together. April learns that Clive plans to return home at the end of the month. Clive announces that he wants to prepare everything for the coming winter, so that the townspeople don't have to take shelter from monsters. The Winterville estate is located in a mountain gorge that is teeming with monsters. For many years, the Duke of Winterville protected everyone from monsters. April is well aware that if the Duke does not come to the estate, the inhabitants will suffer from the monsters. Clive invites April to come with him to his estate, as this is their first step towards a life together. April happily informs him that she agrees to go with him. She believes that they can make coffee without her. He needs April here and now. Clive is happy with this decision. He is eager to show April his home, the cold north. April informs him that she will prepare properly. Clive accidentally touches April's arm, and they look at each other awkwardly. April quickly apologizes and looks at Clive, worried that she did something wrong. Clive suddenly pulls April towards him and doesn't let go. Clive and April believe that they will succeed in the future, that they will be able to overcome all obstacles together. Clive looks at April with hopeful eyes. He loves her so much in such a short time. Clive kisses April tenderly on the forehead and tells her that they will get through this together, that he loves her more than his life. April is embarrassed by what Clive did, but can't say anything. Clive tells April to be calm, and he believes that they can work it out. Clive leaves, looking at April with hope, believing that their trip will strengthen the relationship between them. Clive decides that if he asks her for more, he will scare April away. April wonders why Clive stopped kissing her, why he stopped so abruptly because of that incident. April thinks that there is something he doesn't like. that she did something wrong in their relationship. Suddenly, Clive comes into her room and gently wakes her up. He wants to talk to her about something important. He kisses April much harder than before. He believes that everything will work out for them. They French kiss again, their tongues intertwined, passion engulfing them both. Clive tells April that he loves April very much. He laid April down on the bed and literally lay on top of her. It's clear here what Clive wants, but the merciless censorship is unlikely to show us anything interesting. April falls out of bed and wakes up abruptly when her head hits the floor. April is very upset. The dream was very realistic. April can't believe she's having such vivid and depraved dreams. The next morning, we find ourselves in County Odwin. And again, nothing is happening, just routine. Count Odwin meets April at the estate. He believes that everything happened for a reason. April asks Odwin to forgive her for the sudden visit, and she wants to ask her for advice. Clive tells him that he is here too, but Odwin pays no attention to him. Odwin kindly asks her what is going on and why she has come to his castle. April tells him that she wants to follow Clive to his estate. Odwin is not at all happy with April's decision. Odwin sits dejectedly in his office and tells Clive that he didn't have to drag April along with him. April tries to explain that it's all because only she can heal Clive. Clive slyly asks Odwin why he is sad. He does not understand the reason for his teacher's sadness. Odwin was looking forward to the time when Clive and April would live together anyway. But Odwin knows full well that the treacherous Clive is kidnapping April and will not give him the opportunity to see her. Odwin receives support from April, who is worried about how the Count will cope with loneliness. Clive asks Odwin in surprise if he has ever been to his estate. Odwin gloomily answers him that he has work in the capital and that he definitely won't be able to come to them. April gives Odwin a questioning look. She wants answers to all her questions. After that, April was busy preparing for her departure and running the cafe. She says she's sorry she's asking Sophia and Ethan to take care of the cafe. April will ask the staff to understand that she needs to support Clive and that she will not leave the cafe. April realizes that she has not been abandoned in trouble, and she can go. She will be reunited with her beloved Duke. We are invited to Isabella and Howard's wedding, which also looks poorly in the manhwa. April looks amazed as she looks at the celebration around her. Isabella appears in a tasteless dress, and she is ready to play the role of a bride. She congratulates April and the Duke for coming to her wedding. April gives her a wedding gift, believing that the gift will be useful to Isabella. Isabella is happy, and she looks at the gift with anticipation to see what is inside. April congratulates her on her wedding and says that everything will be fine. Isabella suddenly feels like crying. She believes what is happening. Today is the happiest day in Isabella's life. She is getting married. April dreamily accompanies Isabella. She also dreams of marrying Clive. The priest asks Howard and Isabella if they are ready to become husband and wife. Clive looks at April in a strange way. He is ready to make her his bride too. Clive tells her that Isabella looks very beautiful in her wedding dress. April wistfully tells him that she wishes she were in Isabella's shoes. Howard and Isabella kiss happily. They are now husband and wife. Clive slyly tells April that they can get married too. April feels like the whole world has gone crazy around her, that everything that is happening is a luxurious dream. Clive asks her point blank if he's going to end the relationship like this. April is shocked by his unexpected proposal to become his wife. Isabella is ready for the important part of the celebration. She has decided to throw the bridal bouquet. April can't get the idea that Clive is thinking about marrying her out of her head. April glances at Clive, who is standing behind her, watching the wedding closely. April can't imagine marrying Clive. She can't call herself Mrs. Winterville. Isabella announces that she will now throw a bouquet of flowers. She believes that a worthy girl will catch it. A bouquet of bright flowers flies past the girls who are about to catch it. Many girls catch the bouquet, but it doesn't end up in their hands. It seems to fly into the hands of, you know, whom. But the bouquet unexpectedly falls into April's hands, as expected. The girls congratulate April and are happy for her that she was the one who caught the bouquet. Perhaps April will have some good news soon, but we will still have to endure a bunch of boring chapters and wait for her to finally marry him. Odwin sharply asks our heroine what kind of newspaper advertisement this is. Clive asks Odwin why he was so nervous. He says that Clive was just supposed to accompany him. Clive asks people not to give in to what is written in the articles. He believes that everything will work out. Odwin sharply reminds him that he will not allow him to marry April as long as he lives. Asher reads the newspaper in amazement and asks April if she has really decided to marry his uncle. April sharply tells him that no, and that it's all just rumors. She doesn't want to be considered that other girl. But you could tell from the look in Clive's eyes that he wasn't joking when he asked if April would marry him. Asher asks April to marry his uncle because they love each other. April says that they can't sit idle. Clive tells him that April is still thinking about marrying him. Clive believes that April will not be able to refuse, and she will agree. Clive wants to put a lot of effort into making April happen. April can't believe Clive's self-confidence, which is so overflowing with confidence. Odwin imagines the day when April gets married, because he will be able to accompany her. April tells Odwin not to worry, and she promises to be back soon. Odwin apologizes to April for the way he behaved earlier. He says that when April gets home, he has to tell her something. April vows to him that she will definitely return to him. A magic circle is drawn under the carriage, which begins to sparkle as soon as the carriage is on it. Asher watches with delight as the horses teleport. April understands that something is really bothering Odwin. Asher asks April to look out the window. He sees something unusual. Clive suddenly announces that the teleportation has ended, and they have already arrived. So, our heroes find themselves in Clive's estate, which is similar to the winter castle of Novenstein. Winterville Manor rises above the lake with its tall towers reaching into the sky. The maids heard the news that the Duke had brought home a girl and were ready for his marriage. The stern maid orders them to shut up and not say such things out loud again. A butler and numerous maids welcome our guests. The Duke arrives in his carriage, drawn by the finest horses. Clive steps out of the carriage and is clearly pleased to be greeted. He looks with a smile at Asher, who also gets out of the carriage. The butler is amazed and happy that April is with the Duke. Everyone is delighted to see Asher, the son of the late Leonardo, brother of Duke Clive. April slowly steps out of the carriage. She and the Duke have become quite close over the past few years. Clive introduces April as his lover to the old butler. He cuddles up to April and tells her that April is the most precious person in the world to him. The butler is shocked to hear his master's words. He cannot believe that he brought the girl into the house. He is pleased to welcome Asher and April to the Duke of Winterville's estate. The butler asks them to follow him, and the heroes set off for the Winterville estate. April is asked to stay in a room with a cute little mirror and white, tasteless furnishings. Asher happily boasts to her that his room is opposite hers. The butler introduces her to a new maid, Laura, who will look after April. The butler says that if she needs anything, she can always ask Laura. Then the butler and Asher leave. They say goodbye. They want to leave the young people alone. Laura asks April that if she needs anything, she can rely on her. Laura invites April to look around the castle, and if she likes something, she should say so. Laura happily informs April that girls haven't been brought to the Winterville estate for a long time. She tells April that the Duke said he wouldn't take a girl on a monster-filled walk with him. Laura is delighted with April. She is glad, like all the servants, that the gloomy Duke has found himself a girl. Laura thinks that April is something special, and the Duke will soon marry April. April doesn't understand how everyone knows that she is supposedly marrying the Duke. The Duke at this time is busy receiving numerous citizens with their requests, but Clive's real thoughts are occupied only with April. He thinks only about her all the time. The old servants have something to say about the new guest. They are waiting for her to hear their opinion about her. They are glad to hear that the Duke has a beloved. They are glad that she is pretty and kind. They happily announce that they are glad that the Duke has a girlfriend, and they can't wait to call her his new mistress. The servants ask our hero when he will get married. But our Duke asks them not to raise the topic of marriage, which leaves the servants amazed at his decision. Clive explains to his servants that they have just started dating. He disappoints the servants by telling them that the information here is false. The butler is very upset. He is so looking forward to seeing the master's children. Clive explains that they need to wait, but he wants to be with April for the rest of his life. He delights the servants by telling them that he has asked April for marriage. But he doesn't want to burden everyone, since no one wants to force April. Clive slyly talks about how he has to force April to marry him. The servants can't believe how much Clive has changed since meeting April. The butler promises that he will warn the servants of his master's decision. Thus passed several days in the gloomy Winterville estate. All April's worries about this place were in vain. She soon fell in love with this gloomy place. April is constantly surrounded by servants who are ready to fulfill her every whim. April doesn't know what's worse for them. She still thinks it would have been better to say yes to Clive. On her first day in the north, April was misunderstood, and now everyone thinks she is the Duke's wife. Laura never mentioned marriage to the Duke again, as she realized it was pointless. The old butler is just waiting to help April become the Duke's wife. He asks April if there is something she wants to convey to the Duke. April realizes that she misses the Duke, who hasn't visited her for so long. The butler asks if she could wait for him in the office. Clive looked upset because he hadn't seen April for a long time. April walks into the corridor, waiting for an audience with the Duke. But the Duke is not there, and this worries April. She thinks about Clive all the time. April notes that the Duke was busy, judging by the enormous amount of paperwork. All April can think about is that the Duke proposed to her. April doesn't know if she can have any kind of relationship with the Duke, but April can't imagine life without Clive. Throughout the entire manhwa, he has become dear to her. April really wants to stay in this novel forever with the Duke. April would have agreed immediately if Clive had proposed to her. Clive appears at the door, looking worried that the meeting is taking too long. Clive looks at her and believes that everything will be fine now. But April falls asleep without waiting for the Duke. She was unable to see him. Clive gently wakes April and asks her if she can go. He will take care of her. Clive decides to ask April why she hasn't been herself lately. April hugs Clive and pulls him close. She loves him more than her life. Clive tells April that he missed her too, and they kiss. Clive tells April that he thought a kiss would be enough. Clive tells April that he is willing to be there for her as long as she needs him. April suddenly declares that the kiss is not enough for her. She wants more. Clive laughs. He didn't expect April to behave like this. He understands that she needs to be rewarded. He kisses April, and they are happy after the kiss turns out to be gentle. April wants one thing, for the kiss to last forever, for this life to never end. Clive tells April that they will never be apart, that they will always be together. But after a few days, something bad happened. April was damn angry. April and Clive had their first big fight, and that's what our story is about. We are shown Clive's estate, where the expedition is to take place. Clive and April are sitting in his cozy office, and they are discussing how the whole expedition will go. He informs April that monsters will soon descend on the residents' homes. Clive asks April what she will prepare for. What will happen between them? April tells him that she will be ready for the expedition, that she will go with him. She is ready to get ready for the hike, take a change of clothes. But Clive forbids her to do everything. Clive asks April why he thinks he brought her north. April explains to him that it's because he needs her, that he can't cope without her magic coffee and without her. Clive and April begin to argue. Clive refuses to take her with him on the expedition. It's understandable that Clive is worried that April might be killed by monsters on the way. In fact, Clive wanted to show her the place where they would live, since he was mentally marrying April. But he just feels like it was a mistake to do that, because it's just an extra burden for April. Clive asks April to stop talking about the expedition, and she will stay at the mansion. April begins to reproach him for making the decision on his own. Clive can see that April doesn't understand that he's worried about her, but she clearly doesn't understand him. That's why she's a pink-haired blonde. April reproaches Clive for everything. She says that she will not follow orders like a dog. In the end, April is sitting with Asher, and she had a fight with the Duke. She doesn't want to see him. April tries to reassure Asher that she hasn't had a fight with anyone. She thinks that she has said too much, and now no one will want to talk to her at all. April thinks that Clive is very angry with her, while he is beside himself. He tells the servants everything and is afraid that April will leave him. The butler and the servants advise him not to be so strict with April. Clive is worried that his actions will cause him to break up with April. The servants explain to Clive that April is worried about him, but he also asks them to understand him. Clive is told that if April didn't love him, she wouldn't have gone after him. The butler asks him if he wants to talk to April, as he has something to tell her. According to Laura, April also thinks a lot about the fight with Clive, that she cannot forgive what she said to him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the servants believed that it was April who had arrived. But it turns out to be Laura, who brought tea or coffee to her master. The servants learn that April will be dining separately from Clive. After this incident, April did not see Clive for some time, no matter how much life brought them together. Clive was busy preparing for his departure all the time. He had no time to waste his life on April. April feels guilty and worried about what happened. Clive, according to April, looked very busy and tired. He was simply exhausted by what had happened. The expedition is due to start tomorrow, but Clive is still worried about what is happening. Clive really wants to visit April, but he's afraid he'll wake her up. Suddenly, April asks Clive what happened and if he's back. April sits on the bed and waits for him. She can't sleep. She keeps thinking about Clive's expedition. April tells Clive that she wanted to see him, but it turns out that he is always busy, and this makes her angry. Clive suddenly confesses to her that he missed her a lot too. Clive asks April if she wasn't angry with him, if she didn't want to tell him everything. April admits to him that she wasn't angry, but she didn't want to see him. April felt like Clive was angry and didn't want to see her, that they had broken everything that united them. April asks him to take care of himself. She will wait for him like a faithful wife from a hike. Clive jumps on April and pushes her onto the bed, wanting to spend some last time with her. He asks April to forgive him and says that he will apologize with action. He promises April that he will return alive, but nothing happens between them due to merciless censorship. Clive sets out on the expedition, happy that he has made peace with April. The day before, he says goodbye to April and Asher. They are worried about him, that he will not return. April asks Asher to say goodbye to his uncle because she believes everything will be okay. Clive asks Asher if he wants to say goodbye to him, if he wants to go with him. Clive promises Asher that he will return so that he does not worry about him. Clive vows to Asher that he will return as soon as possible. He wants to spend time with the child everyone has forgotten about. April gives him the bag, and it is some kind of amulet. This bag contains the caramel that April made for Clive. Clive believes this caramel will keep him awake and thanks April. He kisses April and promises her that he will be back soon so that she does not worry about him. One of the servants asks April to pray for the Duke's health. He is sure that the Duke is waiting for April to pray for him. He believes that when he arrives, they will be together. If the husband goes hunting, it is the wife's duty to accompany him with a kiss and wait. Clive tells April to ignore what they say. Clive promises April that he will be back soon, and she believes him. April passionately kisses Clive on the lips in front of his subjects. April asks Clive to be careful. She believes that he will return safe and sound. Clive is happy to see her and promises that he will be okay. He runs up to April and responds with an equally passionate kiss. Clive believes that nothing will separate him from his beloved, that he will move mountains for her. Clive has clearly gotten carried away and wants something from April. You understand, right? They kiss again, and Clive barely pulls away from her. He doesn't want people to see him so happy. April is shocked, and what Clive whispered to her as he said goodbye leaves her in shock. Clive tells her that thanks to her, he has the strength to live on. On this rosy note, they say goodbye, and he moves further and further away. April watches as Clive disappears further and further. April believes that Clive will return from the hike safe and sound. Clive rides through green fields and wide forests with his retinue of hunters. One of the hunters tells Clive that he has clearly changed. The hunters note that Clive took so long to say goodbye to April, as if he would never see her again. Hunter notes that Clive just looks really cute alone with April. Clive used to look very lonely because no one could see him out. Now that April is in Clive's life and he is no longer alone, he feels like his life has changed. The hunter is told that the expedition will be shortened to 2 weeks. Clive asks them to finish quickly so he can get back to April. Meanwhile, a week passes and news arrives at the Duke's estate. April helps in the kitchen, passing the time while waiting for Clive. It's all because of the sweet potatoes she managed to get in these areas. The butler showed her a flower bed where potatoes were planted and told her how difficult it was to grow them there. The butler heard from Clive that April was running a cafe, that she was the owner of a bunch of cafes that Clive had bought. He shares a recipe for a drink that can be made from sweet potatoes. In the end, April makes potato coffee and asks the servants to try it. Asher asks April to explain what it is she made, and he likes both the strange taste and smell. April informs him that it is a sweet potato latte. The butler and Asher are amazed by such a sweet drink. April says the potatoes are very sweet and is glad she was able to please them. Asher nonchalantly asks April if it's possible to make dessert with potatoes. April flops down on the bed. She is very tired after such a short and eventful day. April notes sadly that she no longer misses Clive, even though they haven't seen each other for so long. At this time, Clive is sitting near some stone, and he is covered in blood, which scares our readers. Clive sits, barely breathing. He is dying, which our April sees. He will soon stop his beating heart. Clive is barely standing up, and he is ready to fight a monster that is 3 times taller than him. They cross swords, and the monster stops the blow with its powerful paw. Clive tries to cut off his limb, which he succeeds in doing. April wakes up in horror. She can't believe what happened. April wakes up with horror on her face and starts crying. She doesn't want the nightmare to repeat itself and become reality. April is alone in her white room, like in a mental hospital. Her breakfast is spent in complete silence as Asher worries about her. April notes that it is very cloudy outside, and the maid agrees with her. April can't eat because of what happened in her dream. She thinks about Clive all the time. Clive, who is about to die, is constantly reflected in her face. Asher asks April if she is worried about his uncle and what she saw in her nightmare. Asher tells April not to worry, as his uncle is quite a strong man, and he will return home. April is glad that Asher wants to support her, that at least there is some joy in this gray world. He kneads his cheeks, which are all covered in chocolate. April admits to Asher that she is very worried about Clive. She does not want to lose either of them. Suddenly, something happens on the street, and April wants to know what all the commotion is about. April hurries to the servants on the street. She wants to know everything. She thinks about the fact that Clive came back dead. April asks one of the servants what all the noise is about, what's going on, and wonders if Clive has returned. He tells April that the knights who were wounded in battle are returning. For example, one knight has a bandage on his head, but the wound on his forehead can be healed. The servant says goodbye to April rudely and says that he has to go. April hears all this screaming, and she worries about what is happening. Another knight has an injured arm, and the servant wants to help. April too. Many people doubt April's experience, but she still wants to help. April uses healing magic. She believes that she will be able to heal. The servant is amazed by her magic and tells April that she has performed a miracle. Many servants ask April to inspect the wounds of other knights. The doctors are glad that April is helping them with the wounded, and she just brushes them off. The doctor tells April that many of the wounds are similar to last year's. April learns of Clive's decision to stay on the expedition for only 3 days. She learns that Clive is not allowed to get close to monsters. Otherwise, he himself becomes a monster. April understands Clive's desire to return and finish the expedition. The doctors ask April to continue helping them with their patients. April tells them that she is always happy to help, that she will always lend a helping hand to those in need. Since then, April has been busy helping the knights and healing the sick. Meanwhile, the day of Clive's return arrived, and the castle seemed to awaken from sleep. Laura pleases April with the news that Clive will arrive soon, and that he is okay. April suggests going outside and waiting for Clive. She can't live without him. April races through the castle, Asher barely keeping up with her on his feet. April suddenly hears that Clive is sick and has been injured. The maids tell us with horror that Clive does not have long to live. April looms over the maids, asking them if this is true. April asks the maids in horror where Clive is now. She doesn't believe that he is dead. At this time, Clive stands half naked among the servants and assures that he is completely fine. Suddenly, his gaze slid ahead, and he saw someone. He saw her, our April. April, all tearful and worried about him, rushes towards him. Clive asks her if she was so worried about him that she came running at full speed. Clive tells April not to worry about his scars. They're just cuts. He tells her that he scared her for nothing. Everything is not so bad. That they will be together. That everything is fine. April cries and comes to him. Clive tries to calm her down. April tells Clive that she was scared for him, and she bursts into tears. Clive is glad that April is completely safe now, that he is now next to her and hugging her. Clive hugs April and tells her that everything is okay now. They kiss. They are happy to be reunited again.